Hello, good afternoon, welcome guys, what's up? Thanks for being here for the start of the stream, as has been the case since the beginning of the week. Welcome whether you are on Twitch or on YouTube. Looks like it's working pretty well to be on both platforms, at least so far. Only crashed once. So if you're on YouTube, say hello as well. I do see both chats at the same time. Sensei, what's up? You are correct. You are the first message in today's chat. You have that honor. So take an extra sip of that good coffee or whatever you're having for your own honor. Wonder when Muhammad Ali said that after playing Spear for the first week. Tintanab, very good. Yes, we need to start. That's a good slogan. I like that. Thanks, Sparkly, for bringing my mood up. Not that I didn't think about that, but whenever I remember the ugly case of betrayal. Yo, Whitus, what's up? Looks like Vic took the AI suggestion to heart. Yep. Actually gave me a pretty good idea. We should make one stream with AI. AI suggested builds. If you don't know what this is about, you can check out general chat in Discord. Just wait, not general. Albion discussions chat. Sorry, in Discord. If you scroll up just a little bit to see my last messages, you will see what this is referring to. Just a funny thing that YouTube AI did. Hello Vic, how you doing? What's up, Tosha? I have 15k and I want you to play quarters to build. Should I redeem today or is it not allowed today? It is allowed today, pretty much every day. I mean, unless there's some sort of content that clearly doesn't fit, you can redeem whenever. Only Mondays are out of that because Mondays usually there will be some sort of challenge, and I'm not gonna take a break from the challenge. But other than that, unless I'm doing something very specific that like maybe some group content or whatever stuff, you can redeem absolutely. So yes, if you're on Twitch, you get channel points, like everywhere on every channel, almost, and you can use it for some rewards. One of the rewards for 15,000 channel points, you can make me play a random build for half an hour or until I die. Doesn't have to be random, can be whatever that you want. I will buy it in tier 7 and play it in tier 7. Raise your spears, happy Thursday. Yay! Yes, I agree with that message. Hello, Tony Quest, what's up? Also, I'm drinking a bit of coffee. To make up for the lack of sleep, I really hoped last week when I was kind of sick, like I had like a small fever and I was sleeping, not exactly 12 hours a day, but I felt like I was constantly sleeping. Like I slept a couple hours, I woke up, I was like, and I went back to sleep, and it was like many days were just full of that rhythm. And I am hoping that having slept that much during last week, it's kind of prepared me for a couple weeks of not sleeping enough. That doesn't work exactly like that, I kind of know, but one can wish, But coffee helps. Hey, Limon, what's up? What is this build? I mean, this is actually, you're right, this is exactly what the AI joke... Okay, I will tell you, since you're here for the start. If you have, I mean, most of you have seen it on Discord probably, but YouTube has added sort of AI to the studio of the studio side, for creators. At least that's what it looks like. So whenever I get a comment under a video, but that was the case also before, kind of. But whenever I get a comment under a video, there are like some automatically generated responses. So instead of writing my own response for a comment, I can choose one. I've never done that, it doesn't feel good to me. I always write what if I want to answer, I write my own stuff, right? But even like, usually it's like basic things, like someone says, "Oh, awesome video, I liked your video." And then instead of clicking thank you or writing thank you, the AI offers me like one button click responses like thank you or I don't know, glad to hear that, I appreciate that, something like that. But yesterday, I logged in and I saw there's a comment under one of my videos where a player or a person writes, "Yo, my build that I use is this," and they write their own build. And then it's like, "Do you think it's good or should I change something?" And AI generated for me a couple of options, and the first AI response is the following. This is by AI. This is not like, this is nothing to do with me, right? AI is a reply made by AI that I could click and write. Is, "I would say that your build is already good for the cost. You can consider changing the Inferno Shield to a Face Breaker for a higher damage output." So AI is trying to be creative. It's actually engaging in the Albion. I mean, it's funny, yeah? Replace Inferno Shield with Face Breaker. It's kind of like putting a bunch of random Albion stuff together. And we actually kind of have replaced Inferno Shield with Facebreaker here. But it's very interesting, yeah. So essentially, I'm never going to, use it. But, what I could do in the future is just, under my videos, any sort of questions about Albion, just click the AI thing, and it will be like, disseminate into the world absolutely random shit about builds. Rolling Daybreaker. Yeah. So this, I'm kind of curious. Maybe it's time to test a couple things with Daybreaker. I did a lot of this with Spear in preparation for making the video about like the build, and just to understand it better, to see how far you can push Spear into brawling only territory, how far into kiting only with different builds. And I do feel a little bit like maybe to ease my brain into today's day, maybe with this build I will just think about nothing. I'm just gonna think about just stay on top of the enemy and just brawl. Just brawl, and then if they run away, or if I want to run away, I'm not gonna run away. I will just die. But if they want to run away, I just charge up my royal boots and run after them. Kind of thinking that I want to try this. So yeah, this is just nothing else. Just stand on top of your enemy and just brawl and see who dies. Essentially, I'm kind of thinking. And yeah, I mean everything makes sense for that. Torch is also not bad, so it's not like playing Torch with Spear or Daybreaker is like, okay, you're sacrificing your brawl, but Facebreaker is more one-sided in that direction, since I don't get the cooldown reduction. And I have plate armor to be even happier to just tank everything that the enemy has, to not worry about dodging spells, and also armor valor. Still, I think out of plate armors for solo PvP, I think it's still the strongest. I mean, soldier armor and knight armor are kind of interesting and people are using it, but I feel like armor valor has some use cases where it's super strong. Obviously, cultist cowl just for brawling, probably the best helmet to just stand and brawl. Depends a little bit on the enemy's build, but yeah. And then, well, the boots I explained, makes sense. I think Sparkly said, I think the AI picked up on the word shield, thought that Inferno Shield was an equipable item and suggested Facebreaker's alternative. Damn, Sparkly, yo, that is, you are getting into the brain of the AI pretty well. That's pretty good, yeah. Hello, Vic, what's up? Kamixus. Yeah, I will keep repeating this a couple more times, yeah. The stream is both on YouTube and Twitch, so you can choose. But the chat that you see on screen is gonna be just from Twitch, but I see all the chats. Like I respond to whenever you're writing. Hello, Vic, what's up, Fishy? AI will take over the world, also AI Inferno Shield bad, Facebreaker. Sound recommendation, I see nothing wrong there, says Serg. Well, I mean, yeah. In some ways, that's what my build is doing. Battle Axe roleplay, yep, kind of. I wonder why more Battle Axes don't use Royal March. Battle Axe definitely was, like, it's kind of under noticed, undervalued, underappreciated. That when the Demon Boots became like a plague and everyone was just using Demon Boots, we definitely saw a big influx, at least I saw in the mists, of all kinds of brawl heavy builds, curses, fires, and so on. And also with the Royal Boots marches buff last year as well. But I think Battle Axe also kind of gained, and I saw some higher IP Battle Axes also enjoy the Demon Boots meta kind of decently as another weapon that can make up for its lack of mobility by having that boot charge. Are you over the guy who betrayed you yesterday? Too girthy. Did you have to remind me? Yes. I mean, over in which sense? Over. Am I still gonna? Man, I need to. I have like pieces of the headphones. Headphones get old, and this kind of mushy thing here, like this part. I feel like there's pieces of it. If you see some like a weird piece of black fabric on my face, you can tell me. It doesn't matter that much, but I feel like it's time for me to consider swapping headphones. Although they still work very well, but it's a bit annoying. So yeah, but I'm not over in the sense too girthy. I am going to this is going to be a saga. I can feel it. Hello. Wait. Goodbye, I say. Oh, this is actually, it looks like exactly the guy that one of the guys I fought yesterday, but not the last guy, not the Tinto, I think. Or was he also 7-3? No, he was 6-3, yeah. But earlier, this was like one of the guys I fought earlier, I think, at some point. So yeah, we are still going to make this into a international meme, and Tinto is good. The memory of Tinto's betrayal is going to live with me forever as a cautionary tale and symbol of stooping low. But yeah, I don't feel emotions about it anymore. If that's what you're asking, at least it doesn't feel like that right now. Who knows? Yo, Vic finally caught your stream. What's up, Yezel? Love your YouTube content. Thank you, sir. And by the way, stream also on YouTube now, but most of the functions are probably better on Twitch, well, because it is just for streaming, and you know they've developed the community part of it for a long time. But you know, doesn't mean that there's something is bad on YouTube now. It's just that you have channel points, you know, subscriptions, and emotes and stuff like that on Twitch. But glad that you caught the stream, and thanks for following, Mr. Yezel. Do you have a gap in your head, like? Wait, what? I don't know the Tyler One memes since I mean I know who he is, but since I never really watched League much. Hello, my good-looking friend. What's up, Crimson? I have also found my secret to having fun. Cursed Skull, really? Tell me. Is it everything you're hoping for? Are you actually having a lot of fun with it? That seems awesome. Yeah, Cursed Skull is. I mentioned it yesterday. I think that was after actually. We fought Crimson after. After that, I think I had a quick chat about it. But yeah, it's kind of like it's weirdly not on the radar for a lot of people, including myself, because it is played so little. Like so few people play Skull, and it's not like Arcane when it's not always the most popular, but you always see some dedicated Arcane players, and it's still, I mean, it gains every now and again. Like Arcane comes back for a surge of popularity. Skull is just like, I don't know, it's off everybody's radar, so it's kind of difficult to evaluate how strong it is, what it does, other than Corrupted, where it used to be strong, very strong, yeah. But it's definitely a pretty interesting option, especially if you go for lower IP against higher IP. There used to be, like, I don't think he streamed only a little bit, at least. I never caught his stream. I was heard that he's a streamer, but I don't think I saw it. But there used to be, like, a top French player. I think he's still probably very active somewhere. Shamusas, who was playing, like, constantly 8-4 Cursed Skull or 8-3 Cursed Skull. Like, day in and day out. Without Duskweaver, I'm not even gonna try killing the Gatherer. I don't think I'll find him here anymore. Let's see, like for example, last week PP Fade Mists. Oh, see, yeah, he's still here. Let's see, what does he play? Okay, so Death Givers, giving in to the meta. Okay, this is not even a missed kill. So this guy used to play Cursed Skull, like legit 8-4, 8-3 Cursed Skull all the time. And I think based on his experience, like some people took notice of it, but it never really got into the mainstream. I will spread the tale of Tinto throughout Twitch. Nice voodoo, nice voodoo. I hope we are not. I hope we're not actually like being too mean about the guy who's just trying to live his life and make enough money to pay his taxes. Permafrost better. Hey, hello Jans. Hello sir. Did you bring helmet swap? No. I mean, this is just to warm up and try something, something kind of new. No, just full brawl facebreaker, full brawl daybreaker. Not thinking about anything else than just standing on top of my enemy and brawling. Not gonna be all cute and tactical. I'm just gonna go and hit the enemy with a big stick and see what happens. Not much else going on here. But consider this: helmet swapping has been nerfed a little bit. Not for all helmets, but for some cases. Because, like, for example, the cultist skull, I still doesn't help me with mobility, right? If I want a purge or a Duskweaver helmet or something to catch like an enemy kiter, I still need another helmet. But if I am using, for example, Duskweaver helmet, I feel less pressed to bring a second helmet, like I was playing yesterday with Duskweaver. I feel less pressed to bring a second helmet because every helmet now has a really useful first spell. So you saw this also, like in this fight. This fight. Oh yeah, that's I said that the build looks the same. This fight, yo. By the way, it was really good. Like, the initial fight should have been my win, but then after we disengaged, we decided to go duo mists and have a proper 1v1. And for the proper 1v1, he changed his spells, and then it was much more difficult. But originally, when he attacked me, like, he was not ready for someone to really fight back. Anyway, for this fight, you see, I'm using this, and it's very useful in this matchup. It helps me roll. If I time it correctly, it's super strong extra HP. And for the second fight, he also actually changed. At the beginning, he was on Purge, but for the actual series, when we decided, yo, let's go take this into Duo Mist, he changed his helmet also to be able to brawl me better. So a lot of helmets feel like they don't require a swap as much as before, because they have this option. Most fun weapon is Hoarfrost. Interesting. Never tried it. Never tried it at all. But I have been attacked by Hoarfrosts after it got buffed. Crimson said, "You don't care." Oh, you mean you don't care about Frost Prism or Permafrost? Yo, but okay. So what is it, Crimson? What? Tell me about your love for Cursed Skull. What did you discover? Is it something that you can share with others? As in, maybe it will help the rest of us find our meaning in life. But it's wonderful feeling, especially considering how many people are. Well, if you play it a lot, you probably have your favorites, yeah. But there's so many people at the beginning, and even after hundreds of hours of Albion, you feel sometimes like you are searching. You know, you're searching for the type of content, the type of build, the type of weapon that will make you happy. You know, that will make you like the game more. So it is so nice to actually get to that. To get to that point where you feel like you found something like that. He doesn't have Invis, okay. Interesting. That was an interesting 600k loot delivery. I'm not gonna probably take all of it. This is one of those matchups where, by the way, Armor of Valor super strong. I said that, you know, it kind of wins some of the fights by default. I mean, obviously right now he's charging up my boots just to catch him, but you know, I could, if this was a fight, I could Armor of Valor also here. Oh shit, what's happening there? How am I still not catching up to him? Ah, yeah. Well, I can kind of take this fight. Yet I only charged 8 stacks. And he didn't hit me with that. Well, he's still in combat for a moment. Now he's definitely in combat. Hey, we have loot deliveries left and right. 1.5 mil. This guy was tier 8. I mean, it's easy for me to say he could have fought back. I don't know how he plays this matchup. I really don't have many ideas. But he could have at least, like, kited me properly, right? Okay. Starting off pretty nicely. Are you sure you want to leave the mists? Yes, I am sure, my dear game. Interesting. I guess he was he trying to kill the dagger bear? I don't know what he was doing there, but hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. I don't mind. And the other guy was just really super giga brave to just dismount next to me with tier 6 items. Nice warm up. Yep. Well, we are back in the money-making tier, remember? Low tier. 4.1 to learn or to have low pressure, consistent but low income, but yeah, kind of so. High tier for maximum fun, but then middle tier, like what I'm playing right now, for maximum money making. And I'm ready to go back. Because if you are main spear, nice Daniel, I like reading that. I hope that you have the silver in the game to branch out into Daybreaker a little bit. And I say it like that because I feel currently Daybreaker is just in a better place. It has so many more good matchups and it's a bit simpler as well. For solo PvP, of course. Unless you're going solo open world to roam, to maybe gank or clear camps, then you can, like 100 spears is in a better place. I'm just saying that because, you know, when I was making the videos and playing spear for so long, I felt like spear was in a bit of a better place, and last couple of patches, like currently spear is kind of like dormant. It's still very viable and still very solid B tier, but it's not near the meta weapons right now. But it will be back soon as everything in Albion, it kind of circulates a bit, or shifts around. And also said, hey from Germany. Hey, back to you from Estonia. Maiko, thank you for gifting 2 subs. Mr. Alpaca owner. Fresh alpaca owner out here. Nice, we have spears. I don't even have to say anything. Yes, thank you guys for lifting your spears to the newest 2 members of the channel, or well, not members of the channel, but subscribers, and members of the spear mentality. And big thank you, Maiko, for gifting 2 subs. And we have Zood and Netter who are now have a sub, so you can also show a spear in front of your name. I appreciate you, Maiko, for helping me start today's stream on an extra hype. Let's say Fishy said, hey Vic, I want to try the spear tree, but I can't find a good start. I love kiting or some weapon that can catch people. And please tell SBI to nerf Flamewalker. Well, they are nerfing Flamewalker. Next patch, they have it already. Life Touch, Flamewalker. There are nerfs to some of the solo PvP concerns. Now, whether the Flamewalker nerf will be, what it will change exactly, it's not so clear. Unfortunately, the nerf is not what I hoped, which is that to lower the range of the E. However, they are significantly increasing the cooldown of the E unless you hit someone. So essentially, if you're just full on standing and brawling the Flamewalker, the fight will feel almost the same. So, if they hit every E, the cooldown will be like 1 second higher, or like 1.5, something like that. Maybe someone can calculate the exact. But if they miss the E, the new cooldown I think is gonna be 40 seconds, which is a lot, like really a lot. So if they miss it in a fight, or if they use it just to get closer, like, you know, many of the situations you want to reset, you're running away. Now they won't be able to catch you across the map so easily. Or if they're trying to run away and they use their E to create distance, you know, let's say I'm on top of Flamewalker, I'm brawling them, and they realize they're losing. In that situation, let's see what we have here. In that situation, the Flamewalker will, I kind of need to change food, but I think I can. Is it auto fire? No, it's not. Let's go. Come fight me. He's tier 7 overcharged. I'm sure he will try it. Thundershot. Okay. Actually, nah, let's do this. Or, nah, I don't want to force him away. Just full brawl. Nope. He's gonna be able to go for another sleep, right? Or is it like a minute and a half? Yeah, minute and a half. Okay. Wait, so why did he sleep right away then? Also, his cleric robe is still on cooldown. No. Kind of close in the end. I do still have half of my healing potion going, but I was always busy with something else. Both times when he eat, my brain is saying use armor, but my hands are saying, yeah, click something else. Very, very long cooldowns. He did get a second cleric, but such a long cooldown on the sleep. Rip sleepcasters. Usually sleepcasters would go for the sleep combo when the... Oh, now I have geek pots. So if I fight another skilled sleepcasters, I can actually use the potion for the job. Usually sleepcasters go for the combo when the cape procs. I was kind of worried. You know, if he does the sleep combo... Oh, he changed away from silence. Yo, why was I worried? There's no reason to be worried, right? He doesn't have silence. Yeah, I always have my armor for it. Yeah, okay. Anyway, nice. Okay, let me catch up a little bit. Rene in YouTube chat said, I tried to level all weapons to 100 spec on an A and I'm down to 40 or so left to do, but they're mostly the ones I hate playing because they're so sluggish. Mace, Hammer, Holy, Arcane. Well, Arcane is decent. But yeah, Mace, Hammer, and Holy, I understand. It's not so easy to fame farm. I mean, yeah, you are way ahead of anywhere I've ever been. I do have some weapon trees maxed out, but you know, most of them look kind of like this, where I just put a bit of specs and everything, like 30, but most of the grind I'm not doing. But it's pretty awesome. I mean, if you do complete it, it feels like a pretty big milestone, I think, if you complete all weapons to 100. Like, even getting all armor pieces to 100 feels like, you know, some sort of achievement. But yeah, I mean, if you've gotten almost everything already to 100 except for the last 40 ones, you probably already know that you can just fame farm on the weapon you actually like, and then use the credits and books. I constantly do that. Also, don't forget that you get books from favor, depending on what kind of content you play. But you might be like me, where you rack up a ton of favor that if you want, you can then invest into books. Oh, look at this! I got a chest. Well, actually, I've been pretty bad at. I shouldn't start claiming these things also before it times out. I think last month I didn't even claim the mount. Like Quanic said, hi Vic, I returned to Albion recently and I got a friend into it. Nice. We're doing duo PvP content. We're really having a hard time versus healer comps. Are there any way to counter them other than one shot? Anti-heal items or something? In depths, you can think about it, yeah. Of countering them otherwise. Because there's a healing reduction, and if you get a lot of stacks from PvE, and you might be able to PvE better, so you get stacks faster than the healer. Yes. But in duo mists, kind of almost impossible. Like, you have to play something that is not it's not like a one shot like only like classical one shot, but your duo has to be one shot ish. Like what I played with my friend for a long time was Badon plus Tomb Hammer. Now it's not really one shot, and we are both doing damage, but it is mostly that the idea is to try to almost one shot one person when I hit my Tomb Hammer stun and my friend hits his Badon damage. Also, of course, Ray of Light, absolutely no frost shots, right? So for extra damage. So that sort of thing can work, yeah. But even then, if you are up against the healer duo and the healer plays everything correctly, you're not gonna kill them. I mean, if they have good build and they play it correctly, you're not gonna kill them. You can't. But in depths, it's a bit easier, because in depths there's healing reduction and stacks also matter. So you might have a better shot. If there's something I missed, by the way, while I was fighting, and you know, chat is pretty active, which is awesome. Both chats, I should say. If there's something I missed, then feel free to repeat. Jan said, your tutorials in Spear are very informative. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here. 600k favor. Yeah, I have not been spending it for a while. I don't know why. I just at some point stopped because I don't need the books, and the chests are not very exciting. Oh, that's also actually, I don't know. Wait, is it? It's 300, right? Maybe when I get to 1 million, we can use it all at once. It's about 300 to 400, let's say 350k, maybe a good chest. And how much does it cost? It was 5,500, yeah? Let me do a quick open my calculator. 626,000 divided by 5,500. I have 113 chests here, right? If I use 113 chests and it's like 300,000, let's say 340,000 per chest. So it's like 34 million more or less here. That's something to actually, because, you know, people often ask, like, how did you make your billion? It doesn't look like a billion right now, but... And if you've been on stream, you know I always, like, the answer is it's just PvP-related content. But actually, like, using favor to get some extra money with the chests are also a thing. Watched tons of your video today for PvPing Mist and generally open space. Definitely felt so much better. Nice. With better tier gear, but I think I'm still lacking the knowledge of PvPing with Daybreaker. Just tons of sets and fights for fun. Okay, well, if you're having fun, it's already... You are... I'm not saying that you are there already, but if you're having fun, you're on the road of improvement. It's easier to stick with it. But yeah, I mean, there's... The reason why we focus so much on the tactical side, on like how to get better type of thing, like, by we I mean pretty much everyone who like PvPs long term, right? It's because it's fun. It's fun to improve. It's fun to challenge yourself, and also, I mean, this actually like long term progress. But I mean, maybe we don't talk about it enough because it's kind of obvious. But at the end of the day, IP will always matter. So there will always be those. You're allowed to make just one mistake sometimes, you know. So and the enemy can make 5 because their build is better. They have higher IP just because of that as well. So there's always that somewhat annoying, but still, I mean, it's nice. That's why we play this MMORPG with progress, making silver and managing economy and buying items is part of fun part of the game. But it's never gonna be like it's not exactly almost never exactly a fair fight, right? So there's always the IP also. So yeah, higher tier gear will have advantage, obviously. I keep the Spectre Ball in case I get a legendary chest in group dungeons or something. Oh, you mean you're keeping it like in the not claiming it? Okay, that's a pretty cool. That's like a very high level strat. So what Killer is saying is that he's keeping, wait, not this one, but he's keeping the boar here in the rewards. Like, you see, I can claim it, but if I claim it, it comes to inventory, and then it's like an item I can wear, use, but also lose if I die, right? So what Killer is saying, he's keeping it there until the end of the month. So whenever he needs extra carry weight, you have that quick option. Are there any way to bait people to fight? Asked Fishy. Everyone playing so safe in Asia, like no kidding, everyone only commit if they sure win. Yeah, it is a tendency, of course, in a game like this, where stakes are high, and even if you're playing low IP, you know, for many people the stakes are kind of high because you're playing for actual items and money. And it's also a sandbox game, so you can, I mean, you're not forced into a 1v1. It's definitely going to be a case that people play safe and look for advantages. And there's a lot of ways to bait, a lot of ways. This is also a bit of a bait, right? Lower IP cape when it doesn't matter. My boots are lower IP. My overall IP shows me to be weaker than I am. I have tier 7 spear, tier 8 armor, you know. Your build can be a bait. You can have some items that maybe bait your enemy into being interested, you know. You can lose HP on purpose if you're really good. You can lose HP on purpose against the mob. You can make sure you don't use your healing potions until the last moment. You can keep some big damage until the last moment, some big defensive. So your enemy might be thinking, because even if it's a very experienced enemy, sometimes the visual brain still controls us a little bit, you know. So even if your enemy actually has played thousands of hours and knows what you have, part of their brain is seeing that your HP is going down and theirs is not, because they drank their healing potions, because they use their spells, whatever. There are a lot of different ways to figure out how you can bait. But it has to be build dependent. I mean, people also do the swapping. That's also a sort of bait, you know. You equip one set of items, and then when the enemy starts showing interest, you quickly swap and try to take the fight on a different set. There is like there are so many creative ways that you can bait. I mean, if you're very confident, you can do this. Like baiting with your HP is like you have to be a bit better and actually understand. Then it's not like just you can start right away, right? Like crossbow players usually learn to do this quite well, but they have to play for a while, I think, until they start doing it. So they get low on purpose. But something similar is also to just waste your spells, you know? Sometimes when I'm trying to dismount someone and they don't want to fight, one thing I can do is just in front of them use all of my spells. Use my E just randomly on the ground, use my armor, so then they see that, oh, okay, if they take a fight now, like my important spells are on cooldown for 25 seconds, you know? So they have an advantage. What about the 0.01% gamble chance to get Mammoth Calf? I don't know if that's the case, Sparkly. Are you sure you can get a Mammoth Calf? From the monthly chest, yes, absolutely. Here. From this white one, yeah, but from the ones you get from here, the tier 7 chest with favor, are you sure you can get a Mammoth Calf? Because I've kind of heard it both ways, and I've definitely not heard from anyone ever that has told me that they got one. Not that that's a conversation I commonly have with people, like, yo, nice to meet you, have you gotten a Mammoth Calf from a chest? But I've never heard, I also haven't seen, like, streamers or content creators talk about that they got a Mammoth Calf for someone on Reddit. Whereas the white one for sure has a Mammoth Calf drop chance. I'm keeping all those mounts for the last year or two, I don't know if it makes sense not claiming them. I mean, keeping them in your bank, right? Because if I don't claim it here... Oh, wait, I can claim it later. Oh, I can, okay. I didn't know. I just realized. Oh, okay. I thought I missed it. Okay, so I missed the chest in May. I missed the Raven. And, okay, June I got the horse at least, but I missed the chest. Okay, this is awesome. I don't know, I never clicked this button until just now you said it, and I started thinking that, yo, maybe that's what you meant. Okay, I see. So I have some stuff. I actually have a bunch of chests as well. That's maybe I should open those later as well. I have a bunch of these white chests somewhere as well. Forget your Invis potion. No. Oh, you are in combat now, sir. Yeah. I'm gonna go towards the exit. Okay, yeah, he did turn around. I was right. The combat won't last that long, though, so he'll probably still get out. Unless he hits me with another one of those. He's out of combat already, I think, yeah. Well. Thanks for following, Brother Pennies. And Brother Penny says, most informative in Albion stream, thank you. Happy to be that guy. If I can spread the fun of PvP. And for me, I keep saying this, yeah, I am regular human, I enjoy winning and I don't enjoy losing, but I'm having, like, the biggest thing that makes me enjoy it is usually the feeling that I'm getting better. That's why it's so addictive also to play something difficult content, I don't know, new build or something like that. Because then I feel like the progress is a bit faster. Doesn't mean that I don't want to chill sometimes, you know, and just have, like, some relaxed time, but generally, yeah. So, my way of having fun usually is making sure I learn something. Like, not to trust a dude that says, let's kill a rat first, and then we will have the amazing fight that we were having before. We'll continue the amazing fight we were having before. Learning things like that. Slowly grinding fame for Daybreaker specs. Got to 70 specs today. Nice. Yeah, the cost is the only thing. The cost of the Daybreaker is the only thing that... Ooh. Only thing that makes me think that, you know, you need to kind of... Daybreaker for low tiers and we're learning for someone really new, Daybreaker is not ideal. The only thing is because just constantly buying Daybreakers is a bit expensive. He has 14 stacks red. I'm pretty sure he will fight, right? He also has the raid jacket. I have only 6 stacks and I'm blue. I don't know if I can just outbrawl him without using my E. Kinda need to figure it out. Let's see if he comes after it. Kinda need to figure it out. I need to remember, you know, he has extra healing potion because he has red buff, right? And of course also he will have... Is he coming? Yeah, he is coming. Nice. And he will also have the 14 stacks versus 6, right? So it's essentially like 1 extra... I mean, 6 stacks is about 1 extra tier. So 8 stacks is a bit over 1 tier. But now he drank, so now at least the potion argument at least is kind of even now. Maybe I just never use my E until he Infernos. He also changed his helmet correctly to the shield. I mean, okay, whatever, we go for it. I'm just not sure. Oh, he's on triple kick. What? Okay, then he's not fighting. Either he's not fighting, or it's just became a much easier decision for me. Not saying it's like a one fight, but it means that I can just stand on top of him and brawl him forever. Okay. He's actually full running away. He doesn't understand that he has red buff and 14 stacks, I think. I think he doesn't understand like what that does. Because your buff expired. Yeah, exactly. I mean, blue buff anyway, so. I don't think he understands that he has 8 more stacks and a red buff. And I think he's thinking that simply because he used the potion, that's like GG, he's not even gonna try the fight anymore. Too bad. I'm not clearing these mobs to take the buff. I'm just doing something while I'm waiting for him and also clearing my path to him. Okay. I think he understands that. A lot of like, because it's not clear from the tooltip. I don't blame people. It's not clear from the tooltip, so a lot of beginners don't know this. I also didn't know this for a long time. That every stack of this gives you 2% damage and defense, right? So if he doesn't understand that, like having 8 more stacks is 16% damage and almost 16% more defense. It's essentially like. As I've been saying, 6 stacks is essentially close to 1 tier. Just the only thing that the percentage you need to account for is that it's base, right? It's like in many games, it's like it's calculated from base damage, right? So it's like every next percentage is like worth a little bit less, right? How exactly do you counter Avalonian Fists on fair fight? Yesterday I had a very easy fight. Daybreaker is pretty good against it. this fight, if you were here or you weren't, if you're asking, but this is very, very easy because Daybreaker E gives you CC immunity, right? So you can E, you can dodge their E because, you know, you won't get stunned or knocked up. Also against this, against Devastating Combo. If you dodge the first part, the second part also won't work. Like if you E while they are Devastating Combo you, or if you E through them and they use Devastating Combo while you're in E. I mean, right now you saw also when I started fighting him, my Armor of Valor, his Devastating Combo. Essentially, like without the buff difference, if I'm just fighting Fists of Avalon or like same IP, I think I can just kind of stand and brawl. It will come down to whether I'm able to dodge some of his E's or not. If I dodge one E, then I should have a big advantage. But generally, I can like like Daybreaker. I think is one of the best ones against Fists of Avalon. At least the regular Daybreaker build. Another way you can counter them is having some sort of defensive that you can use to react to their E. Maybe you have some sort of dash, like Bloodletter can be really good with two options, 2 dashes that you can react to their E with because their E is really slow. Soldier Helmet is kind of okay. But the thing with Soldier Helmet is, if you click it when they start flying towards you with E, by the time your Soldier Helmet is done, like you will block the knock-up when they land on top of you, but when your Soldier Helmet ends, they still... 15 seconds. They still have the second part of their E. This guy is actually worth more than the Bolt Casters. I trust that his Undead Cape was procced before because he was invisible earlier in the camp. Sorry, sir, but your PPT Poppity, your items are my property. Let's see what the other guy does. Tier 6 with Assassin Shoes. Am I worried? I'm gonna change the Kickpod just in case, but I don't think he's gonna fight me, right? I'm too scary. Never mind. Maybe I should have just eaten there. I mean, he's hoping for the fight, right? That's why he keeps turning back. Well, tier 6, right? So it's not like he can do that much. I really 100,000,000% expected him to go for the combo the moment his cape procced. That's why I instantly eat. I mean, obviously, removing the cape is very nice as well, but it also gives me the ECC immunity. But yo, big respect, he did try to fight. Let's take the chest and then it's time to go because I am overloaded already. I also somehow have managed to get 1 mil in... or sorry, 2 mil almost in stuff. Oh yeah, I still have the... Wait, what? I'm a Boltcaster's main all of a sudden. Where is my... Okay. I still have the items from the first Boltcasters as well. Okay, but this is nice. Thank you, Haha, for explaining, and everyone else also. If anyone here didn't know, you learned it together with me. What I just realized from Haha's comment, which is that it's this one. That you can go back and claim stuff you forgot earlier. Man, I should go... probably earlier I was good at taking them, yeah. So yeah, I have some stuff before, but last month, yeah. 14 minus 6 is 8 stacks diff. Yes? Wait. Oh, yeah, I was correct. Yeah, I thought you were saying my math was not the mathing, yeah. Can I have the chest? Man, I feel almost bad. Mr. Spear, I am sorry. But what if there's an 8.4 cape? I mean, maybe I should still let him have it, but no. I am preparing to become... Oh, 300k. I'm preparing to be a high IP player. Not professionally all the time, but often enough. Yesterday I got I definitely felt the excitement of... Oh, he wants to fight, and I'm not giving him a fight. Okay, I don't think he wants to fight. There's zero chance. I don't think he has any way. Like, the bolt casters at least has some way to cheese me into dying or making some big mistake, I don't know. But on Spear, I don't think he can overcome this sort of difference in a bad matchup. So, yeah. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, that I feel like I need to learn to be a high IP player also. Wait, did I? Oh, yeah, I claimed these. And, for high IP player, if you see a chest and everyone else is weaker, you take the chest and kill everyone else. And then laugh. This is not here. The rest of it goes in here, so our day is already looking profitable. I wonder how much I'm risking. Actually, the gig bots, I don't mind. Let's keep the gig bots and let's put these chests in the other... Oops. In the supplies tab. I have a bunch of chests in Limhurst. Maybe I'll open them later today in the stream. I have a bunch of these chests, I think, like 3 or 4. Not like crazy big numbers, but still. Oh, I have a lot of already gig bots. Okay. And today is looking 4 mil up so far. Good start. This equalizes any IP diff and gives him about 100 extra. Yeah, there wasn't an IP diff overall. He was also tier 7 weapon and tier 8 armor like I am. He did have lower specs in the weapon though, so likely also in other weapons in the same tree. So, and for Wrist of Avalon, the weapon IP actually matters quite a bit, you know, for his, because he does a lot of burst damage with his weapon specifically. So yeah, but I agree, Killer, I agree. That situation for the fists definitely was not a bad situation, even after his cape was on cooldown. Definitely, I would have fought there. Okay. Oh wait. I have a request from Tosha, so we're gonna take a little bit of a break from the Brawl Breaker. Yo, that's a good name, the Brawl Breaker. Although Brawl Breaker sounds like the dude that, you know, like if two guys are starting to get into a fight, you know, it's starting to get aggressive. Then the dude who comes in between, like, yo, guys, relax, you know, stop this, you know. That sounds like that guy should be called the Brawl Breaker. Do I have another empty tab? No, I don't. I'm too lazy. At the beginning of the stream, I didn't sell all the loot tabs either. Whoa. Okay, so can I just take this tab and drop everything here at the bottom of this tab? Okay. So the last couple of rows is the build. We're gonna come back to this in half an hour, don't worry. But we have something else to do, because you can use channel points in Twitch to request a build, and Tosha has just done that. So let's see, what am I gonna buy in tier 7? And then we'll talk about it. And any questions I will also check. And before that, let's see what I missed in chat. Mr. Rex Jump. Oh, I hope you're still here, because I put the chat like on almost my whole monitor, because the new chat is a bit confusing. So some of the events I miss a little bit for a couple minutes. Actually, maybe I can just move it down here like this. Anyway, Rex Jump, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I hope you're still here, and I hope you can show off your awesome spear in front of your name. I mean, surely you're still here. It was like a couple minutes ago, but still. Everyone else can raise their spears for the newest subscriber. Man, I want to have a real spear to raise like this. And Key Mysterio, thanks for following. And let's see, what did Tosha say? I hope you wrote it in chat. Tosha. Standard quarterstaff build. Let me go for a horse. And I'm gonna buy some books. I think I'm gonna need some books, right? So, Tosha redeemed for me to play whatever build he chooses. I'm gonna play that tier 7 for about half an hour. And he says, standard quarterstaff build. I'm trying, but I lack a lot of damage in same tier high. Hunterhood, okay. Quarterstaff. Okay, at least I can equip it. We're gonna do this, and... I can't go life leech. Every 10 auto attacks. Okay, whatever, let's take energetic for the start and then we'll see. Soldier boots. I'm gonna be in a bit of a situation where everything is much higher IP than my actual quarterstaff. Merc jacket. Nice. Actually, this might be 5-2, might be better, yeah. Because you can see, like, my quarterstaff right now is 400 IP lower. We'll fix it in a moment by using a couple tomes, but still. Then we have Hunter Hood. Luckily, Hunter Hood also has an actually useful spell now. This one. And what about Cape? No Cape, Tosha, or did you just forget to write it? And then easily gonna get healing potions, I think. No reason to overthink it. Flat 6 potion for tier 7. And Snapper. Also, no reason to overthink it, I think. I could go for like beef stew or something, but... Any cape, food, and potion you like. Well, that's not a difficult decision then. Smuggler's Cape it is. And I just need one food. I'm not gonna reset anyway, and it's like half an hour. I could take Siphoned Energy just in case I get into a good fight, but... Where I need it. But I need a tome. I hope I have some tomes. I need a tome because my quarterstaff spec is... like this. So I need a tome so that I can actually put a bit of fame credits, so I mean, I start at least from somewhere. So, like this. Use. And now I have, now I have at least one spec here. So because we're from 0, I cannot put fame tomes or fame credits. And let's start at, let's put it like 40. Let's do 40. I'm doing this because quarterstaff in general is a fun, good weapon that I'm gonna want to play at some point anywhere. But this still means that overall my quarterstaff IP is 300 less than everything else. So essentially, I'm playing a 4.0 quarterstaff, you could say. So my damage is going to be non-existent, but I am going to be pretty tanky though. Because, I mean, if I fight like a tier... The problem is, someone looks at me and if they are tier 6 or tier 7, they will think that I am tier 7. But secretly, I'm actually like 4.1, let's say, At least it looks pretty cool. Although it is clipping through my cosmetic here. But the way he's holding it, it's awesome. The Wukong style. Hi, my king with Kong buddy. How are you? What's up, Wilsons? I am doing well. Okay. I need to mount up and look for something. Quarterstaff also very good for open world. Oh, he's not fighting. Oh, but don't Gatherer though. Interesting. Let's see if I missed something. What do you recommend instead of Valor? And do we not use Cripple against swords anymore? I don't think we do now. Instead of Armor of Valor, you mean? Or instead of Helmet of Valor? Or what do you mean? Deandra, explain. Earlier, and the build I was playing earlier that I'm gonna go back to is like a Daybreaker, Brawl only Daybreaker. Man, I do no damage, right? Yeah. Yeah, but also, I mean, I am gonna want to play quarterstaff at some point anyway, so it's really not that big of a loss. But also, I mean, if I put it on 60, is it? Okay, let's put it on 60. It's not like a huge difference, but let's say we have farmed it up for an hour and a half. I mean, it's probably more. To get to 60, it's more like 3 hours. But I mean, now it's 181, and the rest of my items, there's still like a 250 difference between the actual tier 7 items, but... And I also don't have... I do have Stun Run. I'm not probably going to use Cartwheel anyway. I mean, I could actually, but the problem is, if I had some damage in my helmet or my armor, I could try to play like some sort of cheese mobility build with Cartwheel, but I don't think I can this way. 28 damage with each auto attack, that's scary. Yeah, unless I hit the W. Sorry, yeah, if I hit all the W's, then it will be more, right? But yeah, I'm not doing much. But I mean, I'm auto attacking decently fast though. Let's see, if I hit all 3, then I'm hitting 41, 41, 120. Wait, is it like, it's a 3 auto attacks rhythm, yeah? Look, 1, 2, 3. You see, the third attack is 83 every time. Drink some water, man. Okay, sir. I mean... Thank you. There's also a channel point redemption that Fishy just redeemed. My bottle is full. It's time to get a new bottle. But bottle is full, so yeah, it is a good time. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate with channel points, and it's also a reminder to everyone else. Okay, let's see. Today, as always, first hours of stream, usually a lot of missed action. All those guys I saw on Daybreaker, some of them should still be here. Is the shield from Hunterhood better than Reflect? Yeah, I mean, everything is better. The Hunterhood Reflect is just shit. In my opinion, it's just weak. It has very long cooldown, and it is borderline useless in many situations. And yet, yes, it is good in some cases where enemy has a lot of telegraph damage. Like against the dual swords, it can be good. When you know when, you can predict and see the enemy big damage, but those situations are not so common. And one of the situations where Hunterhood was still, even after all the nerfs, when I was already saying that it's absolute shit, I think it was still kind of, I mean, it's still kind of popular because, you know, people watch old guides, or because it seems like a very simple item to use. But it was still like meaningfully popular during the Stalker Jacket meta, where a lot of the high IP attackers that would attack you would use the Stalker Jacket. So that would be another type of damage where you could kind of reliably counter it with Hunterhood. Of course, best players could, you know, use Stalker Hood and then just go away from under you. But still. But especially now that there isn't like a Stalker Jacket meta, Hunterhood in general is very weak. Let's see. I don't have a purge, so I cannot remove his boots. I can do this. See, maybe I don't even need to use my healing potion. I didn't. We get to keep it. Okay. I mean, having soldier boots was the answer here, you know? I don't have a purge for his soldier boots, but hey, he didn't expect that, right? I don't think the curse staff expected. How dare he also use Wanderlust? Brand new torch. Yeah, big bad owl, yeah. Let's see. Let's see if I can find a buyer for this torch. It's gonna be difficult to sell. Yeah, I don't think that. I think the care staff is sitting there thinking that's unfair. Why did he use Wanderlust? Only I'm supposed to use Wanderlust. Okay, well, at least he did come to the camp, which is nice. Maybe we'll find another person here. Okay, let's see. Quarterstaff loot moment. Does it affect my Giga Big loot? No, very, very average. Not average in a bad way, just very, very average for a purple chest. Is Witchcraft Staff good for small-scale PvP? I don't know that so long. I mean, not witchcraft, you mean witch work. I don't know the specifics. Like, in a general way, answer yes or no. Yes, witch work is very good for when you're like for clumping people together. You know, if your whole point is to clap, yes, witch work is not just good. It's kind of like a necessary part of the small scale. But for more in-depth analysis on small scale PvP, I'm not your guy, because my experience of small scale is just having fun with friends. On NA, the friends I had fun with admittedly were usually pretty good at like they had experience with that specific content type. So at least I know they were doing things kind of, seriously. But still, I was just having fun. I wasn't taking it too seriously. On AU, the friends I played with were not like even any sort of small scale experts, but were just like me, just go out there and do random stuff together. Not just the torch. The torch stolen from curse user. It rises in value. Oh damn! Then I should not have destroyed it. Well, there is no torch. You need to remember. There is no torch. The torch does not exist. The trash rate. Well, I mean, even if nothing trashes. Oh, yeah, okay. He was like mostly tier 6, right? Kind of interesting choice, right? Torch for curse staff. Curse staffs usually don't attack much, and even with grudge, the attack speed is your enemy, even, I would say, right? Because you're trying not to attack when you're using grudge. Like, I not to attack too often, I mean. Tier 5 Claymore. What's the build? Okay, he just had tier 6 curse staff and tier 5 everything else. This makes sense. Upgrading your curse staff a little bit above everything else is not a bad idea. Add a sound for point rewards, man. Can I do that? Can I do that? Add sounds for point rewards? I'm not Googling, I'm putting it in my notes as a thing to Google. I mean, yeah, that would work, yeah. It's okay, I'm constantly looking at the feed of stuff. It's just that... And before, I was noticing everything, but now this week, since it's now also available on YouTube, my brain is kind of getting used to the new chat. Plus, I made the chat bigger, so it covers... Hey, it doesn't matter. Anyway. Let's see, but what if I missed something that you wanted to talk about? Then feel free to actually just write it again. Or tell me that I missed it. Kiesel said, my favorite weapon, let's go. Quarterstaff, you like it? Yeah, Quarterstaff it's been on my radar also now as something to try out soon. Oh, the Badon might play. Oh, that's another. Against Quarterstaff, like, his Hunter Hood is also not bad. I don't know if I can... maybe I do this. It's not ideal for damage. He says, or what? Oh, okay, I have to attack him. I'm not gonna E anyway, so... With a stun run, I have some chance of cancelling his spell also. Is he just giving me his items? Oh man, what is happening? Yeah, I think he's playing from a mobile and he's just... The game is broken, yeah. I still have a potion, I can reset, okay. Okay. Let's fight when full. But the problem is I don't think it's gonna get any better. I think it's gonna be the same if we fight again, yeah. Like, if I let him get full and we take a fight, I don't know. Maybe it will go over, but it feels like his lag will be back. Ares said, Vic Zane, Witchwork is only used in clap comps and mostly for bomb squad, content in which it's the king weapon. Yes. Oh, okay, so small scale is not... I mean, yeah. If you're not clapping, yeah, it's not using it, but for clap, I think it's mandatory, right? Honestly, any other application of it as comp weapon is dwarfed by more tanky options. Oh, okay, I see. Yo, okay, I see. Okay, see, you got a much better answer. So, yo. Solo, this was a question from YouTube chat. Okay, let's go. Why isn't he Hunter Hooding? He still has Hunter Hood. Every time I E, he should Hunter Hood. I thought I would at least cancel it, but no, that's fine still. Well, now we actually played... Oh, he doesn't have Hunter Hood, I see. Now it's fair. Now I'm not gonna let you reset. Now this is not lag. This is my items. Your items in my pocket. But, okay, well, good fight. I mean, he was tier 6, so... And I think Stunrun was correct. I would never have been able to catch him without it. And obviously also... I mean, Merc and Inferno, kind of both okay, but the thing, I can't reliably Merc Jacket on top of him, right? Because I'm always running after him, as you saw. So if I use Mercenary, I will have to Merc a mob, and Inferno is just good against E. Even though it doesn't reflect, it's still good against his E, so... Both of the changes are pretty straightforward as well. Thanks for following, Gun Crasher and X Mohammed 55. Nice to have you. I am generally playing a Brawling Daybreaker today, I think. Or maybe not, I will play different things. But there's a channel point redeem, and Tosha has used his channel points to redeem for me to play the build of his choosing, which is this Quarterstaff build that I'm currently playing. And it is already fun, and I know that Quarterstaff is Quarterstaff is great. It is kind of similar place as Spear right now. It's by no means like a meta weapon. It's not super strong for solo PvP, unless you go open world and you're just clearing camps mostly. But it is very viable. It is not the best, but it is strong, and it is versatile in a nice way. It is fun because you have to actually think what you're doing in fights, and you're kind of approaching different fights differently. Although, unlike the Spear or like things like Carving, you're not really kiting anyone usually. You are usually the guy trying to create brawls, but you're still playing around your cooldowns a lot more than like something like Dual Swords or Battle Axe. You are a little bit more dependent on like making sure that or figuring out when to use your spells. Which isn't to say that you can't do that on Dual Swords or Battle Axe, but you know, those are easier. And at least at lower level, you know, you can be pretty successful with Dual Swords or Battle Axe, even if you just click everything the moment it's ready, almost. Are there Murder Ledger for Mists? Fishy, there is a Killboard 1 website. Under the Twitch stream, there's also this extension. I hope it works right now. I feel I've been using Killboard 1 now for a while, more than Murder Ledger. The only thing that Murder Ledger I think is nice, you can search for opponents a bit better. Like if you open like yourself or somebody's profile, you can search, okay, show me this guy's fights when he was playing Spear and the enemy was playing like Quarterstaff, for example, you know. I don't think you can do that in Killboard 1, but a lot of other functions on Killboard 1 seem to be very good. So it is... and you can... I don't think you can just specify mists, but you can specify... You can filter for kills that are just solo PvP fights, and solo which are not corrupted. Corrupted are separated in Killboard 1. EU server? Yes, Mr. Jabs, I'm playing on EU server. And this is because of ping. Oh, whoops, I cancelled. Because ping is such a big part. Unfortunate to admit, but ping really matters for PvP. Especially solo PvP, you know. The more people there are in a fight, from a scale to from solo to ZVZ, the closer you are to ZVZ, the more it is the like grand strategy, right? The movement of the whole team, the kind of synchronizing your abilities becomes much more important, and the closer you are to solo, the more important every single spell is. Every spell usage, hitting every spell, timing your defensive, stuff like that. And for the small, like when you have only one person or duos and so on, ping is gonna matter, because like missing one spell because of ping or not being able to react to something is going to have a very critical impact. How you get 800 mil? Guys, we have found to a we have gotten to a place where it's the question is how you get 800 mil. It's always been how did you get to 1 bill, because I've always been over 1 bill, but now Jabs is asking how I got to 800 mil. It's time for me to sell all the loot and get back to 1 bill. Maybe that should be the goal. Yo, maybe that should be the goal for this week, for my streams this week. To get, I mean, I just need to sell everything I have in my loot tabs and open maybe some of the chests. Although I don't want to use the favor, but okay. Get back to 1 bill and then go for like 8-3 and stuff like that. We'll see. But the answer, Jabs, to your question is just I'm just playing Mists. Yeah, Aries does a correct answer, but Jabs is asking in YouTube chat that there's no... I don't think you have those commands there. On Twitch chat, you can have the ! silver to see the link to the video where I talk about how I got to 1 bill on EU. And it's pretty much just, the answer is just PvP. I mean, there's a lot of more in the video of the actual strategies I used, but... and how I was thinking about it, yeah, but what I was doing. But the short answer is just PvP. I'm playing Mists, solo or duo, being very good with my silver, so I'm not wasting money on useless upgrades. And I am, I am playing middling tiers, which are the easiest to make big profits with. Like right now, I'm playing the channel point redeem, but today also earlier I was playing tier 7, tier 8. It's much easier to make money with tier 7, tier 8 than anything else. Man, it's satisfying. This is also kind of like not exactly as awesome as maybe Poglog bonking, but the spells are satisfying. They look and sound awesome. I actually feel like a bit of a Wukong type of warrior, you know? I like it. I really like it. Yes. And yeah, I know, like many of you have heard me say this already 20 times, but someone who's, if you haven't, part of the answer, just to be clear, when I say that the billion silver, well, no, a bit less, but generally the billion silver is from PvP. Just to be clear, no, from PvP doesn't mean only from other people's inventories. It's not only killing people, but all the chests, you know, all the PvE kind of objectives in Mists, in Nightfall Abbeys. A little bit also in Roads of Avalon, not much, but a little bit. And I'm gonna be honest, I kind of feel like making silver is not difficult. What is difficult is making silver while you are trying to get better, while you're trying to have fun. Because it's kind of, you have to decide often, right? On stream you see the situations a lot. I have to decide, do I take this fight? Do I abuse this ratting situation or not? Do I take this difficult fight or not? That is like, psychologically, it's a bit like, it's a bit more difficult. But if your goal for whatever period of time is just to make silver, I don't think it can really be difficult. Now, it's a bit different on mobile, maybe. I don't know. But I'm trying to... One moment. This is like a small button. Okay, whatever. It's just a small button on my shirt, you know, because it's like... This button should keep this together so that it's more comfortable. In case you're wondering, what the hell is that face? I was trying to get that button back because it got unbuttoned. So the sleeve is going to fall apart soon. But yeah, I don't think I don't mean this as a flame. Like if you're struggling, obviously at the beginning for a long time, silver was an issue also for me. But at some point, I feel like silver is not really gonna be an issue for you either if you play a bit of Albion. And this doesn't just come down to okay, you get better at PvP. Of course, a very big part of it is that you get better at PvP. Which means that you win some fights, or you survive a lot of situations, you know? Because at the beginning, if someone gets close to you, you are someone stronger, you are dead. But for an experienced player, you've seen this also on my stream, you know? The swapper, like some dude swaps to 8.3 and attacks me, that doesn't instantly mean I'm dead. Yeah, I'm in a bad situation, and I have some chance of dying there, for sure. But it doesn't mean that I'm dead, right? I have spells, I have mobility, I can react to it. Ooh, we have a tier 6 overcharged quarterstaff. I have never fought quarterstaff versus quarterstaff at all. We're actually going to change to Hunterhood. This is one of those matchups. His Q is kind of weird, though. No, that's not the button I wanted to click. Okay. It's okay. I still have my Hunter Hood though. Tier 6 battle bracers. I'm not going to be able to out-mobility battle bracers in any way, shape, or form. His plan is to helmet me while I'm in the air, yeah? Oh shit. That was his plan. No, he missed so badly. Why did you miss? Oh, that's why he's doing it. Okay, I see. Goodbye. I don't know what happened there. I still have 2 potions. No, he has... That was awesome. We both had some outplays there with the dodging. Okay, I see the point of him keeping himself on the what's it called, on the cartwheel, right? It was good for dodging, and he was able to cancel my Gale Dance. That was cool though. That was cool. Oh, okay. At least that one E that the second time I used Hunter Hood, at least he hit it, right? The first time I was Hunter Hooding and then he missed his E. It was also kind of... I don't know what his specs are. He was overcharged. I don't know what his specs are. Another thing. Maybe he has same like IP in his jacket as me. I'm not sure. But don't forget, my quarterstaff is like 2 tiers lower than it actually seems. So that's also why it took so long. I'm barely doing damage. It's not a tier 7 amount of damage. Oh wait, what was his food actually? Can we see it? No, he had soup equipped. I didn't notice. I'm guessing roast snapper because he had this in inventory. If he didn't miss, he would have won. Yeah, same for me. If I didn't miss, I also would have won like 15 seconds ago. Can you interrupt E? Did it seem to me? Or did he actually... Wait. You can interrupt E. Holy shit. Why don't I always do this? Man, I should have just done that in the end. You can... I mean, okay, sorry. I don't mean that you can interrupt your enemies E. Yeah. I mean you can, like, cancel them. Cancel. Yeah, that's a better word. Yeah. Can't interrupt. Also, when we both jumped... I don't know if... it seemed like only he got knocked up. I think we both took damage, though. But I can do this, you know? Okay, I need my E to fight the spear. Spear fighting me on cripple, that's interesting. Okay, proper tier 7 spear. This should be my demise. Oh, come on, bro. I wasn't running away. I just wanted my E. Where is he going? Come on, Mr. Spear. I wasn't running away from you. I just went for the juicy gatherer. And then I had the cooldown. Oh, maybe Spear's here. Oh shit. We have some gamers here, but I am low tier, so I'm not too worried. I am juicier than I think, you know. I am tier 7. It's just that I am weak in reality, but the bird and the bear post should be looking at each other mostly here. The bear post can definitely just 1v1 kill me, I think, with this build he's running. Oh, they're gonna go for the chest. Hello, Victor. We hope you know Tintos today. Yeah, Amro. Yeah. I don't feel I don't feel the emotion anymore, but it is a meme that is gonna live with me forever. That name, that concept. He was using snapper. Okay. Yeah, it would make sense. Yeah, otherwise the fight would have probably gone my way earlier already. But I don't know. I haven't tried quarterstaff with heals. I haven't tried quarterstaff at all. Hello. Oh, there's a fire. Fire. You fake it works every time. Yeah, I should have. You know, in the end, if I faked it like this, like he faked once in the middle of mobs, but I didn't fully realize it. In the end, if I faked it, I probably could have gotten him to use cartwheel, and then after that, I just hit my E and he's dead. Did you test Q1? No. Do you think I should? I mean, I'm definitely gonna play quarterstaff for real at some point. If you joined in during last half an hour, this is kind of the ending of this half an hour of redemption. So Tosha used channel points to get me to play quarterstaff, because you can do that, you know, on Twitch. One of the channel point redemptions is to make me play any build. I will just buy it in tier 7 and play it for half an hour. So it's not actually, I'm not actually exploring quarterstaff right now, but it is definitely, as I said, it's very fun, and I knew it was fun. It's not surprisingly super fun like the Grove Keeper. Quarterstaff is predictably fun, in the sense that, I mean, I expected it. I kind of want to check out the chest though. There's definitely a fight there. Q1 makes more damage but useless with Mercenary Jacket. More damage? I don't believe you. Are you sure? If I hit Q2s, it gets to a very low cooldown, right? Oh, come on! Okay, proper rat strat with Wanderlust. Oh shit, we need to kill the bird. No! No more mobility. Why is he so fast? He's gonna have boots soon. At least the Phoenix is in fight with me, but I'm gonna run out of this fight soon. Yeah, the Phoenix is gonna get away. I can't fight the tier 8 Phoenix. Well, it was a good try. Is he fighting like this? No, he's not. No, the Mercenary Jacket is not enough. His next big burst, I'm just dead anyway. Yeah, this thing, I'm just gonna be dead, right? Yeah, maybe I needed but to change my Q, but I mean obviously for the fight, not for the rat. Hey, it's good. I deserve that. Changing boots, very, very iffy, but you know, it gives me a chance. If they fight and they get a bit lower, it definitely gives me a chance. But I probably, maybe not necessary. Maybe I could have done the same with the other boots, but I wanted to try for it in the end. Can you iframe his W? I don't think I'm immune to damage, am I? Am I crazy? I am immune to damage, right, you're right. So that's why, so I didn't take damage when we both jumped with the quarterstaffs. Why have I never thought about this? I don't remember any quarterstaff using this against me. You are right. Damn, so I could have. I mean, okay, once again, soldier boots, no. But with regular boots, if I was in regular boots, I don't need to use I don't need to use my E to get on top of him, right? Damn, you're right. So that's what happened. Yo, that's what happened the first time when we fought each other with this quarterstaff. That's what happened, right? That's why I hit him and he didn't hit me. Because he landed first and I was still in the air. Ooh, Mr. Jolson of the Frog. Wait. You're not going to work before I give you a shout out. And then you can go. Then you're free. Thank you for raiding. Dear frogs, and the frog lovers, welcome to the stream. I just finished the channel point redemption. For half an hour I played the build. You can also, if you have channel points, do this. Tosha decided that I will play tier 7 like whatever build you give me, I will buy in tier 7 and play it. So I played quarterstaff without specs, and it was very fun. And then I tried some Giga Ratting play and just got destroyed anyway. But we're gonna go back to playing what I started the stream with, which is a very brawl heavy, only brawling Daybreaker. Just trying to try different things on Daybreaker. Thank you for raiding. Welcome in raiders to the channel where I die and you learn. Or sometimes you die and I learn. Well, yeah. Anyway, we do a lot of solo PvP here and then analyze what the hell went wrong this time. And I'm having a lot of fun. So this is the build that I'm gonna be running until I die, and then we'll see. But I want to try different things with Daybreakers at middling tiers. And one of the things I was thinking about is to see what happens if I just go full brawl. Like the idea of the build is just I'm gonna turn my brain off. I'm just gonna brawl. I'm not gonna think much. I'm just gonna go next to the enemy and see who dies first. Is it me or is it them? Which is why I have also Royal March, so in case they start running away, I can catch up. Yeah, but he needed for mobility. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Arius, exactly. If I was not on... I changed to Wanderlust for that big IQ ratting play. But if I did not change when I saw them, fighting, if I didn't change to Wanderlust on regular boots, I can try to use my boots to get close, and I'm not as reliant. Also, looking back, I mean, I don't even have Cartwheel unlocked, so I cannot think about that. But in theory, I could use also Cartwheel to dodge his big damage, right? That's why quarterstaff shipped on one-hand curses. Huh. You didn't tell... Did you tell me that? Did I miss it in chat? We fought the one-hand curse, right? This guy attacked me, like, the moment I started this quarterstaff run. You've never told me I can iframe that. And I'm very surprised that I've never thought about that. But I'm not only immune to crowd control, but also to actual damage. So in quarterstaff versus quarterstaff fight, whoever E's first loses, right? Because the other person will just instantly E as well, and that's going to be the end of it. Now, this is bad because I need to change food, so I'm going to run away for a moment and then come back. He didn't purge my boots though, interestingly enough. Okay. He's gonna catch up with next boots and we're gonna fight this. Obviously, I just need the 10 seconds for my food, Since they added 10 seconds when you want to change items. Or he can just go on top of the mob. It's a bit annoying, to be honest. He has to purge my boots, but I don't think he can get close enough. So I guess we go for a reset and we fight then. Deflect also actually okay for this. I hope he... Yeah, he's coming next. Give me a moment. Sec. You want to miss? Wow, you can never stop learning something new in this game. Yeah, you will never stop learning. That's why it's fun, It's not just fun for a couple weeks. It's fun for a couple years because there's so much always to learn. Do I just change my boots and not worry about it? I mean, he's not gonna run away from me anyway, right? Who is this? Oh shit. Well, we have to 2v1 the Death Givers now. I have Armor of Valor against the little Phoenix, right? I just realized. I just need the Phoenix to not die, or not Phoenix, but the Imp to not die instantly. I use my boots. I can't catch him anymore. Yeah. And I changed my boots just before that. Everything's going wrong. If I was still on the previous boots. Okay, he used this potion as well, actually, so we're fine for the 1v1 fight. Another reason why you see a lot of, not just for 1v1 fights, another reason why you often see like guys playing 8.3 be more willing to play a plate armor, like this Death Cures. If he was on leather armor, running into a situation like this, where two guys are teaming up, you have a lot less time to decide what's up, and you are at much more risk. Is he able to dismount him, actually? He's still kind of low, but... Nah, he still has horse. So yeah, so this guy is also... part of the reason why it's good for him to have plate armor is to, you know, survive this. I know that I trust the Imp, but in this case, you know, it's a bit different. You know, this guy is worth so much more. So the Imp, from his... Even if this is Tinto, he's still probably gonna try to do everything he can to kill that guy first. But if he betrays me, at least I'm at tier 8. I'm being more conscious of this, you know. We both have no potion, so yeah. I just realized that. Man, we can't just stop fight every time we see someone. Oh, this time I'm winning though. I'm not winning, yeah. He still has mercenary, yeah. He is a mercenary. But I mean, I have a potion and he doesn't. The Death Cures is here. Kind of on wrong boots here. Yeah, he's gonna kill me if I don't run into my friend in time. Actually, no, he already used boots, so he can't kill me. Well, at least we made a friend. Faith in humanity restored. Yeah, but in this case, we are the low IP guys. The other guy is high, so it's financially less useful for him to betray me as much. And to think about it, plus, you know, it's also worth less, you know? He's not gonna sacrifice. He's not gonna become the worst human person in the history of the universe just to get a tier 8 set. And you can cancel his W with W2. Where this was about when we talked about quarterstaff, yeah. This. Yes. True. Maybe you should use stun speed W when you try to rat. Yeah, maybe. I mean, this guy is following now. Not shapeshifter, but energy shaker. Honestly, I think everyone thought your infinite wisdom meant you knew. Yeah, okay, you're right. No, I understood. Yeah. That is, it wasn't an actual like, why didn't you tell me moment. What do we do? What do we do with our lives? What is delay in the Twitch comments? It looks like 5 minutes. I am sorry, bro. It might just mean that... Oh, you mean... No, the one on stream, you see it always. The delay is in my head, Logmir, not in actual Twitch. It's just that I'm trying. I am not very good at ignoring stuff. So I usually, when I look back, I see, okay, my brain knows where I left off reading chat. And I continue from there, you know? But there's so much is happening also. I am getting better, you know? Chat has been more and more active, especially now with 2 chats. So I am essentially getting better at... let's change boots. Getting better at just ignoring some stuff because I can't read everything, unfortunately. Oh shit, we have a hammer player. Man, he has a bubble. Okay, I am losing faith in my friend because the guy has a bubble. He's trying to dismount him. I want to go for the shapeshifter though. I'm gonna kill some mobs here. Everything is fine, I'm just joking. Yeah, I know. I'm just telling you, the delay is in my head. Quarterstaffer's bird, you can cancel his E with your E knockout, but you can cancel channeling to avoid that. Oh. By canceling his E, you mean canceling his W, yeah? When he's in form, yeah? I need to get back to my friend, but... he realized, he saw my friend. Oh shit, someone is actually low. Why are you low here? Oh, that's the guy on the horse. Okay, he's gonna mount up though, right? He's mounting right now. He's not mounting. What are you doing, sir? Are you sure that this is not one of those mounting situations for you? I don't want to E my friend, so I have to be a bit careful. And it's not because, oh my god, I'm gonna, do damage to him or whatever. It's pretty much just because the other guy, the death givers from the south are gonna kill me or my friend, and I'm also risking my own life. If I damage my friend too much, he cannot help me against the death givers. So if I hit too many spells on him, I need, it's also very directly bad for me. The death givers is still there. I don't like it for the hammer. I feel a bit guilty for putting the tomb hammer through this, but... How is he so fast? What the hell? I guess I just took a wrong turn, right? I didn't go straight to him. I'm surprised I didn't catch him with royal boots. Very surprised. The hammer is gonna have boots in like a couple seconds, right? He should. Okay, at least he's still in combat. Did he soup? Oh, you souped way too early, boy. No. Okay, my friend is getting it. Go, one more auto attack. His W is before my impaler, I'm afraid. Or is it more or less the same time? Okay. Never mind. Take it. Take the stuff, Mr. Bestie. Loot, bestie. Oh, we are making friends. The cancel bird W. Yeah. Channeling W is very long. Okay. Yeah, I that's like lost knowledge. I used to know that because I saw a lot of birds when I played Arena for a little while. Some of you know about that. The situation where I was kind of taking a break from Albion, but also I still logged in, and like in the middle of work I thought, okay, I want to do something for like 10-15 minutes, so I just queued Arena. There was a time like that, like for a month or so. And in Arena there were a lot of birds. So I can actually learn that already, but forgot that you can just cancel it also. You don't have to dodge it always. It's already some kind of Sims game with friendship and stuff. Yeah, we are a very good friend here. Do I need to change boots if Rat come to us? I didn't see the Rat. He's not gonna dismount, he needs me, I think. I don't think he can dismount solo or anything. Oh, that's where the guy is. I wasted my boots. It's a reality show where you betray or make friends. Well, my new kind of philosophy is clearly to make friends when I'm tier 7, tier 8. But next time I go 7-3, I'm not gonna make friends. I can tell you. Although I said that I don't mind paying 10 million for the cost of like upholding the values, 100%. I'm never gonna start like betraying people myself, or like tricking them into losing a fight like he did yesterday. I'm never gonna do that. But I'm also not gonna think so much about. I'm not gonna trust people just because we have a good team. Yeah, we made a little friend. I mean, he's overcharged, so he might. He definitely still wants to fight and test out how the build works. What can we do? We need to. Okay. He's running away. Anyway, I think it's time to go. I mean, we can also still actually fight him, but whatever. The other guy is making sure he's staying on our screen, so maybe we'll find him in the next mist. I can also actually do like this, so I have soup ready to eat. Hi Vic, what are we playing today? Currently, Brawl Breaker. Currently playing a Daybreaker build, which is fully just brawling and turning off your brain and brawling build. Not trying to be cute, not trying to kite stuff too much. Mostly just trying to get on top of my enemy, hit them and see what happens. But yeah, making friends simulator. Yeah, also accidentally actually just made a friend, kind of. The guy, we tried to fight, then we fought 8.3 together, but the 8.3 got away. And then we dismounted and killed another guy together on the chest. And that's it. And became friends. Let's see. Wait, Totalovich tried to post a link. If you have a clip you want to post, you can tell me before and I can allow it. But let me see. Let me see what you posted. Wait. Okay. Let's see what is the clip. Man, we can't just stop fight every time we see someone. Oh, this time I'm winning though. I'm not winning, yeah. He still has mercenary, yeah. He is a mercenary. But I mean, I have a potion and he doesn't. The Death Gears is here. Kind of on wrong boots here. Yeah, he's gonna kill me if I don't run into my friend in time. We did make a friend. Actually, no, he already used boots, so he can't kill me. Okay, so that was the clip that Totalovich made. And then we... Wait, did I say it? Well, at least we made a friend. Okay. That's true, at least we made a friend. I mean, later we can, you know, we can see also, because I got the assist on the kill on the Tomb Hammer. We can also, we can actually know his name, but it doesn't matter that much. Brawlker. Brawl Breaker. Yeah, if you're confused about two faces of me on the screen, you'll be watching the clip that Totalovich made. Oh wait, actually, yeah, I was supposed to do that. Okay, anyway, maybe later I'll try to figure out, because it should be possible to allow clips. But for the moment, if you make a clip and you want to share it in chat, so like not just for me to watch like this, but you know, for everyone to see, then you can let me know, you know, and I will give you permission to post it in like for a minute, because right now all the links are blocked. E away from imp almost always bad for you unless you're running away. Yeah, you're right. Didn't need to do it just for damage. Or I mean, I could just E on top of him. And that's kind of also my whole point of today, just to stand and brawl. It kind of, yeah, I mean, still no reason to do it, but if his barrage is on cooldown, then it's whatever, you know. I do damage to him and I will resume the fight later. But when his barrage is ready, you know, like you saw, yeah, he just barraged after me and that's it. You are right. Thanks for following the Grip Curl. I'm not sure if those are random letters or it's some sort of new biceps exercise. But welcome to the stream, the Grip Curl. Hey, why I see a lot of Spear use Jacket of Tenacity? Also me using Jacket of Tenacity yesterday. Because you want to use a leather jacket that has 30% damage, that gives you plus 30% to all your damage. Not all leather jackets give the same. Some give 25, some give 20, some give 30. So you're left with 4 options that have plus 30% of damage. Assassin, oh, that's the same spear we saw when I was quarterstaff, right? We have Assassin, oh, never mind, we have to fight. My boots are meh, though. But, it's okay, it's just Brawl. Oh shit, we have a lot of people there. We have a lot of people in the south also. I don't want to be in the middle here. I don't know who is the rat and who is he thinking that I'm the rat? No, he's thinking that the other guy's the rat and he wants to fight me, right? So, we're talking about ratting, and I asked Hamster about ideas of what to do with rats. And essentially, we had a lot of discussion like that yesterday. One of the things that I feel like developers we need to figure out some mechanics. One situation is like this. There's 4 people, and we all want to fight. We all want to participate, you know? But because of the way mists are set up, it is fun when everyone fights. But because of the mists are set up, oftentimes it ends up that nothing happens, you know? Okay, right now maybe we'll still get the fight, but very often it kind of feels like nothing ends up happening. I am full Brawl here, and I will never use my boots, I think. I have to try to never use my boots until... until he is away, because after that my boots are kind of free. Oh no, I'm missing so many of my spells. He still has E. Did he use E to get away or not? Nah, it's the boots. But that's exactly the boot strategy, you know? I missed 2 Impalers and it's still 1. It's a good matchup for Daybreaker. It's definitely Daybreaker favored. He was overcharged though, but I have the Rate armor, so... It's a good matchup for me, and he used his Inferno both times in a place where it was convenient for me to purge, so I got the purge damage and I removed his Inferno. But you saw, I think he hit all of his Impalers. He used his Stalker Jacket well. He played... In that part of the fight, he feel like he played much better, because I just mechanically missed 2 Impalers. So... But yeah, but the boot strategy kind of worked, you know? I just don't boots at all. After he uses E, then I can boots. And my Armor of Valor, I tried to predict, but I can also kind of cancel his Stalker Hood a bit with Armor of Valor. So, but what I mean by that is when he uses Armor of Valor, then I Stalker Jacket. Oh, so that's what we're doing. Are you actually running from me or not? And he doesn't have any damage, so it's not like he can do much anyway. He just has infinite ability to get away. Help. Oh, I tried, but... Yeah. I'm making a friend again, kind of. Oh shit, he got clapped by the golem so hard. I can't, there's the mount. Yeah, but there's exit. He's not in combat even. The exit is like half a screen away. How dare him fighting me with spear. If I dismount, I risk getting 15 seconds. I don't know what the combat timer is like. This is the most... Just run away. I mean, this guy, if he wins a fight, you know, it's gonna be purely by IP advantage and just, you know, slowly kind of withering down, you know, because he has so little damage with plate armor and, well, bloodletter. Not even like a call of purity like on a lot of the double-bladeds. So yeah, I don't think he can do anything, unfortunately. On the bloodletter, I'm not like, even if he wanted to fight with that build, I can't imagine how he would fight, other than just fighting someone who is very, very low IP compared to him. I do not want to make such micro-control for you, but allowing it only for someone. I shared the bestie trilogy in Discord. Oh, nice. Oh, is it a trilogy? Okay. Nice. Thank you, Totalovich. I am so happy. And obviously, after the stream also I see the clips, but I mean, wait. How is my food looking? Maybe it's time to get out of the mist for a quick moment and to drink water, and for me to quickly look up how can I get... can I give permission to just share Twitch links also in chat? I like these boots. It's kind of cool to zoom. It feels kind of good. I am a fighter. Man, this is last month now. I don't know if it has something to do with streaming or not, but I have never gotten any sort of satisfaction from Albion in terms of aesthetics, you know, like visuals, feelings, sounds. It's always been for me a competitive game, and I don't care about anything. Like, I don't care about how it looks, about the sound and all of that, you know. And in other games, obviously, if you play like I play some solo adventure, it's a big part of like being immersed in it, you know, feeling satisfied when you're using your spells. Albion, zero. But now, last month, I've started noticing this much, much more with different weapons, and I kind of, you know, I for the first time actually care about like this cosmetic, for example. I'm still gonna go back. I liked the one before as well. It doesn't look so good with the mandolin, but yeah. So I kind of enjoying it. I enjoyed the Grove Keeper, the bonks, the sounds, the way it feels. Now more and more with different weapons, I feel like, yo, this is actually like very satisfying. The way I was holding the quarterstaff was awesome. What skin do you have on? Man, I feel like I'm making like SBI should pay me for this. And I mean, in theory they are, not just me, but not me at all. I would say not just me, but not me at all. But for some creators, they are starting to do this. So in theory, they are paying, but it's just for the moment, just for the biggest of the biggest creators. But they did have, they did create creator codes. Hopefully, like in the future, I'll have one as well. Because I'm definitely making a lot of marketing for them as being very positive and happy about the game, just because I enjoy it, yeah. But also the things like this. So and every creator got this. That's why I have it. I did not buy it. I wouldn't buy any cosmetics probably with my real money. Where's the store? I've never bought stuff. Oh, this one is the store. Do I see it here after I bought it or not? I mean, I didn't, not after I bought it, but after I have it. Value bundles? No. Featured offers? Anyway, together with the depths, it's the thing that came out together with the depths. All locked. Does it say here somewhere? Albion store. Okay, yeah. Corrupted Preacher. I'm not wearing the hat. I'm wearing everything else from it. Corrupted creature. This thing on the right. Okay, I'm also not wearing the boots. That's what's in it. If you buy something, it disappears from the shop. Okay. So I don't see it there. The Daybreaker profits are booming. But we are playing the money-making tier right now, so it's also much easier. I have no other potions? Okay. Give me a moment to Google how to get... can I allow only Twitch links in chat? Yes, you can configure it. Okay, man. I'm kind of... I don't know. I don't know if I'm annoyed or not. If you have an opinion about this, tell me, and maybe it will shape how I think about the world. Before we get to that, thank you for following, by the way. Truffles, and just a moment ago also, Werner. Or A-H, Werner. When you Google now, you know, you get an AI overview. Now, for a while, I mean, I think like a year or two, in my brain, Google has kind of died. You know, used to be number one, obviously, always Google everything. Now, for a while already, I feel like Googling stuff gives me random bullshit, right? Random bullshit websites which are just trying to get me to click something, and I feel like Googling stuff in my head kind of has died as a source of information in general. Very often when I actually Google stuff, I click ready, like I write something like I want to ask, like, you know, how to use this software together with Premiere Pro, how to do this thing. And then I'm either looking to put Reddit at the end of my search, so I only get Reddit threads where people have been asking and discussing this, or I go straight to see only YouTube videos. The only thing I'm Googling for is YouTube videos that teach stuff, right? That's what my brain has kind of learned. Because, you know, I grew up thinking that Google has everything, right? It used to be. It's kind of the place for truth. But now they added this AI overview, and I'm kind of... I don't know what to think about it. I don't know if this is part of, if this is like the next step and it's like, fuck Google and it's not for me, or if this is like a bit of a redemption that now Google at least gives me something useful. Because my problem with Google is not that it's, I mean, yeah, information can be wrong, of course, but my problem was that I have to click site over site, and those sites are not there to actually explain stuff. It's just mostly either AI generated or random creations from people who just want to get clicks and sell ads, you know? Or it's a site that, you know, you have to read like a block of text about somebody's grandma before you actually get to the point of what they're doing in the software you're trying to learn, or life question you have. Thanks for following, Guato. Tricky says, well, Tricky, hey, you're tricky today. Bovis says, fuck that AI, the economy of pay-per-click advertising. Yeah, it definitely came from ads. Like the Google's downfall definitely started with ads. I'm saying like I'm an expert, I really am not, but you know, it seems from the outside 100% that it started with Google allowing those affiliates or whatever they are called, you know, like products and stuff, you know, to essentially pay for like being at the top of Google and then starting to sell their own stuff. I feel like before that, Google was actually felt like a good place. I don't know if Clip Review is a good channel for this. Oh, wait, okay, so allowing Twitch. Okay, Nightbot. Let me see. Wait. Let me see, Totalovich. When you tried to post a link, who told you not to? I'm just curious. With which bot should I set up? Okay, maybe this is a bit more complicated. Okay, maybe we'll have to do it tomorrow. Yeah, I'd better than to waste too much money on stream. Too much time on stream. Because it has to be the bot that I have to configure to allow links that are starting with twitch.com. Yeah, okay, anyway, it will be possible to post clips soon. The Gun-Crasher asked, is the shield you use better than Torch? No, Gun-Crasher, it's not. Torch is better. I'm just using it for fun, you know, to try a different, like, this build overall is just, very brawl-heavy approach to the Daybreaker. It's not optimal, it's not the best way to play Daybreaker, I'm pretty confident, because you are limiting on what you can do. It's a Daybreaker, it's not as flexible as Spear, but it is still a very flexible weapon, and by playing like a very brawl-heavy build like I'm playing right now, I'm limiting on some of the tools that I would otherwise have in a fight. I need to force myself much more to be next to my enemy to constantly brawl, and, you know, I don't have as many choices. So, go for Torch. Guato said, yo, man, love your videos. You have sparked my love for the game again a few times. I'm happy to hear that. I am not because I want everyone to play Albion, but if you have discovered some sort of passion, even it's not like for long, even if it's for some time, just to enjoy the game and the PvP side of the game, then I'm very happy for having had that impact. Bobby said that you find AI makes too many mistakes, generates its language from random Indian click farming websites. Okay, yeah, so it is essentially just the continuation of the problem I outlined earlier, that I feel like Google has died in my eyes because it's just so much random bullshit. I either go only Reddit or I use Google to get to Reddit or YouTube, you know, to find info. And what Bob is saying is the AI generated summary is essentially a summary of that bullshit anyway, yeah. Ace said earlier, I googled Bitcoin, ATH, USD. Google doesn't even have an answer for that. I have to use Grok. I don't know what is Grok. What is Grok? I have not used Grok. I know. I've heard it. I mean, Grok is the baby Yoda, that I know, but Grok is the generative AI chatbot. Oh, okay. So Grok is like a version of ChatGPT. Yeah. Grok is Elon's one on Twitter. Okay. Mecha Hitler AI. Oh yeah, I saw the thumbnail from Upper Echelon. I haven't watched his videos for like a year. Or not a year, probably like 2 years, you know. I kind of enjoyed Upper Echelon when he was actually doing gaming videos, but now he's gone into a lot of other stuff. But I saw the thumbnail about Mecha Hitler, yeah. So there's probably something interesting there. Not complaining about free chest, but I'm still looking for fight. Wait, I went for 5 Abbey and 0 PvP in Asian Abbey. Not complaining about free chest, but still looking for fight. Oh, I mean, right now it's not. Actually, it should be decent time on Asian server, right? I mean, it is kind of morning, right? Limon. I mean, depending where you're from, right? Asia is a big concept, or not concept, but you know, big place. But overall, it's kind of like the mist should be dying out a bit, right? In Asia right now. I mean, I'm saying they're a bit less active than other servers, but they should be kind of less popular because of the time also. Funniest part of Grok was that before it answered the question, it searched for what does Elon think of it. That's not real, right? I have to consult its master. No fucking way, man. Is that an actual thing? That has to be a joke. I mean, Elon has made me feel good this last year. I will explain you why, but it has definitely... he's helped me be a happier person. And the reason is, if you like, you probably know about. I'm not saying like Elon has gotten a lot of like criticism and bullshit for all kinds of things, you know. But when the whole Path of Exile and gaming thing became a topic, right? You probably know, if you exist on the internet, you probably heard, right? That Elon essentially like kind of started to appear that he's like lying about how good he is at gaming, for no apparent reason really. And it was about Path of Exile. He was also telling people that he was very good at Quake at some point. Anyway, there's details there, and there's a lot of videos you've probably seen and heard. But what it made me kind of realize like how desperately insecure he was in this topic, right? I don't know what his life and what he's like in like. People say that, you know, some of the things like Tesla, you know, he's not really much of a brain behind there. He just bought it and whatever. I don't know anything about that. I don't care. But when he came into the gaming sphere, which obviously I know, I do have some experience with, it kind of made me realize, like, if he's so insecure and kind of acting so, well, in some ways, like, small dick pathetic, right? As the richest guy in the world, it made me feel good, you know? It made me feel better about myself, because it made me kind of, it helped me remember that we are all just people, you know? We all have completely different lives. Some people are successful in one thing and some are another, and this dude, in one aspect of life, is the most successful of all, right? The richest guy on earth. And he's still just human, and he's still, like, he says, like, having the biggest stack of money or whatever, success with your company and everything that he's got, anything that he's achieved in theory, or, like, from the outside, still hasn't given him, like, confidence and feeling, like, to be just happy with himself, you know? To not try to, you know, to appear better or to lie about or stuff like that. You know, I think you understand a bit what I mean. So just seeing this so obviously when he came and tried it in the gaming sphere, seeing how kind of insecure you can be even in that spot in life, made me feel much better about myself, and then kind of reminded me that we're all human. Like, whatever problems I have in my life, someone else from the outside, you might seem like, oh, that guy is doing very well, but you know, we all have human problems. That actually happened? Yeah, what does Elon think about the topic? Yeah, that is crazy. Esteban asked, what is the most versatile weapon free for any content? Oh, weapon tree, you mean? Swords. If you're asking for weapon tree and you're then gonna pick whatever, some weapon there, so you are kind of ready to participate in any sort of fight, then swords. I need to change food. Man, why does it always take 10 seconds? Why can't I just... What is he cleansing? Oh, my cultist, yeah. Damn, I went the wrong way. Where is he? There's no north here. Where did he go? Oh. Oh, come on. Man, that was cool. That's exactly the kind of fight I'm kind of looking for, this whole brawl heavy fight. I should have followed him. But if he had Stalkerhood, I'm 100% dead there. Because unfortunately, and that's, like, this is very good against Daybreakers, Under Armor. You know, I can't do anything. I just, essentially, he just gets free brawl all the time if he wants. He's 100% gonna change Stalkerhood, right? Is he not changing Stalkerhood? If he changes Stalkerhood, I need to change to Cultist, otherwise I am fucked. Kinda sucks also that I can't really E for damage at the beginning. If I had to cleanse myself, then I could also just cleanse his stacks, you know? It's a game of spells. Now he's gonna use boots and change spells, and we're gonna just dance this thing forever. Unfortunately. But yeah, I can't just stand and brawl if I don't have the correct helmet for the job. We'll see what happens. Thanks for following. Hit soon. At least, okay. Maybe I can, if I full kite, I can play against this, but I cannot. Like, that's why I'm limiting myself. I'm not good at kiting because of my build. I don't have cooldown reduction. I don't have good damage because I'm using plate armor. So when I'm kiting and just hitting impalers, my damage is just weaker. So this is what I mean. Like, usually I would have access to more different playstyles. With this build, I'm a bit more limited. And unfortunately, Thunder Armor is really good against spears because, well, he's pretty much just winning brawls. I was able to kind of brawl decently because he doesn't have Stalker Hood, and I let's see, come on, because he doesn't have Stalker Hood, I was able to kind of brawl before. But now he is on Stalker Hood, so if I just let him constantly get 3 stacks like before. Royal Boots not good for kiting either. Yeah, true. Also that, yeah, actually. Yes. I could change, but then he will catch me 100% if he really wants to. But if he has Stalker Hood and I have Cultist Cowl, isn't it like a normal... isn't it okay to fight like that? Oh, he changed his Q though. He's gonna have 3 stacks now. Okay, against if he's not in Thunder Armor, then whatever, helmets doesn't matter. Then he can have the helmet advantage, because I can get outplayed, but in that case I can remove his stacks, you know. Oh, he messed up there. He went a bit too far, so I was able to dodge, so he didn't get his 3rd stack. I think he dragged both potions, and I did not. He's gonna go into mobs, yeah? But not the way that I imagined he would. Okay, he E, I can E also, not a problem. I should have shielded the first, honestly. Boots a bit too early. Hopefully he... Yeah, nice. He boots also. So now his boots will also be on cooldown. After next jump, I'm doing this. After next jump, I'm hitting E. His E is still on cooldown. Okay. With this, like this way, it's a game of like playing around his stacks. GG. So if he changes to Q1, as you saw, then I don't need to have the helmet advantage. I let him have Stalker Hood, doesn't matter. Or we could also play the other way around, that I have Cultist and he has removal for it, whatever. That's because I have a chance to dodge this. As you saw, one time I first used my E, the second time I had nothing against. So if he get 3 stacks, I have nothing against it. But I dodged his jump, you know, because he walked a bit too far. So I have chance to outplay it, and he has a chance to outplay me. But with the Thunder Armor, like he was trying to fight before, Thunder Armor really good against spears. But then you need the mobility W, right? You cannot use Thunder Armor Chain Slash. That's gonna make you too immobile against spears. You're just gonna get kited like crazy. Even with a build like this, you can get kited too much. But Thunder Armor plus Shadow Edge, or Thunder Armor plus Dash at least, it's kind of decent. So yeah, after he changed to the other Q, that means he can get also stacks from mobs, you know. That means he has more mobility if he needs to. I don't have control over the spacing of the fight, but that does mean that at least I have some outplay potential against his triple Qing, or triple stack. Fucking beautiful. Nice Runeshine. Also, what's up? Hello. Let's see what I missed. Esteban asked on YouTube, is mastering swords close to spears in being flexible? No. Swords, carving sword is close to spears in being flexible. But other swords and swords in general, no. But if you were asking, this is a follow-up to the question before. In that sense, if you play a lot of swords and you have the sword tree completely opened, you are flexible in terms of content, because whatever content you play with your duo, trio, small scale, whatever, solo depths, solo mists, you will always have some good options to choose from the sword tree. Let's see, Runeshine also asked earlier, can you explain for us newbies why him switching to Stalker Hood would have put you in a bad spot? Well, because he does so much damage. You saw the first time when we just stood and brawled. I don't know if it's on I recorded the ending. Let me see if I can find it. I don't think the first matchup will be in the recording, so you have to look it up on the VOD, yeah? Because we ran around so long. Yeah, the first time we fought is not. But you saw it was a very, very close fight. Like, I was close to dying. He was kind of close to dying. If you imagine that same situation, I'm 100% dead if he has Stalker Hood. Because, you know, it's just crazy damage. Because he just brawls, even though I'm a very brawl-heavy build, he pretty much out-brawls me with Q1. Or at least is very, like, just simply, without using his E, he brawls as strong as me and even a bit better. Because the Q is very quick, it's a lot of quick damage. The problem with Q1, with Thunder Armor, is it doesn't give you any mobility, right? But if I'm standing on top of him, which is what I want to do when I'm on to brawl, and I was doing in the fight, that's what my build is for. He does a lot more damage because he has very quick, high damage Qs. Plus, he keeps reducing my damage resistances up to 3. So I'm just losing brawl, kind of, or at least going even. And then he also gets 3 stacks, which I cannot deny. If that first fight he had Stalker Hood, when he had Cleanse, and I was able to use this defensive shield, if he had Stalker Hood, then I was 100% dead there, very much dead. But as you saw, after when he changed to his to the deadly swipe in the end, then it doesn't matter. Like, then it's okay, because then now I can outplay him, and with Q2 I can dodge it. Plus it takes him more time to actually get 3 stacks. Plus his brawl damage overall is a bit lower, so then it becomes more a game about will he stack up or not. But then it's not important that I don't need the advantage of the helmet. Of course, I would still prefer to have a cultist cowl in the end. But I'm not gonna run around the mist making sure I have that, because I have other ways to outplay him now. Finally, after he changed Q, timing of your first E is so good. Thank you, Ace. I tried to dodge his other Qs as well, but he was hitting them. Is this happening? Sure, or not? Tier 6 overcharge probably not happening, right? I'm tier 7 with tier 8 armor. What are the most efficient content to earn silver by PvP gathering combined, in your opinion? I can't talk too much about the gathering and crafting and stuff like that, because I don't do it. And I know, like, end game crafters that have a whole guild supporting them with hideouts, helping transport, are probably the biggest moneymakers in all of the game. Like, from my experience, like, PvP is definitely, like, PvP related content is very profitable. And it's in that way, it's very easy to make money, because you can just go in and start making money right now. You don't have to build up specs for too long, you know, just a little bit. You don't have to, you know, it's not like a very long-winded thing. It's pretty much right now. Just go open world, start killing mobs and killing players, or go mists, or play corrupted dungeons, right? But it's not easy, of course. I made it sound easy, but it's difficult because it will require you to actually PvP. So you have to learn to not die and occasionally win fights and stuff like that. So in that regard, it's definitely not that easy, yeah? So you have to kind of figure out whether you would like to get good at PvP and then use it for money, or whether you just want a more relaxed safe, but then it will take a lot of time to build up that gathering, refining, crafting. To really, really, really make money, it will take a lot of time to get to that point. And grinding. First 15k channel point, I'm getting a Razat. Yeah, okay, today already... one redemption today already. I played Quarterstaff earlier when Tosha redeemed his 15k channel points, and I think before that 3 times I've played a redeemed build. I might need to up the cost of redeeming a build at some point, or just limit it to 2. I mean, it is kind of limited to 2 per stream, but I haven't set the limit officially, so. Ogburg, said, I really dislike the Armor Thunder variant of Deathgiver's armor reduction should be exclusive for Arcane. Ogburg was just lurking in the shadows, you know, for the whole stream, for the stream, and then waiting for the moment to interject the casual Arcane propaganda, you know. It's you should make an account called definitely not Ogburg, and then keep putting out this kind of comments everywhere, just every hour maybe. Some propaganda for Arcane. You have to be careful, Urborg, because if Arcane gets buffed too much, you're gonna lose some of the enjoyment you get because a lot of more people will start playing it. But I mean, your approach to is not to buff. You're not rallying for let's buff Arcane. You're more saying that let's nerf everything else. That's a smart way of going about it because it will take much longer. If everything gets nerfed except for Arcane, gradually, it will take longer for people to jump on the Arcane bandwagon. Okay. My damage is not impressive with plate armor, but also I'm gonna run out of energy this way. Now he can't follow me now on the quarterstaff. Oh, he did follow. Okay. The quarterstaff is good, but this guy is a pretty good rat build. The guy on the battle braces with his boots and stalker hood. So if I fight the arcane staff and I'm like okay, the quarterstaff and I'm like 40% HP or something, this build is definitely good enough to just insta kill me. He's not gonna insta kill me from 50% HP, but like let's say something like 35, his combo is definitely gonna just murder me. Refining and crafting not worth, but you don't have the mammoth. Also a good point. Yeah. That in that sense, also PvP is easy. Like for an experienced player, someone who has played the Albion for a long time, and if they are forced to start a new account and they want to make money, there is no question that they're gonna PvP. Unless, I mean, experienced player in PvP. I don't mean if it's someone who has never played PvP but they're experienced in other places, that's a different thing. But essentially, PvP is like undoubtedly the best for someone who already understands and knows Albion well. But for a complete beginner, the problem with PvP is that, it's much more difficult. It will take some more game knowledge to push your win rate in fights. And we're not talking about winning every fight. We're just talking about instead of winning 30% of the fights, you start winning 40% and then 50% and like slowly, But also on top of that, surviving as well, because PvP skills also make you much better at surviving. Yeah, I can't take this fight with this guy hovering around like this, I think. That's it. I'm kind of risking for nothing. There's no point. I'm risking for a very cheap quarterstaff build, risking to just insta-die to this guy. If they 2v1 me, this guy, the battle bracers can cancel my boots also, which is something to be mindful of. With his devastating combo, he can cancel my my Royal March time. You run out of inventory slots first when crafting. Mammoth helps. Okay, when transporting between cities. Okay. I don't know about that, but I definitely know that a lot of people do that focus on that have said that the game changes when you get a mammoth. But it might be really that you're it's not just for crafting, but it's refining and transporting. I don't know the details of that part of Albion. I just know that non-PvP players sometimes feel like there's like two different games. The game until Mammoth and game after Mammoth. But I don't have experience with that. If you haven't heard, I've talked about this like in other streams, but for me, Mammoth was, I think buying a Mammoth was a very nice, it was my first ever goal in Albion when I started. My goal was to make enough money to buy a Mammoth. It was difficult, painful, and very fun. And then when I actually got enough money to buy a Mammoth, I decided, fuck it, I don't need a Mammoth. There's no reason for me to actually... I don't think, without his friend, I don't think he can really beat me, but who knows. I don't want to drink my potions. I might have to, though. I'm in combat with this guy too now, but... Oh, he got 15 seconds. So yeah, I mean, if you imagine the same fight and I do drink 2 potions, I have like 55% HP. To be honest, I probably could have still survived. Like if this fight happens and the other guy is ready to dismount, and I drink both potions, I probably can still survive him, to be honest. I think from 60% HP, he probably doesn't kill me, but it also depends, because if I use everything to kill the quarterstaff and everything is on cooldown, he does one big combo on his gloves. I don't know, it's gonna be close. Froggy said, I thought Arcane's Frazzle is reducing defense, which is everything like armor, magic armor, etc. Oh. There's no other spells that does this. Wait. So you are actually, Urburg, your propaganda is already, not this. Propaganda already has actually worked, yeah? This reduces damage resistances. Wait, yeah, there's a bit of, like, some of this confusion is necessary for every competitive game. Dota and League also, there's a bunch of confusing calculations. But damage resistances, it reduces my magic resistance, and, I mean, this is also, when it says damage resistance, it means magic resistance and armor, right? But Arcane reduces your defense. I don't know why these things are like... why it's necessary to have both of them. As I said, I understand that a lot of complexity is necessary to have an actually functioning game with so many different weapons, so many different spells, to have them all function in a more or less balanced way. And you end up also with some remnants of, you know, some mechanics that existed, so they kind of... you need to build on top of, like, kind of like spaghetti code, you know, in coding. Like... but I don't know why it's necessary to have both resistances, like separately magic and armor, and then overall defense as well. If you completely remove the defense thing, whatever spells whatever spells that reduce defense, so reduce all, essentially increase all of the damage you take by reducing your defensives or defense, they would just say the same thing that Death Givers here say. It would just be written the same way. Here, decreases damage resistances, right? Is there some difference between this? Is it just right, like, between the decreasing defense and resistances? I'm confusing myself a bit the more I talk about this. I craft a lot, and no, you don't need Mammoth. Okay, so Mammoth comes from the econ players who do the other parts of the game, yeah. For transporting, for refining. I mean, there might also be like different craftings partly, right? There might also be that if you are crafting like 8.4s, 8.3s to sell, Mammoth doesn't change anything. But if you are like crafting like hundreds, I mean, I guess hundreds you can still fit, yeah. If you're crafting like in mass for the black market, maybe it's different, no? Maybe, I don't know. Stig said, experienced crafter will make money faster with non-PvP activity. Yeah. You're right. I need to point out, if let's say we're dealing with a person who's experienced at every part of Albion. If they have to start from zero, and they have to get like money as quickly as possible, like it's a question of who gets to like 500 mil faster. I think only PvP related stuff. And obviously now we have depth, so it's not just, you know, going full loot and trying to kill others. There's also some other options, but I think PvP will be the fastest way. I think going the crafting or refining route will be more sustainable long term. It's going to scale better, but at the very, very end, but it's going to be much, much slower to get there. Imagine you're a blacksmith and Mammoth is like top hydraulic press brake at your workshop. I mean, you still can do masterpiece without it, but it's much harder. What? What are your opinion on bear paws in PvP in current meta? Could them be an S tier after rework, or these cons or something that they're lacking? Nowhere near S tier, not even remotely near S tier. Oh shit! Wait. I don't need these. Like, these boots are not for this fight, but because he wants to get kited, so huge diff. Okie dokie. True. I don't think he has a chance just because of IP. No, definitely. So, Gleba, no. Bear paws, not even A tier. For solo PvP, the only thing where bear paws are okay are if you're playing open world and trying to aggressively gank people that don't really want to fight back. And then you need to either fight gatherers, or you need to go like in 6-3 and fight people because you have an IP advantage. That's the only place where bear paws seems like a very good choice to fit that specific way of playing. For everything else, for like actual 1v1 PvP, bear paws are very, very weak, it seems. I have not felt the impact of bear paws at all. People tried them after the rework and mostly failed. Obviously, very good players can make any weapon work short term, but no. You don't have anything. You have somewhat okay mobility because the dash, you know, but it is lower. It is also much lower range than it used to be, not just lower cooldown. You have at least some mobility with that, okay, to close the distance. That's kind of nice, but it's pretty low range. But you don't even out-brawl a lot of non-brawl heavy weapons like spears will out-brawl you occasionally, you know. Flamewalker out-brawls a lot of people, so that's not an indication. But you know, Flamewalker versus spear versus sword. At least it feels like, yeah, okay, it's unfair that the Flamewalker can out-brawl me on its when I'm on sword, but it at least feels kind of close, and there's some chance there, you know, if they miss their Qs and stuff like that. But on a bear pose, your brawl is bad, your mobility is meh, okay, but not very good. And I played when the bear pose, after the bear pose changed, some players tried it. And that was also the time when I was taking those 1v1s. I was playing Daybreaker and taking those guys who say, yo, 1v1 me in duo mists. And I played against a dude who was, he was a decently experienced player. And he was confident enough where he was standing outside the mist portal saying, yo, let's fight. I fought him with a Daybreaker and I did nothing. Like, there was zero tactical consideration from my part. I just used all my spells and stood next to him and fought him. I didn't try to outsmart him. I didn't try to... I mean, obviously, if he Infernos, I purge it, that's it. Just stand there, fought him, and I won the brawl and won the fight. And, I mean, it's one random instance, but those kinds of situations create my understanding of the weapon. And given that after a couple weeks passed, I don't see any really good active players play bear paws now. Mumblet said that I just tried roller gloves last night. It's so fun. Yes, it is fun. I agree. I mean, that sort of kind of, you have this feeling that not like the smartest guy in the room feeling, but still, you know, if that sort of combo works, you feel like you outsmarted your opponent. They did not expect that much damage. Yeah, that is a good feeling. What I don't like, why I don't play like stuff like that too much, like you know, like sleepcasters, brawler gloves. To me, it seems a bit like a cheese. It seems like you kind of play almost all fights similarly, you know, almost the same way. It's a bit like you are just checking, is your opponent a beginner or not? But brawler gloves at least are so strong in terms of damage. So while you are somewhat like playing a cheese, the cheese is so strong that even a lot of experienced players will fall for it because they don't expect the damage to be that crazy. Or in the case of like people like me, I often fight brawler gloves because I feel like, ooh, maybe, you know, maybe I will outsmart them somehow, but then end up tanking some of their damage anyway. Vic Water, my channel points. Okay, nice. Wait, it is 9 minutes. Okay, let me open this, and then we'll have a proper watering time. Yeah, I need to add the sound. The chat is blocking part of the new chat with 2 different streams. YouTube and Twitch is blocking part of the channel point redemption. Thank you for writing and reminding me to notice it. Actually, I want to go pee also. So, let me go to the city. We'll have a very short 1-minute break, and then I'll be back, and then we will all drink a bunch of water together by request of Mr. Azat. Also in caps lock, that's nice. What are these caps lock messages? Okay, so one. I'm not having webcam on the screen, but it says 2 minutes, but actually it's gonna be 1.5 minutes. I'll be right back. let's keep going. Okay, so first of all, I'll drink water, and then let's have a moment to look at chat, and then we will continue on this run. You should also hydrate by orders of Azat. Thank you. Yesterday I finished stream and I realized I drank like 10% of my water bottle. I should definitely drink more. Ooh. They're also used as part of Brawl Comp and ZVZ. Yeah, okay, sorry. Sure. ZVZ, whenever I talk about PvP, ZVZ is not even on my radar. Small scale I can at least somewhat talk about, although not that experienced, mostly just played for fun here and there. But ZVZ is not even on my radar. It's not part of PvP for me. I know I'm not saying this. I'm not trying to be like, yo, that's not real PvP. Fuck you guys. No, it's just in my head. When I talk about PvP side of the game, I usually talk about small scale and solo, duo, trio stuff, because that's the majority of it for me. I don't know. Probably they find this RP fun. Wait, what was that about? Why do people beg for a mule, for example? It takes longer for them to beg than silver than getting. Yeah, I think the answer is pretty. I think Stig's answer is pretty good. Yeah, there is some RP in that. I don't think people beg as a real way to make money. Although, who knows? Maybe you should try for a day and then see how much you get. Like on old school RuneScape, definitely. Like if you somehow are able with your cosmetics to sell the idea that you're a girl, and then you ask for stuff like in at the marketplace, it's definitely a legit way to make silver or make money in RuneScape. But there must be some sort of or RP element there. I think that's true. Definitely is an IQ check. If they cast the defensive, it's over. Yes, it can be. Yeah, it depends on what kind of defensive they have. But yeah. Yeah, Mablet, I agree with you. Like, some defensives are really good, but some are not going to be enough. Even like Inferno Shield is not going to be enough to always save you from Brawler Gloves. Are you turning camera off because you're streaming without pants? No, but I am streaming in shorts. I am wearing pants, but I am wearing like the ones I play basketball with. It's really warm, so it's not really. I don't know, actually. You know, maybe I will stop turning off my camera. I don't know, actually. Yeah, I could leave it on. Yeah, I have some weird feeling, you know, when I'm walking around. I like this picture of me more. But yeah, it's not such a big deal. Can you give me a step-by-step anti-sleepcasters guide? Yo, hang around on stream and you will see it. We've already had. Otherwise, I will give you a Tinta curse. Zuko, you are playing with fire here. You have to be very careful. Choose your next words very carefully. But yeah, I've had fights against sleepcasters on stream, which have been methodically like whittling them down, using the fact that they are usually on Wanderlust, so you can play around that. And sleepcasters, they need to get close to you in order to sleep you. Yeah? Remember that. That doesn't solve all your problems, this kind of piece of knowledge. But remember that. If you saw me play Spear versus sleepcasters like some time ago, you absolutely knew that. What did I? Oh, if you saw me play Spear against Boltcasters, Sleepcasters, you absolutely saw that you can pretty much have the whole fight without letting them ever get close to you until you go for the final brawl. Or you can also change to cleanse. Don't forget that. Not on this helmet, but on leather hoods, you can change to cleanse. That can also work. Or gig potions. But a very viable way to play against sleepcasters is just to never be close to them, so they will never sleep. So you just do damage from far and hope that you do enough damage that their auto fire isn't gonna wreck you. Okay. The best stop is not to fight them. Yeah, I mean, they're also in the category of weapons that, I mean, most low IP weapons, like I've said, they're like a porcupine, you know? They look like a cute attackable animal, but when the predator starts attacking, they have developed this suddenly, you know, sticks out of my ass strategy. So many low IP builds that are good have a similar kind of feel to them. They look like juicy meat that you can eat for free, but actually they have sticks in their ass that they're gonna shoot in your face. So one counter to that, just against porcupines, by the way, if you ever wanted to attack a porcupine, you can also counter them by just walking away and not doing it. This is not biological advice. I'm not actually a biologist. I have actually no clue whether I could run away from a porcupine or not. But I can imagine that if I ever saw a porcupine, the best way to counter it would be to just not attack it. And it's the same, yeah. It's like fire staffs, you know. You're right. Sleep casters also. And if you start walking away from them, then they also will often use their boots to get on top of you, right? So then at least you don't have to worry about the fact that they always have Wanderlust to catch you later. Yes, want to buy girlfriend. Yeah, it's and that's not even like RuneScape from 15 years ago. This was I think some content creators did this also like 2 or 3 years ago, just to go to some of the like go around the rock, and especially of course the GE. Essentially just go make a new character, a newish character, make it look like a girl, maybe add some cute cosmetic, maybe not, it depends on what level you're trying to present yourself at in the game, and just wait for people to come and give you free stuff, essentially. There is always hope. In the hearts of MMO players, there's also always hope that maybe the guy that on my screen is actually not a guy, you know? And every now and again you hear about people who meet their spouses online also through gaming one way or another, so, you know. It's not unrealistic. But from my experience at least, I don't think... I think usually women who game, like the average or majority of them go for, I feel like, more FPS or more like... I don't know, not the kind of isometric games. Although, to be fair, like in Dota and League, there are a lot of female players. So maybe I'm wrong, but at least from my experience, I've seen so many more girls in FPS games. I don't know. I guess MMORPG also is pretty good. Just not the PvP style with Albion, but the progress-based MMORPG is also actually a pretty good place. You know. Yeah, actually, yeah. In RuneScape, there's a lot of female content creators also. Also, what's up, Dante? Hello. Just kick it so it flies away. I don't think that's a good strategy either. Once again, I don't really know. But if I saw a porcupine, I would not kick it. And also, that is how, like, if I decided to attack it, you know, if I thought, fuck it, I'm just gonna attack this porcupine, that is how I would attack, right? Just so we're clear. When I say I'm not gonna attack it, I'm deciding not to kick it specifically, right? I don't have any other ways to attack a porcupine. I'm not gonna punch it for sure. And I'm not gonna, you know, put my face anywhere near it. I'm not like... I'm not gonna hunt. I'm not a lion who's gonna have to hunt with my teeth. Kicking it is the only potential. If I get into a situation and I know I have to fight this porcupine, there is just no choice, I cannot get away. The only thing I would think about ever doing is just kicking it. And hoping that I'm not close enough to die. I mean, unless I have some sort of weapon, of course. That's a different story. If I had a baseball bat, I don't want to think about killing porcupines. Although they're not the kind of cute animal that, you know. Oh, why are we imagining, you know, killing animals? I generally very much love animals. Porcupine doesn't seem that cute, but at least it's still. I don't know. Hit it with a stick. Yeah, if I had a stick, yeah, for sure. I would not use my feet then. Crimson has a question. Is Infinity Sword still viable, or is it retired after all the nerfs? Feels like it's retired, but I have not tried it. But I have looking around the mists and looking at this thing here, which I kind of like. I like keeping my eye on stuff like this, you know? I don't think you're gonna see a lot of Infinity Blades, maybe one. Yo, check this out. What is this? Number 8 this week. The motherfucker. No way. Okay. I see how it is. Tinto is issuing a challenge. We will rise to the challenge. One of these weeks. Hi, I just came. Thanks for letting us know. What is the advantage of this shield build over the torch? Go torch. Torch is better than this. The advantage, or like the difference, is that this shield, I am a bit tankier, and I do a tiny bit more damage, but I am attacking slower, and I don't have cooldowns, and all of these things together translate into me being a bit better at just standing and brawling than I would be with a torch, but a bit worse at everything else. So if I were to kite, if I'm trying to catch my enemy, all the things that I get from cooldown reduction are a bit weaker, and my brawling also, I mean, I depend a bit less on auto. I cannot auto attack as much, you know. I can also feel it that auto attacking is slower. So even for brawling, it's not like it's not some sort of amazing now I'm Giga Brawler. It's just this shield is only useful for brawling. It does. At the end of the day, I do less damage from far. I do similar damage from close range because I do more damage with spells, but I do less damage with auto attacks, right? So when I'm brawling, I do similar damage than with Torch, but I do less damage from far because, you know, I don't have cooldown reduction essentially, or I'm worse from far. However, I am tankier. That is the big difference. So I have more time to decide what to do, and being tankier in general makes you usually brawl better because, you know, you can you have more HP to stand and work with. So this is just, my whole build is just me being a big brawler and then using my boots to, actually I should change them back, using my boots to catch up. But for the most part, I just stand and hit the enemy until some of us dies. And then if they start running away, I try to use my boots to catch them. That's the idea. And it's more just like me testing, just me having fun and testing weird, funky stuff. It's not like a legit build that you should try if you want to be optimal with your, with how good you are. How strong you are based on how much silver you spend. Trying to get my crafting to 100, 20% bonus day, but crafters hoarding on stations on Tedford. Oh, jacket crafting. Okay. Oh, Dante, tell me why. This sounds like a challenge, but it isn't. I'm not challenging you, although you could look at it that way if you want. Why? Why do you craft? What is the reason? Is it satisfying because, you know, crafting is part of many games and you're used to it? Is it good for money, in your opinion? Is it... why do you craft at all? Maybe I will find the reason also to do other things, not just hit things with a stick. Maxim said, okay, my wife kicked me from laptop. I asked about pants because not long ago our local politician was caught streaming without pants. Okay, if this becomes a question, I will next time show you. I am wearing pants. This should not be an issue anymore. And... believe me, if I wasn't... Okay, it would be a bit awkward, but I would say it honestly, probably. But the pants that I'm wearing are like small shorts, you know? Like, these are... I usually just use them for basketball. It's really warm right now. So I am... I don't know. I'm regulating my temperature. But, I mean, okay. Maxim, so by the way, that comment was from YouTube. That's why you might not see that the chat while I'm answering. The example of a politician caught streaming without pants... It sounds like a really bad thing, you know? At first, it sounds like, haha, so like, what an idiot. But when you start thinking about it, you know, I don't follow politics. It's been like, ever since I stopped competitive debating, I have completely zero interest in that sort of stuff. But if I was to think about politicians and who I support, if a dude turned out to be streaming without pants, like in a Zoom meeting or I don't know, in an even news conference, whatever, I think my opinion of that person would actually kind of go up. Unless they act like really awkwardly, unless they start like apologizing and act weird, I would, I mean, that would make them seem more like a normal human being, because that's what a normal human being would do. I have friends, I mean, I've been in Zoom, I have been in meetings in the shower. Like the last place where I worked, last time I worked like at a 9 to 5 at a company, it was also like, I was there when COVID hit, and then like a year after that or so during COVID. So we all went home. I was like, some of the meetings I was in, I joined the meeting, I put my laptop like in my bathroom, and I went to take a shower, and I was kind of listening in if there's something I need to do. So seeing that there's a dude who is like also a politician, who is also relatably human, for me would have been a positive thing probably. Because I feel crafters are scamming people. Okay, so it is about justice then, Dante. For example, weapons I craft cost me 3.5 mil, but on market they're like 5.2. Some items are getting more than 60% profit. Holy shit. Wait, did I not enter? Okay, so it's... so that sounds like a combination of you making money, you know, you see like there's a gap in the market, like something you can do and fill and get some easy silver that way. But at the same time, also it seems like you're doing this for justice, yeah? It's like free medicine for the people type of thing, yeah? Like creating generic versions. What is that? There's the guy that created those alternative drugs. Ooh, tier 7 Badon. I don't have good tools to catch him, but I do have Armor of Valor. Where is he? Where did you go? my friend. Okay, maybe if I start hitting mobs, he'll come back. More spear. Oh, that would be a good Crafters Guild name. Spears for the people. We doing this or not? I want to change to Harpoon, just so I don't have to sweat so much about getting on top of him. Should I have Eid? Maybe I should have Eid. I'm not that crazy strong, you know? I have tier 8 armor, but other than that, I'm tier 7, so... I just need to use my armor against his E and I'm fine. Okay, well I E'd out, so I will use my armor against his second E, I guess. Since I already E'd out. But if I hadn't clicked my E at the same time, then I would definitely just keep my armor for that. Guessed it. Oh, but I didn't hit the Q. There's another dismounted guy there. He's gonna kill both of us. Unfortunate. I still have one potion, so I think the fight is over in my favor, but who knows? Who knows? Against Curse, I need also Rose Snapper. Actually, maybe even against Badon, I could have changed to Snapper. If I am on these boots, I think I could have just changed to Snapper, actually. Armor of Valor is nice counter. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying earlier that I think it's like, for solo PP, it's still the best plate armor. But of course, sometimes you want, some builds want Soldier Armor or even Knight Armor. Occasionally, it can be interesting and fun. But Armor of Valor, on top of just being basically such a strong, versatile, like defensive, you can silence, you can break enemies' combos, you can ignore CC if you click it correctly. It has some matchups that it just, well, I wouldn't say straight up wins, but it just counters so so clearly, like Badon. I just craft what I would use, so... Oh, you don't sell items. Okay, so you're not doing it for money. Okay, okay. So it's just for your own... okay, I see. Man, if the bow got dismounted there, I am so happy to kill this, or to fight this guy. 7-3, he doesn't have cooldown reduction. What is this build? I have to try, right? Let me change to Snapper. I have to try this. I have to make it seem like I'm not trying to get dismounted, so he gets aggressive, but... Maybe Harpoon is not that bad against him, but no, I think I need Impaler for damage since he's 8.3. I wonder if he thinks I'm a threat or not. I kind of wait. I really want him to think that I'm not interested, you know? I mean, I'm talking about the double-bladed, obviously. I hope it's clear. I mean, okay, even if he doesn't dismount me, I might be fine. Double-bladed is... The one problem with double-bladed is that it's... that it is going to stun me, so I'm still going to take some of the Stalker Jacket damage. Or it's going to be similar to like when you Inferno against their stun, which you know I often do, then they stun and they have time to react and they don't use their Stalker Jacket at all. It can be the same with Armor of Valor, you know? He uses stun run, I use Armor of Valor, and then he doesn't end up stunning me at all. He's on Snapper, yeah. Alright, that's good. If he's on Snapper, then I should also be on Snapper. I think I would have won that fight already. 8.3 here. You had let him dismount, he would have killed. He says okay, but I mean, I'm not trying to instigate a 2v1. I think the double-bladed, it's gonna be close. I mean, maybe if he plays it really safe, it's hopeless. But I think the double-bladed, if I overcharge, I can fight back at least. Since he doesn't have cooldown reduction on his weapon, that's already like a big step. Because usually, like the ones that I've, like if you look through the death tabs, the double-bladeds you see that often kill me when I am like tier 7 somewhere. Usually they have 10% cooldown reduction on their weapon. That's a big deal. In this case, the double-bladed is going to struggle a bit more with constantly being at the edge of the screen. Okay, so then, you have not inspired me to start crafting, Dante. If I understand correctly, it's just that you learn to craft, like you kind of feel good about being self-sufficient, because then you know you are getting the best deal, right? That's what you're saying. You don't have to wonder whether you are being scammed or not, how much exactly do things actually cost. You just craft the items you use yourself, so you feel like you know that this is what it costs. Although, it probably costs less for like hardcore crafters, right? Since you are not crafting in a guild hideout, I'm guessing. But yeah, my understanding of crafting is pretty basic. Dexter asked, how do you feel on Spear's Q1 hit delay? I feel like it's like I've won most of my fights because of it. You mean that it's like a better way to say it, Dexter, would be that there's like a lingering effect on the ground, right? It's not so much hit delay, it's more that I mean, you see, okay, there's a bit of hit delay. Yeah, you're right, kind of. But it's cooler than it kind of lingers on the ground. Yeah, I hope you know that. Yeah, you probably do if you're asking. That you can throw your Q in front of the enemy and later then we walk into it, there's still like, it lingers there. How do I feel about it? I have no emotions about the fact that the Q works like that. It does not, it doesn't bother me. I mean, obviously I'm happy that it stays, like the effect lingers, because it's just stronger, yeah? It's just more time, and it means that whenever you're kiting, kiting is much easier to damage and kiting than it would be if it was like an instant spell and then disappeared, yeah. So it's definitely a good thing, but I've never thought too much about it. Like, as in, how to feel about this. Maybe I will look into the crafting too, just have self-make gears, I would use my own. I met a guy on a Western server, one of the guilds I tried. He was saying that he had like a proper long-term goal to only use things that he crafts. And he seemed pretty determined, which is kind of awesome. And I think there's a lot of people like that who try to be like self-sufficient. Not like Iron... I mean, it is kind of like Iron Man, but specifically with this type of approach, you know? Oh man, he's gonna go back to the horse, right? Oh shit, I should have kept my boots for his boots. Nah, I didn't. I wasted the potion and cape there. He's tier 6, yeah. Yep, didn't need to drink potion. Well, but you know, we have this kind of... whenever there's lower AP player, we have a threshold. Did he make me use my potion? I mean, he didn't really make me. It was just me using it for no reason, but still. He did at least get in my head far enough where it felt like I need to use it, maybe. No point not to, so yeah. I did put my cape on cooldown. Man, this helmet thing is so nice. This is one of the, in terms of like actual weapon / balance changes, this is one of my favorite changes of, I don't know how long in Albion Online. Adding this spell. I know it should probably be tweaked to be a little bit weaker. It's a bit, like just like they said, they have nerfed like energetic sprint, they have nerfed Limhurst cape. They have said several times, the developers, that they don't like having like a simple one-stop solution to all your energy needs, you know? Like when they nerfed the energetic sprint, they said that they don't like the fact that the energetic sprint has become like if you have energy problems, that's it, you know? You just have energetic sprint and it's GG, you no longer have them. They wanted, I guess, the energy management to be more complicated, I don't know. This helmet, I feel like they could nerf it so it doesn't give 25% of your missing energy, but let's say it gives 15 or something. But I think I think that that this is like in general, this is such a nice thing, such a nice change. Okay, but at least my crafting thing, like my questions about crafting, I feel now from Dante's answers that I'm not ready to become a crafter, because just crafting to feel better about the items that I buy. Maybe it will change if I play more like higher IP weapons. To be honest, yeah, maybe, you know, maybe like crafting like when I start playing more 5-4, 6-4 spears and daybreakers. Maybe it will feel like, you know what, actually it matters. Oh shit, I missed the chest. I'm an idiot. I just saw it disappear when I opened it. And I'm in Legendary Mist and I just let some dude take the chest. No. Well, shit happens. Oh wait, you did add something. Okay, wait. Dante said, yeah, it's still a good way to save silver and some items you don't see on market. Well, okay, that's a better argument. Like the Daybreaker yesterday, after I died, to this low life betrayal situation. After that, I wanted to buy another one, and I thought, okay, if I buy from the market, I'm paying like much more than what you sold me for and what you said it costs, Dante. So instead, I was just using 5.4 that I have already in my bank. But it was like a bit of that situation for sure yesterday also, when I thought that, hey, you know, it's I wouldn't mind getting another 8.2 right now, but I can't find a good one on the market which isn't overpriced, and I can't be bothered to check every market every time, you know. Maxime said probably having your name sealed on item will raise ego for somebody. That's true. I mean, yesterday I was playing with a Polish streamer's item, just because I randomly found it and bought it, and then I was using Dante's item because he gave me well, he sold me one for 4 million, so I was playing with some good ones. Too bad he missed that. Man, he's missing everything. Where's my second potion? What? My cape was on cooldown. GG, man. It's just free kill for him. No way. I couldn't buy time. Also, too bad, man. I would love... This is exactly the fight I want, but not in the middle of the camp after I already used my spells. I should have run away and then taken the fight proper. Or tried at least. Damn. This guy was absolutely missing his Qs. Not like the Flamewalker fought yesterday that I was complimenting. He was missing so many Qs. And my cape must have been so close, right? I didn't double... Did I double click the potion? My build, like this type of build against him, I feel like it's exactly a good way to play Daybreaker. Let's see, what happened to the... I forgot. You see, this is 100% earlier that I didn't need to drink the potion against the tier 6 curse, right? That came to bite me in the ass. Let's quickly look at what... I am full, right? I'm not full. Yeah, okay, so I'm missing 500 HP already, unfortunately. Yeah, he's missing all Qs. He Infernos kind of badly here. And I'm tanking mobs, which is also a big mistake in Legendary Mist. Luckily, he starts tanking mobs here, which I get a little bit of it back. And as I'm walking, I cannot dodge his Qs. Somehow he still misses, but I can't really dodge his Qs. How is he missing every Q, man? And by the way, did you see I took almost no damage, because when he used his W here, I used my shield. So I blocked his E damage also with my shield. Kind of lucky timing there. And wait, what about my potion? No way, look at this. Look at this moment here. Look at my cape. I used my potion, it's like a couple seconds before my cape is ready. If I have 2 potions, at least I can reset the fight, probably, right? Unless, wait, he was actually probably on Purge, right? It looks like a Cultist Call visually, but I don't know. He didn't use his Cultist Call on me. Oh, Fiend Call, yeah, okay. It looks like a Fiend Call, I guess. Yeah, okay. So, so I'm not getting away anyway. So with the second potion, I just brawl and I don't win anyway, right? I mean, it's possible the second potion, but I don't know if it buys me 9 seconds. I doubt it. If it buys me 9 seconds, then if I time my shield and armor of valor, I have a chance, but probably not. Unlikely. Okay, annoying, but it's definitely a good, like it's a decent matchup, you know. Like normally you don't want to fight like tier 7 versus 6-3 Planewalker, you know, it's pretty much zero chance. Very attuned as well, but I think like this sort of tanky build, and if he hits his E's, he's just shooting them in random direction. But if he actually hits his E's, he even has Mist Caller instead of Phase Breaker. I feel like that this is possible. I can actually win this with this sort of build. I want to do another one for sure. I was thinking about trying different Daybreakers, but I think we're gonna stick with this brawl heavy one for the moment. Let's see, do I have some... I didn't buy the Rate Armor of Valor, I had it from some time before. Okay, let's go do more of the same a little bit. We're getting decent enough fights in tier 7 that we can still have a lot of fun like this. Royal Boots for sure. I do have a bunch of 6-3 items. Yo, okay, let's go 6-3 instead, because I do have a bunch of items to use. Like 6-3 items to use anyway. I also have Soldier Armor, but I kind of like Armor of Valor more anyway. Maybe we can awaken a 4-4 Daybreaker actually, and see if we can make it into a very tanky one. Let's try that. Let's try. Let's see. Do I have some? Let's take some of this food and some soup, Superino, and some eel stew. Just one is enough. Okay. Okie dokie. Do you don't like playing Heron Spear? I do, Dexter, I do. But it's not very strong. It's more fun than strong. But at like middle tiers, I like it. I've played on stream also. I mean, I played also. No, I'm losing for Heron. I played also 4-4 Heron Spear, like 4-4-6-3, and yeah, it's pretty fun. Absolutely nothing against it. It is very fun, but it is very limited because you don't have the kind of mobility to match against actually like meta builds. Wait, I don't need Royal Boots. What am I trying to buy? Cultist Cult. You don't have the kind of mobility to match most popular meta builds, but you also cannot brawl, you know? So you have to make up for that by at least using Royal Boots. Heron Spear was a bit better when Demon Boots were strong, because, you know, you had the easier solution to your mobility needs. But you have to kind of play Royal Boots, I feel like, on Heron Spear. And even then, it's gonna be, yeah, you're gonna be at a huge disadvantage all the time. It's your job to keep the distance because you can't just stand and brawl most meta builds. But you're also not like super giga good at doing damage. You're gonna do very good damage. That part is okay at least, but you're not going to surprise someone and catch them completely off guard like something like a Brawler Gloves or even a Fire Staff can potentially. And we are looking for Armor of Valor. This is good. I am using... I mean, the last one doesn't matter, right? And we are gonna be using heal potions, heal potions, 6-2. Kind of makes sense, yeah. Yeah, whatever. You can buy 6-2s like this, and I need some more energy to awaken it. One more, and Avalonian energy. Not this. Give me actual energy. Not this, man. Come on. How many things do I have to? Why do I have to be so specific? Why can't the game implement an AI? This is not a serious criticism, you know. But imagine if there was an AI that can already know what I want. Thank you for your spears, Voodoo. Everyone else, raise your spears, because I am very happy to announce we have a new member of the spear group here, of the spear mentality. Thank you for subbing with Prime, Mr. Eve Croc. That was correct, yeah. Thank you for subbing, and I hope you enjoy the spear in front of your name. And feeling... you are now officially allowed to feel that you are better than everyone else. Except for other subscribers. But everyone else. Each jacket gives me around 5k profit, crafted like 400 of them. That's 20, 200. That's 2 million, yeah? I was expecting a more impressive ending to that calculation, Dante. Got my Merc jacket crafting 0 to 60, okay, and my leather jacket for 1700 with 0 focus and actually made profit. Oh, okay, so yeah, okay, there is a bit of like special. It is a bit special that you are making profits while you are just leveling. I understand. I remember this from other games. Like if you ever found an old school RuneScape, if you ever found the method to level up your spells while also making profit, it was like the secret, the holy grail. It was the biggest thing that people were chasing. Because normally the logic was you pay money to level up and then you start getting money while you're leveled. But when you're leveled, don't need that back. Okay. So you made 2 million while essentially you are being paid for leveling up your character. If you are here and you have some interest in, I mean, for everyone else, if you have some interest in crafting, then maybe this is the sign to start. I have not yet been pushed over the edge where I feel like I want to craft, but it's very hard to land your E on Heron Spear in mid-range. Yes, also that's a good point, Jans. On top of everything I said, Heron Spear is not strong for solo PvP, but it is fun and it is viable. It is possible to make it work, especially, of course, lower tiers, because lower tiers, other people will also not always be playing like optimized meta weapons, or meta builds, rather, I should say, which means that you're gonna have a lot more many more matchups in lower tiers where you actually don't struggle that much with mobility. You have good enough mobility. And, I mean, kind of just like a bow, you are also in a bit of a problem that since you are kiting and kind of keeping the distance sometimes, against some, not everyone, but sometimes the enemy will just turn around and run away if you start winning. So, you can have some problems with that. But it is possible for you if you find someone who is aggressive, just like like war bows and stuff like that. You need the enemy to run after you and kind of try to put you in a favorable position that way. If you find someone who is aggressive, you can get some big kills. We had on stream when I played Heron, we had I killed the 5-4 carving, 5-4-7-3 carving, and it was still pretty close. It was a very fun and very long fight in the Abbey. But at the end of the day, a big part of why it was possible is because he was actually, he was trying to kill me. He was running after me. He was trying to force me into a brawl. And yes, he had a very good brawling build. So whenever he did get on top of me, he was destroying me, Oops. But overall, I still felt like, even though it was a very good fight and a very nice kill, it still felt a bit like I am a bit more at his mercy. Like, he has to decide to force that fight. Because when I'm running away buying time for my cooldowns, and he suddenly decides, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna leave, I can't really do anything about it, because I'm constantly maintaining the distance, or playing around to at least have Assassin Jacket or my stun when he's on top of me, so I can stun him, go invis, and then keep running away. What is this? If I low roll, this is a swapper? No, it's not. It's a gatherer. If I low roll, I get 5 leather back, mostly getting 6. 5-1 leather right now costs 2,000. Wait. What is the... Oh, so you are saying... Okay, so you're saying you calculated your profit not by how much you actually made, but you're saying that based on what you crafted, comparing to the estimated, yeah? You got 5,000, yeah. You still have to sell those 400 also, by the way, yeah? I hope... Which is another thing that kind of... we have actual option. I'm gonna go ability damage anyway, because it is always so good, but... I am gonna try to be more tanky, but another thing that kind of turns me off from crafting is having to worry about selling. Now, nice. What Dante said earlier, the kind of philosophy and idea to craft just for yourself, so you just level up crafting to craft the things that you actually are going to use. I like that. That makes me think, ooh, I want to craft. But then realizing that I will have to craft for so long to level up, and then invest a lot of money, and then get a lot of items that I need to sell, that kind of turns me back off of crafting, Made like 600 jackets so far. Yeah, so now you have to... It will take some room in your brain. You have to keep in mind, okay, I have to still take those jackets to the other city or carry on or whatever. I have to sell them. and see what, like, I have to keep updating the sell orders, that somebody's gonna undercut you 50 times, stuff like that. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, this is starting off very well. We have max health and ability damage. I mean, I kind of almost want to have the... oh, shit. Oh, I actually got a crit, but I turned it off. It was a crit sound, but I forgot that I cannot swap around while I'm... Anyway, we got 2 crits in a row. The spear is looking very, very nice already. For this very tanky build, I'm kind of interested in getting lifesteal even more than I would normally. So I feel like lifesteal would be nice. I mean, defense also makes me tankier, obviously. I'm not so much looking for cooldown reduction, but if I do get cooldown reduction and nothing else, then sure, I'll go for it. Just crafting to get crafting specs so I can get MP masterpiece and high tier. Yeah. No, I understand the way, like the long-term thing. I understand that how it makes sense that it works. Let's see. Yo, check it out, Dante. Say something. Say something. Let's see if it works. I want to see if you have a nice symbol in front of your name or not. You can also raise your spears. Something nice. So finally, I can tell Grinder he's not the only VIP of the channel because we're spreading. I've pretty much forgot that this function exists, but it is time. It is time to bring it back. Auto attack speed would be nice. Yeah, Prywal? Man, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't know if it's Prajwal or Prywal, because in my language the J is just yacht, you know. But I'm gonna go with Prajwal probably. Anyway, auto attack speed is not bad. Yeah, it definitely is. Like, it's a secondary trait. It's not something you prioritize on spear for when you're tuning. I think you get enough from torch. I don't have torch, so yeah, it would be nice. And it is decent, yeah. If you just have the auto attack speed, you also brawl better, you know. Like, my whole build is about brawling. It is definitely something to think. Yeah, you're right. I would prefer to have lifesteal, but maybe lifesteal, defense, or auto attack speed actually is kind of makes sense. I could use some more speed to have a better rhythm with Qs. Right now it feels a bit off. J is J, bro. That doesn't help me. You literally just wrote the same letter twice. It's like, if someone asks do you pronounce GIF or GIF, you know, and then you just answer them in writing, so they still don't know. What did you write? Did you write J or J? I don't know. I hope you understand that. Or maybe it was a joke, yeah. Imagine having built in-game AI back-sitting bad moves would be funny. Yeah, man, there's a lot of potential for AI. In fact, today, so if you're not here for the start, peanut butter, what? If you were not here for at the start of the stream, I will quickly repeat it. So YouTube has added a bit of an AI for the creator in the YouTube studio. I shared it also in Albion Discussions channel on Discord. Maybe you saw it. So they added a bit of an AI. It was always the case that there's some sort of predictions or suggestions for you how to answer comments under videos. But now AI took it over, which means that if someone who makes YouTube videos, I know I've been a bit lazy in that regard, but you know, I've made a lot. And when I get the comment and I see that there's a new comment, usually, like, this AI YouTube gives me some automatic answers that I can click on to instantly use them. So essentially, I've never used it because I like actually writing and, you know, like a human being, I don't like that sort of thing. But essentially, it's always been kind of simple. Like, someone writes, yo, awesome video, I like it, you know? And then the AI gives me options, like to say thank you, like I appreciate you, or you're welcome, or whatever, like 2 or 3 options, right? For convenience. So instead of writing it out, I just click it. But now, AI is starting to be more creative. So yesterday, I noticed this. A person wrote under my video, the question asked, they described their build. So the comment is, yo, bro, the build I use is this, and they just listed a bunch of items. Is it good, or do I need to change something? Essentially, there's more to the comment, but that's what they were asking, right? Like a typical question. And the AI first response, the AI, it's now being more creative. The first response that AI suggests that I can click on, it goes like this. Reply made by AI. I would say that your build is already good for the cost. You can consider changing the Inferno shield to a face breaker for a higher damage output. This is First of all, it's actually trying to give Albion advice, the AI, you know? It's suggesting this, and this is a comment that I can just choose if I'm too lazy to answer stuff myself. As I said, I can't imagine getting to that point. If I don't have time or I'm for some reason don't want to, I would just not answer comment, yeah? I would never use like AI for random slop bullshit. But essentially, first of all, it's funny that it's trying to do Albion. Secondly, it would tell the person, consider changing Inferno Shield to a Facebreaker. So it's also like kind of just putting things together. That is kind of wild, yeah. In this way, that's exactly what we're doing today, right? I changed, like, if you take the regular Daybreaker build, right now I changed Inferno Shield to Facebreaker, right? I mean, I am using Plate Armor, so no Inferno and Facebreaker. I mean, probably, like, the leading theory we have right now, and I think it's a good theory, is that AI doesn't understand item slots. So AI thought that Inferno Shield is a shield. And knows that Facebreaker is a shield. That's like the best suggestion that we had earlier when we discussed this. So that it just suggests using a different shield, essentially. Because it thought that Inferno Shield is a shield. You have a very good level of English. Where are you from? Thank you, sir. I have worked a lot in English. Like my adult working life, my work project, most of them have been like in English. So I have had a decent amount of practice. And I come from a very small country. I've had the discussion before, but I come from a very small country, which means that growing up, if I wanted to have fun, if I wanted to watch TV shows, movies, play games, go on, well, YouTube, or something YouTube related, you know, any sort of entertainment, I had to consume it in English, because my own country is too small to really produce a lot. Even when I went to the cinema, like I know in some countries, like in bigger countries, you go to the cinema and you often watch movies, especially like movies that are maybe also kids go to. It's very often like dubbed, you know, someone reads over them. When I watched movies at the cinema when I was younger, I had no choice. It was always English movie with Estonian subtitles at the bottom. So learning English in my country is kind of over 90% of people, based on like international surveys, over 90% of people can hold the conversation in English. We're talking about old people, not 90% of young people, but 90% of old people. Like everyone. So it is very like... and I think a lot of small countries have a similar experience. You know, if you're from a big country or a big language, you know, if you're like from Russia or from Spain, you can live your whole life and you can have you can have so much fun in life without ever learning English, because everything exists in Spanish. There's so many options. Everything exists in Russian, you know. So much culture, so you can read books, watch movies. I cannot do that. But the answer was also hidden in my longer answer. I'm from Estonia. For anyone who didn't know. Good meal of homemade meatballs. Is that what you just had, Ugborg? Or did you just gobble a little bit of flame walker in the mists? Did you take 2 years or more to accumulate 1 billion silver? Also great advice video about it. Thank you, man. No, it actually didn't take that long. I don't know. I mean, I started with EU server, but my playtime is very on and off. Like I've played a little bit here, then I took a break for 2 months, then I came back and was really active for maybe a couple months, then I took a break for 3 months. I have not been like intensively playing, so I don't know how much in total. I was trying to estimate yesterday that probably I have somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 hours of Albion, but that's not EU, that's just Albion in general, right? But I don't know how much exactly. I can look at the online time of my character, but the problem is outside of streaming, like before streaming, my playstyle is to go into the mist for half an hour, then go stand AFK, so my actual playtime is definitely very inflated because I'm just AFKing on the market. But I don't know how much it looks. But if you're interested in like making silver and how I did it with PvP related content only, you can !silver in Twitch chat. It will take you. There's a video I made. It's called like strategies that took me to 1 billion silver or something like that. Which is like what I did, how I played, and a lot of it comes down to like obviously you have to be decent at PvP and good enough at surviving, yeah. But it's not just that. A lot of it is I'm good with using my silver if I really want to. On stream, I don't care that much, but I'm good at not buying stupid items that are like way too expensive, upgrading capes, you know, like this is very simple but good example. There's a lot of other things. And I pretty much exclusively on EU, I mean until like now that I'm streaming, mostly pretty much just play tier 7 and tier 8, and making money with tier 7 and tier 8 is the easiest and fastest. Now, if you are really experienced, going high tier, you will still make profits. But first of all, it's going to be inconsistent. Unless you are really, really, really good and experienced already, it's going to be very inconsistent, you know? Sometimes you're going to have like plus 60 million days, sometimes you're going to have minus 60 million days. And secondly, I mean, it's going to, on average, I think it's like, even if you try to get out these inconsistencies, I think you're going on average to make less per hour than you would at tier 7 and tier 8. Because you can, at tier 7 and 8, you can take a lot of situations, you can fight for objectives, and you die all the time, and it's fine, you don't lose much. Anyway, that's just one part of the video, there's some other things as well, you can check it out. Damn, I got more time in Albion than Vic. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm very, like, I don't feel like a veteran when I look at guys who have been playing from the start, you know? But definitely it's a lot, like, maybe it's probably fair to start saying 2,500 hours now. Already this month, I don't know how, I mean, this month and a half of streaming, I have to check how long I've streamed, but it's probably already like something like 300 hours extra, you know? So I think I should start saying 2,500 hours at least, if someone asks again. We're getting to that. By the way, what is your Russian language level? It's pretty good, yeah. I feel that it's a bit worse than my English. It's definitely broken. There's a lot of words that I don't know that much. But I pretty much, I forgot Russian as I was growing up. It was my home language with my mom. But it was like family friends or people that were visiting. They always laughed when they were visiting because I didn't realize this, but they said when they were at our place, you know, like for dinner or whatever, they said it's funny for them because when I was talking to my mom, when I was like, I don't know, maybe 10 years old or something like that, maybe 15 already also, it was often that she was saying things in Russian, and I understand Russian, but I was answering in Estonian, and she understood Estonian, right? So we were having a conversation, but we were both speaking our own language, you know, kind of. So yeah, but my language level in Russian, I feel like it's pretty good. I definitely understand everything, but except for like words that I don't remember all vocabulary, but when I like watch a movie, if I watch a movie or something, or I watch some Russian streamers occasionally, you know, definitely understand everything. But if I start speaking, it will be obvious probably that I have some sort of broken accent, but it's still fine. I don't know. No codified chatting tonight. Those were real meatballs. Yeah, you have to remember, Ugborg, like yesterday with your comment about what happened. You have to understand how difficult it is for everyone else to understand whether this is the Ugborg from the 15th century chronicle writer Ugborg or the regular person Ugborg. Swap to 5.2 crafting right now. On paper it's 20k profit per jacket now, but I guess after this I'm done with it. Got 16 merc, 16 16, 13 hunter jacket now. Okay. But even if you don't have high specs yet, you're still gonna start crafting your own items, right? It's just that you're gonna have lower quality items, so you will essentially... You will not be making as much. But I understand, Dante, from your description of how crafters are scamming everyone. Even without full specs, even without like getting very good rolls, you're still gonna start crafting your own 8.3 jackets, yeah? That's the point. And you're just gonna get, occasionally you're gonna get like a outstanding or normal quality jacket, and you're gonna have to put more money into it to reroll, or you're gonna sell it with like without profit and make another one. That's the plan, yeah? Or did I misunderstand something there? Let's also check this. Right now I have really high specs on spear crafting, torch, tree, plate boots, and leather jackets. Yeah, okay, so everything you use. Well, except for helmet. I'll just craft my 8.3s basically. Yeah, but I mean, you don't need full specs to craft 8.3, right? You will craft it, and you will just accept that you don't get excellent and masterpiece, you know, all the time. Let's go. You didn't loot the chest in the big camp. Oh shit! Epic Games, I didn't. I was 3 crits in a row. Yo, yesterday we had 4 in a row. Right now, the last roll on ability damage was a crit, and then the first roll here, max health, was a crit. And now another crit. Is it possible to get 3 in a row again? This is... I am the master! Ever since Tinto betrayed me, I am the master of rolling crits on Awakening. Right, I remember correctly. The last one I ended this one, was a crit. Then I put in, I chose the next attunement. I chose health, and I got a crit right away. Then we went back into the mist, and now I came out. I got 2 crits in a row. So we have 4 in a row now. But we can let's choose the next. I'm gonna go with defense, I think. Although item power would also be decent for everything. But I kind of want to try to just be crazy tanky. I kind of want to try to just be crazy tanky, right? I mean, I mean, anyway, defense is anyway good, so yeah. I am very much like this whole build is. Let's see if the whole idea is I'm just gonna stand next to the enemy and tank everything and see what happens. No. Dante says, to be honest, IP already have 2 pieces of plate and shield. That's true, yeah, but I am, you know, I am trying to be the unkillable, well, because I don't have much choice. IP. Hamster asked why 2 traits. Oh yeah, I just hadn't gotten around to it yet, the third one. Maxim said in YouTube chat, for high tier crafting, just use focus, it will usually be profit. Yeah, Maxim, we had a long discussion about crafting. We're not talking about crafting for profit here necessarily. It's more that Dante is talking about what he's doing. And in my, like, I don't craft, but I was thinking that, okay, if Dante crafts, like, if he started crafting and he's just like me, you know, like PvP player, you know. So I was wondering, maybe there's something there that also will entice me to actually start crafting. Hamster also says IP is a good trait. Okay, so we are maybe going for IP. You're gonna get big diminishing returns. You mean if I do defense and already have everything? Yeah, you're right. Okay, you're being reasonable, but that's, you know what? It just sometimes it's not the best way. And you know, in my spear guides, I always tell, don't go crazy in one direction or the other if you want to like really have a good build. Don't go full cooldown reduction or full brawling only. You know, that's a good approach. But it's like it seems attractive to just go full tank and see what happens. Okay, we have IP, and we're gonna reroll this a couple times. If this is a crit, that would be 5 in a row, but I can already hear it's not. So once again, 4 crits in a row, though. That's a big. That is streamer luck, maybe. It's not streamer luck, Vitus. It is from the epic betrayal yesterday that I got from the dude we were fighting, from Tinto. He will forever go down in history as the low humans. Okay, I don't want to say scum because it sounds too bad. I'm no longer feeling hurt about it, but anyway, it is in memory of the symbol of after I got betrayed. At least I got so much positive karma from trusting him and then getting backstabbed that now I have a lot of good luck. IP trait increases your HP trait. Okay. What you mean by that is... Why? What the fuck? Why? IP just gives me more HP. You mean it... How does it increase this one on the left? HP trait is scaled to IP. Okay, wait, because here it doesn't... Okay, so here I have... Yeah, I don't know how much, I don't know how to test it. We need 2 daybreakers to test it out to see exactly. So essentially, probably the way it's coded is that this HP trait, also since I see it here, this HP trait, it's not a separate trait added to the daybreaker, but it just increases the stat which already, by the way, if you're new, you might not know, but all melee weapons, except for a couple daggers, if I remember correctly, most melee weapons, let's say, give you extra HP. You can click through them and then see. From daggers, only a couple, but most melee weapons give you HP. So this one just increases how much HP it gives me. It doesn't add a new line. So probably when I scale, it scales the whole. Okay, that is interesting to know. I had no idea. I mean, it's pretty niche case, you know. It's not like it's hugely impactful, but it's interesting. So what I'm saying is, getting more IP anyway would give me more HP, because always when you have a weapon, well, like most melee weapons that give you HP, the more IP it has, the more HP the bonus will be, you know. But what Hamster is saying is that not only does it give me more HP just by increasing the IP of my weapon a little bit, but it also increases the bonus HP that I get on top from the attunement. Very interesting. HP is increasing every time you roll IP. Yeah, but that would increase anyway, because Daybreaker anyway gives HP. Okay, let's roll one more time and see. Okay, I got plus 2 HP here. I mean, you understand, Hamster, yeah, what I mean. Like, my overall HP would increase anyway, just by raising IP, even if I didn't have max HP trait here, right? Just because Daybreaker gives HP based on how much IP you have, even without any attunements. But what you're saying is that this number here, this number you're saying also, oh, you mean it also shows here now. Yeah, you're right. You're not talking about my overall HP. Yes. Yes. You're right. That's true. Remember, this was 417 and now it's 400. So I got plus 6 HP from the extra IP. I mean, it's not much, but it's not. It's very interesting to know that this sort of thing works. Yeah. You're right. This is like this is pretty much conclusive proof, you know, to what Hamster was saying, that the actual number shown here has changed. Very interesting. Another thing I want to try, but I don't know if I will do that with one-handed spear or Daybreaker. One other thing I want to try soon, one of these days, is like full attack speed. It's also going to be very brawl heavy, because attack speed doesn't help you kite, obviously. It doesn't help you when you're from at a distance, you know. Whether you're trying to catch a frost or kite away from battle axe, the attack speed will help you less. But I still kind of want to try a spear where I choose leather armor, put all passives on attack speed, and then roll attack speed on the spear. Wouldn't it increase with specs then? The way I understand Hamster's logic and what we are seeing is, of course, yes, it would, because no matter how you increase the IP of the weapon. So essentially what we found out is that this, the traits that you add to your weapon, just like all the things on your other things on your weapon, percentage-based things stay the same. You know, like the plus 10%, okay, not here, but you know. Anyway, the plus 30% from Assassin Jacket, it stays the same, right? Doesn't matter what tier you are, the damage you get. But all the non-percent ones, even the attuned traits that are not percentage-based, they scale. They are not actually, it's not actually the number that you're being shown that you get like finitely, or it's not like defined that you get plus 300 IP, plus 300 HP on your weapon, but they scale with IP. It depends on the IP. So that also means that if I give this weapon to someone who has less specs in Daybreaker, for them this will be less, right? Now that should also be like a logical conclusion to this. So if somebody buys this specific weapon, and they don't have any specs in Daybreaker, for them this max HP will be much less, because you know everything about the weapon will scale down based on the specs, but ultimately based on the IP that the weapon will have in their hand. That's why you can get like 700, 800 IP on 8.4. It's not that you're rolling so much. It's not just that you are crazy rolling, but it's because you are high IP. Yeah, I see. Nice. I like learning stuff. Although this isn't like it doesn't feel like the most impactful thing, you know. It's not like it would have ever changed how I play or do things. Well, except for maybe, yeah, okay. By choosing the IP trait, I have gained already 5 extra or 6 extra HP, you know. So there's a bit of impact, but it's not that big. But it's very interesting to know these sorts of game mechanics. It might become relevant later on also, because I believe that if HP is based on IP, then I'm pretty sure that the other awakened traits are also based on IP, the ones that are not percentage based. Without Duskweaver helmet, cannot kill the Gatherer, unfortunately. Guided Trex said earlier, greetings from Bulgaria. Hello. You and Big Lips McGee made me play Spear, and now I love the set of weapons. IGN Green Healer. You don't have to sign your comments. just so we're clear. You don't have to sign your comments. Although, actually, it makes sense, yeah, because I've seen your name on Discord. So at least I know, yeah. We have some people who have completely different names across every platform, right? Like Azot for some reason. Anyway, happy to hear that you're enjoying the Spear. Thank you for sharing the love. And indeed, also, makes me a bit proud to be included in the list of me and Big Lips McGee. although I don't remember catching him when he was very active. I did when I started looking for videos and things to get me into Albion. I definitely found a lot of his content and loved his way of thinking and approach to it, which kind of similarly to how I think about things. I felt like he enjoys breaking things down on like to a more fundamental level, you know, instead of kind of learning the more what is it, not shallow, but yeah, instead of like focusing on the things at the top, he was also, it seemed like he was interested in breaking it down to fundamentals, so that because if you learn more about fundamentals for PvP or anything in life, then you get like superpowers in that field, because you can then use and apply those fundamentals to anything. That's why I also say for PvP, like, rather than learning a specific matchup, it is useful to experience matchups, of course, but rather than obsessing over what exactly is the matchup of spear versus dual swords, it's better to try to focus on the fundamentals. Like, why are you keeping your distance? Why are you spacing away? What is it that makes the sword a dangerous brawler right now? Because then you can adapt. Like, for example, now, I was very happy to outbrawl a lot of swords earlier, because cripple, not just giving you move speed or damage, it also removed their stacks, you know, and if you remove your sword stacks, they are much weaker. Now, unfortunately, swords have become, or feel, I think, a lot more like a brawler weapon against spears, and the spear is more clearly the kiter. Spear was always the kiter, but now even more clearly in that matchup. Because you don't have the option to, when your carving is on top of you, he has 3 stacks, you just remove his stacks and suddenly he's attacking so much slower. You don't have that option. But to extend this example, so if you learn this, like, that's how sword stacks work. If you learn that you can brawl swords because you can cripple their stacks, that's a part of it. Now, in the future, you're playing some random other weapon, and you will start noticing, yo, what if I always brawl the sword when he has no stacks, and the moment he starts getting, after he gets his second stack, then I disengage in kite, you know? You will start applying those sorts of fundamentals to completely different situations. That's just a random example, but I hope you understand. That's why I believe learning everything, learning anything in life, I feel like it's long term, it's a good strategy to focus on the fundamentals. I read, like, that was a while ago. I think it was called the personal MBA, which I kind of liked. I mean, I've never been too business minded, I feel like, but still, I was like curious to learn about that sort of thing. I read the book called the Personal MBA, MBA, right, with an M, like degree, and I really liked his approach. I remember he said that, like, his whole point with the book was that the whole, like, he's gonna focus, like, there's so much economic theory and like, how to say, for entrepreneurs, so much like content that he feels is correct, but it is needlessly confusing, and he wants to focus that if you learn like the kind of like basic things, then everything else which is correct just becomes applying these basics to the to increasingly difficult situations, like complex situations, you know. I remember that it felt like a really valuable like way of thinking, you know. So if you are able to distill the basics, then you can kind of in the future it's much easier. Okay, we got a philosophical rant and it's only 4 hours into the stream. I keep finding unlooted dead bodies in open world. God loves me. Are you by any chance running right after a ZVZ, Voodoo? Do you see like big red blob in front of you where you're going and a bunch of players? Because in that case it might not be luck. Sabartiani says Orange Zone's the biggest piece of dog shit. Explain. If you're gonna come out with that sort of statement, also, what's up, man? But if you're gonna come out as that sort of statement as your introductory message of the day, then tell me, what happened to you? Did you die in orange zones? You don't lose your items, so why are you so angry? What happened? Did you get betrayed by Tinto? Is that what happened, Sabartiani? Did you go to orange zone and you got betrayed by Tinto? I wonder what happens if I put my Daybreaker to 120. I kind of don't want to do it because I feel like people will fight me even less. But I'm curious now. What if I add another 5 points to my Daybreaker? Man, this tier 8 Abby is actually kicking my ass. I mean, it's at a point where if I get attacked by someone, I have to be careful about it. Oh yeah, hi, my precious bald man. Hello. So, what happened? Tell us the story. By the way, Vic, chat is cutting off again. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that is because when we watch a replay, I just add the whole screen, you know, on OBS. I just make you see my whole screen, whatever we're doing, and I forgot to put it back. See you in the mists, people of the Vic. That sounds like some sort of indigenous tribe, you know. So Ugburg is announcing. Well, Ugburg is announcing that he's entering the mist right now. So if you're in the mood for fighting some tier 6 arcane, which I'm guessing is what Ugburg is doing, but I don't know, then now it's time to go into the mists, I mean. Damn. Yeah, shields in general, like from a solo PvPer's perspective, shields are kind of, I mean, okay, Facebreaker at least seems redeemable, but everything else it feels like shields have been kind of out of any sort of meta. You know, you don't really use other shields. Like maybe some weird curse staffs for like beginner builds, like use some defensive shield, but not really. And I mean, you don't have to have everything for solo PvP. Obviously, you don't need to have every weapon or item viable, but it just looks cool, and it's like part of the fantasy role-playing part of the game that I'm enjoying. 600k. I mean, this is tier 8 Abbey, so I should actually be disappointed, not happy. Yeah, fuck that. But I'm still happy. It was an epic chest, right? Rare chest, yeah, I mean, epic. Yeah, it is purple chest in tier 8 Abbey. But yeah, the shields, like, I feel just my guy looks cooler than with a torch, you know? With a torch, I don't look like an actual warrior. I look like, I don't know. It's like this meme, you know? On the left side, there's this average virgin torch abuser, and then you have this Chad Facebreaker enjoyer on the right. I feel like that kind of, like, I feel much stronger with Facebreaker visually. Man, your karma has to run out soon. No, I have a lot of karma left. I need a red buff before this, and these are tier 8 rooms, so clearing every room takes a long time. Okay, when I got in that, we got into depths, and exactly in 10 seconds I see two guys, they run after me like another 4 guy, like fighting 2v2, and then motherfucker stopped and targeted me, CC'd me, solo player, innocent, and died. Okay, Summer Tenny, that doesn't seem like a huge thing. What the hell? So you just ran in. You didn't lose any money, you didn't lose any time, you just lost like 40k of repair costs. So essentially, it's like, oh, you had 4 mil in your bag. Wait, why? How? So you didn't get 10 seconds. Oh, okay, holy shit. Okay, then I take it back. Then may your items rest in peace. But then it wasn't the first level. You're talking about the last level, yeah? Like you got into the last level, you had 4 million already, yeah? I mean, okay, if you had 4 million, you probably wouldn't even go to the last level. You would just get out. Or you were brave enough to continue. Okay. Because 4 million, I feel like... yeah, Death's loot is busted strong right now. You do get a lot of items. But I feel like 4 million is a point where, even with the busted loot, it doesn't really make sense to continue. Unless you are like, you don't care about money, you just want to have fun, then of course, yeah. You've already waited 2 levels, just go PvP, but if you're playing solo, I feel like at 4 million, I wouldn't even probably go into the last level anymore. I would just cash it out and go again. Killed the guy named First Time Karma. He knew it would happen eventually. Yep. Yeah, that would be a good thing to put here, you know, like, because people who kill you or that you kill often often open this just to see who you are. So putting some message here, like putting something about karma there, that could work. It will take some time to figure out what exactly. I have 7 stacks. Don't feel super confident about that, but I don't want to start clearing the room right now and get low from it. Unless I find a red stack, maybe then it's worth it, but... I mean, to find a red buff to get 1 extra stack, I mean. Yeah, you could put something in your, like, in the About Me bio or whatever this thing is called. What's it called? Oh, there is no name. Something like killing me is good karma or killing me is bad karma. But yeah, it has to be much more clever than that. I started game a couple of days ago and I started as one-handed spear. Nice. I mean, you're gonna have a hard time learning, but it's very fun and it's gonna teach you the important basics of PvP. Currently, I'm having a hard time. I'm not sure which content is best for me. Yeah, as I said, you're gonna have a hard time. When I go back, Black Mist, a random guy with 8+ fire staff. Yeah, I mean, welcome to the club, Levent. That is the game. Yeah, a random guy with 8+. You must understand that the complexity of Albion, it's not as difficult as Dota or League at the end of the day, but it is at least in the same ballpark, you know? The complexity of the amount of different spells and interactions and things that can happen, and the kind of combination of being strategy, you know, when are you going to use something, and the mechanical skill in some weapons, it is at least comparable to games like League or Dota, yeah? We can have a discussion, but I mean, it's probably we're never gonna say that it's as difficult, but it is comparable. So, you're gonna have a hard start. But unlike games like League and Dota, there is no matchmaking system. When you start Albion, you're not gonna... If you go and install League or Dota right now, well, you're gonna have a lot of smurfs, sure, okay. But in theory, you're gonna be playing against other beginners. And for a while, you're gonna be playing against people more or less your own skill. And as you progress, you get better opponents, better teammates, stuff like that. Albion is a lot of the same complexity without any sort of matchmaking. So it's not only that the guy has, like, better tier gear than you, but he also probably, like, you're gonna fight some of the best players for your first week into Albion if you go into full loot zones, right? So you have to accept that. And Spear is gonna make your experience even more difficult because you don't have these easy wins. You kind of have to earn your fights, but that will make you into a much better player later on. Like, in a couple 100 hours, when you start feeling like, okay, I'm not completely beginner, you're still gonna suck in 2 hours. I mean, in 200 hours. Man, somebody's up. Somebody was shooting a bow up there. But you're still gonna suck, but at least you're gonna feel like you're kind of okay. In some things, you are going to feel like you're gonna probably tank the spear, at least. That's my experience. Spear was not the first weapon I tried as a beginner, but overall that's my experience with some Albion beginners as well. Because you will be forced to actually learn what different spells do. You're not gonna win many fights without understanding your enemy's build and stuff like that. I can swear someone was here. There are archers here, but... Because when I was at the chest, I don't know if you heard it on stream because my game sounds are quiet. When I was on chest, I heard like an archer shoot. So I guess someone just ran through here, saw that the chest is open, and then ran away. Yeah. Well, maybe. Karma is a bitch, just like you. Ah, good one, Voodoo Mama. Yo, that would... Oh, damn! That is actually... I mean, I'm guessing you didn't come up with that. If you did, bad props. If you didn't, still fine. I don't know where it can come from, but it would be a perfect thing to add here. I don't want to do it. I kind of like having this positive, wholesome little message that doesn't really say anything. But damn, that's a good idea to put in your bio there. Karma is a bitch, just like you. That's awesome. Bloodrest, what's up, man? Thank you for subbing with Prime. We can have spears in chat. Although, on some level, it feels weird to welcome Bloodrest because it seems like you've been here forever. But yeah, thank you for subbing with Prime. And welcome to the club of owners of a spear in front of your name. Oh, by the way, I should actually... Hamster, if you're still here, write something. I don't know, it might be missed, of course, but... I just remembered that Hamster was also here, and that's another... it's time to increase our VIP list a little bit as well. We'll see. When Hamster comes back, he will see it. And he will be like, what? What is this thing in front of my name? Or maybe he will not even notice. But yeah, definitely. Definitely someone that during my last month of streaming helped me so much with learning stuff. Don't go, sir, don't go. Oh, nice, you're not going, actually. Nice. Oh, but now you can't go, bro. Now it's too late. Oh, okay. I feel kind of minus karma because it turns out he has no idea what's happening. But hey, for 1 million? For 1 million, there is no reason not to attack someone. But not write shit in chat and then make it seem like you're giving a fair fight, you know? Don't stoop that low, but just attacking someone? Absolutely. What? What is this thing in front of my name? Nice, nice. You're playing the part well. I don't see it in my chat, but... Wait, what? You don't have it? Oh, you have number 1, so you don't have anything in front of your name. So who is that? There's... Wait. I know I need to... Your name is wrong. Let's see if it works like this. Okay, you have to... Go again. Take two. It's like this. Now, next take. We have to try this again, because... Now I need to... Wait, I need to make sure... Roles manager. I need to make sure I remove the dude that has Hamster Gangster name in Twitch without number 1. How do I do this? Like this. Last modified now. Okay, nice. There's some dude who doesn't have number 1. Take 2. Nope. What do you mean, nope? Where is my... Now you have it. Yeah. Now, if you don't see it, it's your problem. Because now you have it. Yes. I am not that I'm really surprised, but it is a bit of a positive. A little bit less, like it's been happening faster than I expected. Let's say the fact that when I started streaming, like one of the thoughts was, okay, like, you know, I tried to spread like happiness of PvP, but also obviously the videos and everything is about teaching some concepts of PvP. But it now has become that the streams have been even more about me learning than they have been about me teaching, which is awesome. But of course, those things always go together. Yes, I brought this up because of, you know, for us to honor Hamster together, who has taught me a lot of stuff already. Vic, I feel like getting spiritual knowledge when I listen to you. I'm happy to hear that, Sabat. I am very happy to hear that. It is after all, a secret life advice hidden behind the mask of Albion. Man, that was that the most profitable kill? This random dude that kind of fought back and then decided not to? We had a good fight at the beginning, but... I mean, this guy actually fought back. Oh yeah, wait, we had this at the beginning. Yeah, this was the most profitable in theory. I don't know about trash rate. Now we got he has tier 8 jacket. Oh, okay, so he actually fought back reasonably. Yo. So he wasn't just like actually lost. He legit saw me and thought that he can fight back, yeah? But he didn't overcharge, and you know, there's not much he can do with. It was even one-handed nature, right? Wasn't even druidic. Yeah, okay, so I don't think he actually has any meaningful, real chance to kill me on 1v1. But you know, maybe if he overcharged, maybe so. Vic's totemic creature is hamster. More listed. So totemic creature. No! Stig! No, don't say that. Don't forget what we discovered yesterday. I have to Google it to make sure that I was right. I'm Googling right now. Is hamster a rodent? And this is the AI overview from Google. Yes, hamsters are rodents. They belong to the order Rodentia, which is a large group of okay, well, whatever, you know? So, don't forget, like, the biggest hater of rats is secretly actually a rodent. What do you think about Beburi? Okay, that is a personal thing. Vic, can you drop something clever? Drop life advice. Yo, I can drop life advice about what you just asked, you know? When you said, what do you think about Bebori? One life advice I can tell you give you from my experience, I've already mentioned it. I've learned that what people think about other people that has pretty little value to me. Except for when it's something positive, then there is at least some value, because, like, if I meet... Let's say I ask, like you just asked, you know, what do you think about Bebori? Let's say Hamster said, like, oh, that guy's like a huge piece of shit, you know, what, fuck that guy. I'm not saying that's what happened, but, you know, let's say he would say that. Then I would pretty much just, you know, I would say that there's no value to that. In my experience, I've heard bad things about people and then had a completely different experience with the person that I was told about. But if there's positive, there's some value, because, you know, then next time you actually meet the other person, or that new person, or you have some interaction with them, you are like more positively minded, you know. There is some value. So, for example, if you're going to Spain on a trip, and I like set you up positively, I said like, oh, that's awesome, you know, people in Spain are really open-minded to travelers, and they're gonna be really happy, like generally very social, and you can have a great time because people are having so much, like, they're having fun. If I like say some positive random stuff about someone else, I'm gonna set you up for having more fun in Spain, because now when you go there, you're gonna expect more positive stuff, so, you know, you're gonna be more open and stuff like that. But if you if you give someone like a negative, like something shit about somebody else, in my experience, it's very easy, like it's very positive to just ignore it. I brought this example earlier, but the job I had at the company, I changed positions a couple times. The last place, the same one when I talked about when I worked during COVID, and then I was in a meeting during a shower. Anyway, the same company, I changed positions a couple times, and people that I knew, and was really social then, so I knew pretty much everyone at the office at some point, and a lot of people are saying that I'm going to like to work with another team and another place where I didn't know, and people are saying, oh, you have to be really careful about that guy or that woman, like, oh shit, you're gonna have to work together with her, or that's gonna suck, you know, that's shit, because she's like this and she's like that, and it was all bullshit. Like, this was people talking from their own experience. Yeah, sure, it wasn't like they were making it up, but it was all bullshit. Like, my experience with people is always completely different to what I was prepared for. So I kind of learned that there's no point, you know. This is some random life wisdom for you, Sobertania, for today. There's no point trusting what other people think about other people, usually. But, you know, it's still kind of tempting to discuss some things, you know. And you can, when I watch basketball, I still have an opinion, like, ooh, like, you know, Doncic is such an awesome player, you know, or that guy sucks, how the hell is that guy not playing defense, you know? I'm still human, I still kind of do that, but when it matters, I wouldn't trust. So important thing is, until you try, don't judge it on others' opinion. Yeah, kind of, yeah. It's also a bit like, if you want to make this into a bigger bigger thing, then yeah, it's something like that. It's also like, this is going to be a very big philosophical idea or discussion, maybe for another time. It's not even 7 hours of stream yet, but it's a bit like, yeah, okay, you know what, we'll get that in a moment. By the way, thanks for following Zayan, that was a while ago, and thanks for subscribing with Prime Amaro with a bunch of underscores in the end. Thank you for giving me the hype and the good energy, and lift your spears for Amaro, who's joined the list of subscribers. Hamster said, I'm editing a banger video, so many juicers, nice, I am happy that, I'm happy. I was sharing, I have a friend who was playing crossbows as well. He was asking. He was asking about your video recently. I told him to watch, but that was like at the beginning, you know, like something like when you started making some videos. I just let him know that he has this option now. He wants to see some crossbow gameplay, because they're like, I mean, Pew Pew plays a lot of light crossbow, used to play at least, but it's not been like one of the main weapons that people play who make content. And he was asking me recently about it also. So I'm happy to know. So many juicers. Yeah, like, you see, that is We were talking about Goldstein like the other day, and somebody asked about him, and I said that how satisfying it is. Like, I know his videos, like one of the reasons I think, obviously he does an absolutely great job editing to make it fun, but one of the big reasons why it's really satisfying for a lot of people to watch Goldstein is the fact that you see like 8.3s, 8.4s dying, you know, and especially the kind of builds that you know that those are some of the players are not that they don't want or cannot take 1v1s, but they are used to, you know, mostly play based off their IP advantage. And killing a lot of those, like seeing someone kill them makes it very satisfying. And it looks like Hamster is showing a little bit that you don't need to play like a more ratty playstyle or even swap items. You can also kind of do it the straight up way. Something like that. I mean, of course not Hamster alone, but it's still nice to see those kind of clips together. Hey, what spear would you recommend to get into 100 as first for new player? Stalowy, there is 2 answers to this. Number 1 simple answer is only one-handed spear is really for like legit new player. The only spears that I would ever suggest playing in solo, as a solo PvPer, for a legit new player, I would only say spear and Daybreaker. Now, once you get more experience, Heron Spear is a good candidate to try out. It's fun, but it's weaker. And you also have Trinity Spear for corrupted dungeons. I guess Pike maybe, but Pike is very niche. So, based on this fact that only One-Handed Spear and the Daybreaker are strong enough for you to actually get into PvP with as a solo player, you have to choose one of those. And between those, Daybreaker it's a bit simpler, and I think it's better overall right now. And I would also suggest that you play it, but the reason why it's not the best for a new player is because it just costs more. As a new player, you're gonna die all the time. And if you die in full loot PvP and you constantly lose your items, you have to play low IP. And that low IP, Daybreaker is like, it doesn't feel like it's worth the extra cost. So One-Handed Spear is better at that point. And when you have some economy, or if you have some economy, if you already played Albion, like other parts of Albion, then go focus more on Daybreaker. And wait for this One-Handed Spear to get buffed again. I mean, it's still viable. It's still in a good place. It's not like it needs to be buffed, but it just would be nice. And also keep in mind that this is very clear, for example, in Mists, but when I'm talking about open world, One-Handed Spear for 1v1 fights, it's definitely weaker than it used to be, but in open world, the kind of agility, the mobility, the versatility of One-Handed Spear shines more. So for open world, it's even better than Daybreaker, or like at least the same, you know. It depends on what you're doing. That was an instant kill. I just can't decide. When I watch Hamster video, all I want to play is crossbow, and I want to play spears. That's the hardest choice of life. Well, get to a point where it doesn't feel like an important choice, because it's not. It's not an important choice to choose one weapon and play that. You are 100% gonna have you're gonna have so much fun if you change builds. Yes, if you want to make maximum money and if you have limited time to play, yes. You're gonna be better if you just play one build and get really good at it. But overall, to enjoy your life and to get actually better at PvP, changing builds is gonna be very valuable. So, and plus, I've said this, like, there's a lot of people have played one weapon for like not just a couple weeks, but maybe 200 hours, and then discover, you know what, I actually want to play something else, and change to something else. And all those 200 hours they spent are very valuable. They learned, like, when I fight spears, I have a better understanding of the fight, you know? It's easier for me to learn, to understand what I'm doing if I fight a new build against spear. Doesn't mean that I always win, but it is easier to win also, but it's also easier for me to understand what I'm trying to do. Speaking of fighting spears, does he have red buff? He doesn't. Okay, we're both 7 stacks yellow, so let's see if he's interested. I need to get close to him, that's the thing. He wants to... Oh, I am 6'3", I forgot. He wants to play from a distance, so... That's not good. I wasted that a bit too early. We can reset. He wants to play from a distance. Did he change his helmet? Oh, he didn't change his helmet, but he wasn't beaming. That's interesting. Anyway, with his helmet and in general one-handed spear, And my build, he definitely wants to play from far. And I want to play from close. So, if he lets me get close without using boots or anything, that's very good for me. Maybe I just need to miss one Impaler, because last time I missed an Impaler, he did actually turn towards me. I was hoping he would E there. He E'd now, nice. I still have healing potions, so should be fine. But yeah, he kind of has to play more like you know, he E's out and plays from a distance. If I E first, which I can do also actually next time, but if I E first, I get a big advantage from that. Because after I E, he can't really do much, because now he doesn't have stacks, you know? Nice, awesome fight, but yeah. It's, ooh, 1.8 mil. Almost nothing trashed. Nice, good fight, but it's much more difficult for him than for me. Because he did, like, the first time he hit away, it was kind of... Also, I think, after tier 8 overcharge, his weapon is higher IP, but, you know, I still have my, traits, right? Also that. But essentially, big thing is that, it's essentially, you know, whenever he E's, he loses his stacks. Whenever I E, I don't. So I can pretty much just... if I E first, I take away his stacks and he's gonna be in trouble. If he E's and I E after him, now we are continuing the brawl. And yes, he does good damage when he's full stacked, you know? But we continue the brawl and I have all my stacks and he doesn't, you know? I never lose stacks in this fight until I miss my Qs. However, why this fight is still like a fight, and it's not like a straight-up counter matchup hopeless for him, is because the Impalers, it's so easy to just... If I just miss 2 Impalers and he hits both of them, that makes up for the otherwise, like, the difference between us, in my opinion at least, in my experience. So here also, like, I missed, I think at the beginning I missed more Impalers than he did, so essentially I am, you know, he kind of made up a little bit for the fact that it's a better matchup for me. But definitely a very brave... This is like proper spear player attitude, you know? Going into the... I'll overcharge and take the fight. Don't care about excuses. It's not a good matchup. I have better... in terms of IP, I have an advantage. Fuck it, you know? He's gonna take the fight. Respect. One-hand spear, good at kiting. My main weapon is spear. Yeah. One-hand spear is decent at kiting, yeah. It is... it's not like... It has the tools to be a good kiter, yeah, but it's not like built-in best kite. Like with bows and frost sets, you have the built-in W, which makes you instantly very good at kiting, especially at frost, you know. And you have good range damage. Spear has the tools to kite, but it's not like... Also, one of the things that to remember, since you don't have the kind of range and like frost and bow, you are very good at kiting against melee weapons, but you're not that good at kiting against ranged weapons. And if you're thinking, well, okay, but you don't need to kite ranged weapons, but there are ranged weapons that also do good, like, damage, close range, and long range, right? So there are ranged weapons that you would ideally want to kite, like a fire staff, but then they still do damage from far, right? So it doesn't really work out that way. Ooh, we have another Daybreaker here. Without many traits, with a much better build, but he has a purge. He can move my helmet. Is it time? Or do we take out the 2 mil so that I feel like we are actually making some money? 6-4. I'm not gonna get my weapon closer to him. Yeah, I think we're gonna take the money out. But I'm not gonna get my weapon anywhere closer. But if I overcharge everything else, it's essentially like 7-3 versus 8-3, right? I'm only 1 tier behind. It's so-so, actually. I think it's possible. Fight, says Sabatani. I didn't see his buff, actually. Okay, let's go see him. Vic, are you streaming anywhere else? Where do you see the messages? Yes. Just to be careful with Twitch, I didn't put all the chats up here above me. Maybe I will Google because someone said maybe it's possible. But I think probably... I don't know if he saw me. If he saw me, he will be here. But if he didn't, then he might think that there's no one in the Abbey. It's an 8.3 that fully looted the chest? I've never seen that before. Yeah, now I feel kind of bad, but... Yeah. This, all of this minus profit has turned my head into make money kind of thing. But I mean, definitely from, like, just seeing him randomly in the mist, definitely it's a fight I want to try. But here, we'll take 9.3 scared of the Great Vic. Yeah, no, in this case it was me that he did not show, he did not show that he didn't want to. Oh, the guy actually wrote. Yeah, the guy from the spear before wrote, my first spear fight and it's versus Vic fucking Zane. Good fight. Oh man, the guy. Okay, then he did very well. Like this guy said, it's his first spear fight. If I understand correctly his message. That's awesome. Yeah, I think in this case it was me that kind of chickened out a little bit from attacking him right away. Because I'm not sure what he like... Maybe he saw me and he thought, okay, if I want to fight, I will come to him, right? Like he didn't walk towards me. Or maybe he just didn't see me at all, I don't know. Yeah, I also have attunements and he doesn't. So even though my spear will always be 2 tiers lower, he was 6483. Even though I'm 2 tiers lower, I have the 400 HP on my spear, which he does not, right? Yeah, that was a bit of the... We'll see. We'll see if we get a bit of minus karma from not running towards him to force him to get into a fight. So yeah, as I was saying, yeah, I am streaming. We're streaming somewhere else. Sabartiani. I've been on Twitch for like a month and a half now, but on YouTube since this week. Like this is day number... I should know. Number 4, yes. I knew that. Anyway, just in case, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm being too like... I read some analysis about like, you know, Twitch multi-streaming and how the regulations are, how they are handling it. Essentially, just to be safe, the chat you see up there on the stream is only Twitch chat. But I see both chats. So if I'm answering something... If I'm answering Twitch chat, if you're on YouTube, you will see it anyway, popping up at some point. But if I'm answering YouTube chat, you might think like, what the hell is he talking about? That is usually because I'm reading the chat that you don't see. Look at this handsome fellow. Jojito, what's up, man? Happy to see you here. So yeah, and you're on YouTube. You are in YouTube chat and not Twitch chat. Interesting. Okay, we're gonna go for a bit more. I mean, this has become a very good daybreaker in terms of how much money I put into it. Super low strain, and the crits have been crazy. We matched the personal record of 4 crits in a row, and we're gonna continue with more. Second one is crit. Man, this is crazy. This daybreaker is it's like a Hall of Fame level daybreaker almost in terms of just how much value for money I've gotten. And I mean, item power. I was hoping to get lifesteal. But item power is not that bad. It doesn't feel that bad either, especially after knowing that it also gave me 6 extra HP, you know? 1 more ability damage, I think. So the second one was not crit, Sabartiani. The first one was a crit. You just got our aura when you held any spear. Maybe. After getting so many crits, rolling and not getting a crit and paying 200k for 0.3% ability damage feels so bad. It feels like, give me my money back. What have I done? I'm spending my life savings on plus 4 item power. But I am helping the Albion economy. I'm throwing away silver into the hole. Because otherwise the cost of everything will be even higher than premium on Asia. I wonder if that situation has changed at all. There still haven't been anyone to explain it here. Maybe nobody knows, or maybe I didn't ask clearly enough. But if you are an econ player in any sort of way in Albion, if you have some sort of explanation in your head why suddenly the premium price has spiked so much on Asian server, not the generic explanation why the price increases over time. Yes, okay, that is easier to understand. But why suddenly does it cost over 50 mil on Eastern server? Then I'm all ears. Hello, Victor. Any good kills today? Some, but nothing amazing, I think, but some. I played. Okay, this is the first set today of 6-3. I mostly played this. Started tier 7. I had an old tier 8 Armor of Valor in my bank, so I just took it out. So I was playing this mostly, and the build is not. It's not meant to be a strong build. It's meant to be a fun way to experience the brawling side of Daybreaker. That sounds pretty poetic, right? But anyway, it's like a brawl breaker. You see, I'm playing just for brawl, just to brawl and see who dies first. You know, not worrying too much about myself. Just trying to outbrawl people with Facebreaker, Cultist, and Plate Armor. And then I have Royal March to make up for the fact that I'm brawl-only player. To catch people later. That's kind of what I'm doing. So yeah, this was a nice kill, but you know, he didn't really want to fight back anyway. Even though he was full tier 8. And we had a lot of nice, like, tier 7 fights. Like this, which were okay, but you know, nothing crazy. This guy kind of fought back, but now I'm already playing 6-3. And now we just had actually, this was a good fight. The guy has said that he's just starting Spear. He overcharged, and I still have my perks, right? But otherwise, it's a good fight. It's a good matchup for me, but neither of us had a red buff. And he played it really well. It felt like decently well, at least. I did have to use my potion, if you know that is sometimes the criteria. If a fight is... if I have an advantage in a fight, I feel like... the question is, does the guy get me to use a potion? And in this guy, I had to use both of my potions, or at least I felt like using both of them. Okay. Nice. What about bad deaths? Well, nothing. I'm still recovering from yesterday's Tinto incident, but other than that, no. How did I die today? Oh, this was okay. This was for half an hour because you know you can use channel points to redeem so that I play any sort of build for half an hour. I also played Quarterstaff for half an hour today. Redemption from Tosha, and this build. Unfortunately, I don't have Quarterstaff specs, but yeah. And if it looks like, wow, you took this sort of fight, I didn't. I tried to rat. I changed to Wanderlust and tried to rat the fight and died here. But I did have some Quarterstaff fun. I'm not going to look it up, but I had some nice, good fights on Quarterstaff also, where I didn't die. And instead killed. So yeah, I mean, what else? Did I die? I died on Daybreaker once only, yeah? This was so unhappy, because I absolutely wanted this fight. And it was still, like, he missed so many cues that if you actually fought this would be so nice. But I charged my boots to go into a camp. It was a legendary mist in the middle of strong mobs to attack another guy who was clearing a camp, and then he appeared out of nowhere also. So the fight ended up being me without, not with the proper start, unfortunately. So it wasn't satisfying, but it also wasn't tilting. It's a very normal situation to happen. So no bad deaths yet. Vic, what's a good beginner spear build for open world roaming? Ideally running 4.1 since open world has gang squad, so I don't want to lose a ton while practicing. That is a good attitude to have. 4.1 is very viable. 4.0 is too low, no point really, because 4.1 is so cheap. Just go 4.1. And then as soon as you feel like you are kind of okay silver-wise, I would go 4.2 already at some point. And still roam the open world. And when you play 4.2, still accept that you're probably just going to die a lot to gang squads, but 4.2 is also pretty cheap on most non-artifact builds. And to answer your actual question about the good build for that, if you're playing 4.1, you shouldn't have any sort of cape. It's not too much of an investment. Later you can buy undead cape, but 4.1 no. Everything else for open world, assassin jacket 100%. Play any sort of plate boots. I would suggest plate boots because it's reliable value in any situation. The extra heal is okay, but you can also go any sort of leather shoes. Especially because in open world, any sort of mobility, so cooldown reduction is also part of mobility. Any sort of mobility and kiting tools in open world are more valuable. Because you're going to have a lot more situations where you need to kite, and you're going to win situations by kiting or abusing mobility more than by brawling. Comparing to mists or corrupteds. So those shoes are also fine, but I would take any plate boots, assassin jacket, and probably guardian helmet or mercenary hood. you can choose between those. Because you want an item which is cheap, non-artifact, and you want something that that is kind of simple to use if you're just starting. Stalker Hood is also fine if you want to be more aggressive. The synergy of Stalker Hood and Spear has weakened. It's not as good for Spear as it used to be. It's still good. 100% take it if you want to use it and be more aggressive. And there's a lot of invis in the open world. So, let's say Stalker Hood, Guardian Helmet, or Guardian Helmet, yeah? Let's put it like that. Mercenary Hood, you can forget it. Let's say Stalker Hood or Guardian Helmet. Remember also, Stalker Hood is not so good with Spear anymore. Not so amazing, but it did get a bit of a buff with the update. Because every helmet now has the defensive spell in the first slot, which is a very good defensive spell. So all offensive helmets got a big buff from that, because you now have 2 useful spells for different situations in those helmets. Vic, I'll give you a couple of questions. Okay, well, shoot. I mean, you don't have to warn me unless there's going to be really weird questions. Or what is rarest thing in Mist? What is rarest thing in Mist? I have to think about that. Also, you have to specify what do you mean by thing. Thing as in somebody looking for a fair fight is a thing, or you mean like an item? Mr. Angry Toast, thank you for raiding and welcome. Welcome the Angry Toasters that are here. Welcome to the chat. And I hope that whatever your Albion journey was like, because I'm assuming that's what your day has been about, I hope that it was satisfying and you did not get betrayed by Tinto. Ozario said, I found great success using Soldier Helmet, Assassin Jacket, Mist Collar, and any mana boots when I play 4.1 and 4.2 Spear. I wouldn't go mana boots unless you are very heavily going for PvE. I wouldn't go energy boots, really. I mean, okay, if you play and you find that you do consistently run out of energy, sure. But, ooh, this is interesting. Saw this guy yesterday, he didn't want to fight. I mean, let's go. Oh, this guy, maybe he wants to run. Let's go. Go. Cultist on Cultist. What's the cooldown on this? 20 seconds. Yeah, and Cultist is 30, so... But am I gonna block the whole Cultist with my shield? Is there any chance for me to block the Cultist damage with my shield, actually? Let's try. Oh shit, there's a full PvE player there. Is he gonna rat this or not? I don't think so. I'm kinda annoyed that we're both on royal boots here. Because, as you know, Flamewalker is kind of like a better spear, so he can... Okay, nice, he changed boots. Thank you. I don't know if he did it like as a let's both change boots, or he thought it's better for him. But I'm very happy, because this way we can actually kind of fight, you know? The problem is, I am a very good brawler, but Flamewalker with Facebreaker is also a very good brawler. So it's not like it's obvious that I need to run into him because I'm gonna out-brawl him, you know? While I'm running towards him, he's just gonna take 1 bar of my HP with his W's and E's. So we kind of have to figure out... maybe one of us, like, when he hits... maybe I let him hit a Q. Okay, maybe now he will walk, like, use his boots to get close. If he doesn't, then... I don't know. Then we can try the other way around. But, you know, oftentimes... Yeah, okay, you see? I guess he needs a bit more. Okay, now he's using boots. I should have just eat the Inferno, but I already clicked boots, so... Let's see. At least he has enough of an advantage to actually want to come closer now. And I think next time I just full brawl it. It comes down to him hitting his spells and oh, now I wasted my E. Now I should be dead probably because his Inferno is ready. I misplayed this probably. I don't think it's obviously him winning this matchup. Oh shit. He will have enough damage to... I mean, enough mobility to catch up, right? No. No. Okay. I mean, he deserves it. I'm not gonna suicide. Let him kill me. I kind of misused my... Oh, come on. Kill the mobs. Kind of misused my E the first time, thinking that I will have time against... till his Inferno. Man, the mobs are doing my work. Nice, good fight. Oh, no! No way! Oh my god, no, let him kill me because it was a good fight. No way, guys. The story is continuing. Episode 2 of the Tinto guy. Oh, now it feels bad to have died. Otherwise, I felt like a good fight, you know? Good fight, but I'm not gonna say good fight. This, unfortunately, semi-joke, but remember, diplomacy is part of the game. This person is a bit of a human scum who will go to the ends of the world to stoop as low as possible to trick people into giving him free money. So this was not a good fight, but just because of him, you know. Actually, the fight was obviously good. Let's see it, because I feel like I should just stand on top of him and trust my brawling build. I was way too careful. I should just stand on top of him, yeah. Like the kiting mindset. Let's look at it together as well. The kiting mindset is not correct. Also, obviously, like I have to let him do damage to start the fight, because you know otherwise he's never coming to me. Knowing now that it's him, it's not as surprising. Here again, I shield. You know, I shield as he is, so I don't actually... Like, I blocked his E damage there, but he did get the cooldown reduction. I'm curious why he's not Stalker hooding me right away. And here, I already clicked boots because I was originally just trying to dodge his Qs. I should just probably stand and brawl, and just think that if he hits all the Qs, he wins, and if he doesn't, he doesn't, you know? I should just stand and brawl, I think. But anyway, now that I already clicked my boots, I think, okay, I'm just gonna use these boots to kite out his Inferno, whatever, you know? But actually, ideally, I think I wouldn't boots, I would just use my E there. I mean, if I didn't just use boots, maybe even with boots I should have. Maybe that was wrong. Because, like, he's Inferno, he knows I have E, so I don't know why he's Infernoing. But here, if I just E through him and keep brawling, he's gonna Cultist Cowl me, but I think that's fine. And also what ends up happening is, even though I would like to be the better brawler against the Fire Staff, against Flame Walker it doesn't work, you know that already. So, what also ends up happening is that for a long time my E is on cooldown, you know? He starts with his E, and my E just ends up being on, like, not on cooldown, but off cooldown, I mean. So essentially I'm just not using my E. This is a kind of, in retrospect, pretty clear. Just E through him here, no questions. And then continue. And this whole of, like... In the end I used my boots since I already clicked my boots and he used Inferno, I just used my boots to kite it out. At that point it's okay. Did he miss? Oh no, it's once again. I think he hit that once again. But once again, I used my helmet here. You see, I took damage and it went into my helmet. But notice, I'm still not... My E is still not been used here. This whole time. And Cultist is very good against spears. But I feel like, for me, the 20-second cooldown shield would be better for this brawl. Even though it's not bad against Fire Staff to be on Cultist, but it's kind of good enough. He's not even trying to Q when I'm walking around. Interesting. And he hits another easy E because I am not, because I'm at a distance. And now that I realize I messed up my E because he has, essentially after he used his first Inferno, I have a small window to use my E. If I decide not to purge his E, this is 40-second cooldown Inferno, right? My E is, I want to say 25, right? Or is it also 13? I used to know these things better. Let me see. I want to say 20. Yeah, okay, it is 25. So I actually do know this thing. Anyway, I have if we don't have cooldown reduction, I have like 15-second cooldown to use my E, and then I will have another E for his next Inferno. But when I do end up using my E finally, it's just for damage, and now I fucked up because now he will just Inferno as you saw, and I don't have my E. That's the two big things. First of all, I should just trust the brawl and just brawl until the end and think like, fuck it, you know, let's just brawl and see what happens. kind of thing. And secondly, I need to E. If I don't E for his Inferno, I need to at least E right after his Inferno. Still, I mean, definitely a good fight if it wasn't against him. That would have been so satisfying, and it is so easily winnable. It is a bit annoying. Defense, ability damage, yeah, it's kind of similar. In terms of how awakened, we are in a kind of a similar place, honestly. Okay. More. Give me more. Royal Boots also worked well, actually. I'm gonna probably start using Royal Boots more and more with my general regular Daybreaker as well, I think. It's not that good for kiting, but still. Let's say, Angry Toast said earlier, played some arena matches, and not gonna lie, some of them were dumb. Had team full of fire staves, 4v5. Enjoy the rest of stream. Thank you, thank you. I don't know if you're still here, sorry, because I don't know, I was going into the fight. But if you're still here, Toast, then I'm not exactly sure what you mean. 4v5 because the team full of fire staffs. If you mean you have one healer and 4 fire staffs, because I mean you still have 4 DPS, but I understand like when you're actually seriously playing arena, you obviously need actually like a tank and some sort of off-tank sort of thing, like an Ent or something. What's it called? Or even like a Heron. I understand kind of that, but it's not instantly obvious to me that having a team full of fire staffs is bad, unless one of them should be a healer. Let's go again. Do I want to do more of this build, actually? Probably do, yeah. It was kind of fun, this build. I kind of like this approach. And it kind of forces me. I need to just brawl. It's like, this is such a fight where you just go and brawl. Nothing else to it, right? And just, it does become a bit of a DPS check, but I do have the shield. It's kind of, yeah, I mean, I blocked a lot of his damage with my shield, a lot of the damage. Like, every time I used shield, I got full value from it. If I didn't have the shield, he would do so much more damage, because Flamewalker is a very balanced weapon. So the shield was a big thing, but when he did end up using... unfortunately, Cultist is really good against spears, because, you know, when I'm in there, I want to be attacking and queuing all the time, and it's just 4 seconds of me just doing nothing, essentially, unless I E away. Okay. What food goes good with spear? Damage, lifesteal, or cooldown? Lifesteal. Roast snapper, blade rest mostly. But if you are playing open world, or if you are in a fight where you need to have more mobility a little bit, then eel stew for cooldown reduction and damage. But for like for a 1v1 fight, and especially like an actual like difficult 1v1 fight, unless it's against a full kiter, then roast snapper. I find I run out of mana too much when I play rejuvenating sprint. Interesting. Doesn't happen to me. Like, or like also this fight I just had, so energy was not a problem. Also here before it was a longer fight. It doesn't really happen to me that much. But if that's the case, Ozerius, then yeah, go for energy boots. But I feel like that will usually happen only if you like, if you play open world and you're constantly hitting mobs because you are, you know, farming PvE. Then you will be in a situation where you're kind of waiting for the energy to kick in, you know. More of the same, I think, but I don't know if you want to do same build or not. I definitely like the royal boots as part of this. 800k. Yeah, this is pretty much the same. But is there anything? Let's see. Is there something else to try that I'm kind of forgetting? Full attack speed could also be possible. Yeah, I want to go with Phase Breaker still. Although, wait, if I go full attack speed, I go Torch. Yo, okay, let's try it. Let's try it one time. Let's try full attack speed Daybreaker instead. I would probably do that more on... what am I... Okay. I'm gonna do that more... I was thinking more about doing that with one-handed spear. But I think this makes sense as well. Let's try. So, we're gonna go for another very brawl-heavy build, probably. But we are going to use all the attack speed passives, which means that I need to figure out a hood. I'm not gonna use I'm gonna use one of the leather hoods. So I think, do I just go Stalker hood actually, or Mercenary? I think Stalker hoods. I like Stalker hoods. Mercenary would be a bit. It would be better to make up for my mobility issues, because I don't have Duskweaver, so I can run into some mobility. Oh, I actually have a Stalker Hood probably already. Let's try that. It was an interesting fight, though. It's definitely... I need to commit more to... I just need to commit more to fights. And not try to kind of run around. I need to accept more that, you know, this fight is gonna lead to somebody dying. And especially when I'm playing more like Brawl heavy like I was. I need Siphoned Energy. I was looking to see if I have a Stalker Hood. I think I had, yeah, Stalker Hood. And we're gonna have this on attack speed. I'm gonna try to also awaken, and I so hope that I get attack speed on the weapon. It's hard to commit that hard when you are risking that much gear. Yeah, absolutely. That's a big reason why. Not only there's a lot of reasons why tier 7 is, or tier 8 is the most profitable tier, in my opinion. But one of the reasons is that, yeah. Is that it's also psychologically much easier to make... I mean, it's not always the most correct decision in theory, but sometimes it is. And plus it puts more pressure on your enemy, because, you know, if you are not in this kind of fight, right? In this kind of fight, he won't care, you know? He's just pressing all his buttons also. And unfortunately, Flamewalker is so balanced right now that like, mistakes don't really matter. It's kind of like Carving was for a long time. It's very simple conceptually. You do have tools for different situations, which is awesome. It makes it more fun. But it is kind of simple, and you are not really punished for him, like, for your mistakes. Like, he can miss cues and not worry about it too much. We have Ugborg here playing, not Awakened, but he's standing here thinking. Okay, if I got attack speed on the weapon, that would be so amazing. I so much would like to have that. Because I am trying to. Maybe we'll even keep awakening until I have attack speed. Because I absolutely... I want to try this full attack speed. Maybe Hunter Jacket isn't... But I kind of... Yeah, I'm gonna use Inferno anyway. The problem is, if I do get into a situation where I need to catch someone, like a Frost or Bow, then I will either need to change my passives, or accept that I'm just playing like from a worse position, essentially. Because I don't need attack speed against any of the kiters. There's not gonna be a situation where I'm just standing and hitting them. Man, it seems weird now to attack so fast after the previous one. Is there anything else I'm forgetting? I don't want to use Hunter Jacket, but is there anything else that could play into the build of going stupidly deep into attack speed? Did Carving get nerfed? I remember it was very popular at some mists. Yeah, it did, yeah. It was definitely... It was the Flamewalker of before, you know, for a long time. It was just clearly the best, easiest, best weapon for solo PP. It got nerfed directly and indirectly. Directly it got nerfed, its E got nerfed, so it does less damage. And indirectly it was also... This is a swapper, right? No, it's Brazilian Cane. No, it's a Gatherer, okay. It got also nerfed indirectly by the fact that Splitting Slash was nerfed for all swords. And Carving really likes Splitting Slash. For Carving, the new default Q, the Blade Cyclone, is still good, and Carving can definitely play. Carving is not bad right now. But Carving really liked Splitting Slash because it helped this sort of playstyle where you're kiting around your in some cases, you can kite your enemy. You don't always have to just go full in YOLO, but you can E through them while you're doing damage. So you do damage while you're kiting away, and then you root them from far to keep them like you. Carving was much happier to spend some of the fight away from their enemy. So for Carving, the Splitting Slash nerf also hit much stronger than, for example, the dual swords actually like the Blade Cyclone. Good, we can go awaken this. Or I mean, attune this. Come on, give me attack speed. I'm gonna choose attack speed over everything. I just want full attack speed spear. I've been wanting to try this for a while. I could maybe even change boots, actually. I should probably, yeah, to go like full on with this. But royal boots were so nice to catch anyone who doesn't want to die. I'll think about it. But also, Osiris, I don't think it was popular in Corrupted ever. At least I don't remember that time at all. It was popular in Mists, 100% for that sort of solo PP, and as for solo open world, sure. But I don't remember it being played in corrupted. Talking about carving here. Ooh, all of these are good ones. I mean, max health anyway, but I can get attack speed, right? Auto attack damage, auto attack speed, yes, please. But yeah, we're gonna go for health anyway. Oh man, the Daybreaker was also so nice, the one from before. Definitely was hoping to get more mileage out of that, because it didn't cost that much at all. This is an enjoyable sound. Oh, I can't open the other one yet. I want attack speed. 2 in a row, okay, can we get 4? I don't think I have enough attunement to use more than a couple rolls. Okay, attack speed, attack speed, attack speed, attack speed. I've never seen attack speed. I've seen it only on regular spear, but it says that it should be possible. We're gonna do the item power thing again, I think, yeah? But I'm not gonna put much in there, I'm just gonna upgrade this one first. Attack speed, come on. Do I go attack speed on shoes as well? I'm much less tanky than I am normally. Let's drop some of the profit and our revenue and see. Do I have some shoes that I can use? Spectre shoes. 6% extra. Do I see my attack speed here somehow? Auto attack speed 1.6 a second. And this is 6%, so if I remove this, 1.5 auto attacks per second. Very little cooldown. Okay, let's do this. Let's do full attack speed. And these shoes, the run also gives me cooldown, so it's kind of weird now. I don't know. This build is neither here nor there. But at the end of the day, I'm still Daybreaker with leather armor and like reasonable items, so it's not like it's just crazy different from regular Daybreaker player. But it is definitely feels a bit different. I have full attack speed passives. Already with the 2 passives, I felt like I'm attacking very differently. By the way, is it 1.7 now? It shows probably, yeah? Attacks 1.7, yeah, okay. Let's see how it feels like. I think I get more attacks in, right? 1, 2... Okay, so I kind of get 4 attacks before my Q is ready again. That's a lot. That's interesting. The problem is, like, in all the situations where I'm just using my Qs and just queuing from far, focusing on attack speed is not helpful. Whether it's because the other guy is kiting me or I am kiting the other guy, Qs are not gonna be that good. But I feel good. I like this. I like the feeling of hitting, boom, 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 constantly hitting with the spear like that. Good luck. Thank you. I'm guessing this means that it has time has come for you to do whatever was the next thing on your schedule. Or if you're just saying good luck, then I mean, still thank you the same way. How far are we from... If I run out of focus, which is almost... I mean, it happened already one time. If I run out of focus... I have a... I don't know, I hope you don't see it on camera. I mean, if you do, it doesn't matter much. I have a fly here somewhere that keeps flying around sometimes. I don't know if you see it or not, but it's like... It just was between me and the camera, so maybe even so. I don't hear it, because obviously I have headphones. But these are in the camp, I don't get fame. But I see it occasionally. I don't have good or bad feelings about flies, but I remember not being able to sleep, but this is not at home, but when I was younger. Like, if you go out into the country, I definitely remember not being able to sleep because there's just one stuck fly somewhere in the room and it's just constant. But still better than a mosquito. Maybe takes the range Q to max attack speed potential. No, I don't like it at all. With that Q, I'm not gonna. I mean, overall damage, I feel like will just be lower, and that's it. Even though you're right, then I can also use this attack speed from further range. So whenever, essentially, when I'm like at 10 meter or whatever the range will be, a bit less maybe like 8 meter range, I can just pummel into my enemy. But for pretty much every situation, I will just have less damage and will be less threatening, I feel like. Also, I don't need the stacks, so I don't have that argument either. And long range enemies will still stand, and although, it is also one-handed spear, not that much damage, but I think long range enemies will still stand and very happily just do their damage. And I will not be able to use my Qs very well when they are trying to get close, or when I'm trying to get close to use my Qs for extra damage. I don't think it's very good on one-handed spears, this second Q. 5,000 more. But it is very good that you are suggesting. Light there. By the way, this is YouTube chat again, I've said many times. Twitch is stream is available on YouTube and Twitch. But yeah, I like having. I've definitely gotten some good ideas, or also sometimes feedback, you know, on what went wrong. So if you have ideas, it is good. But I don't think I'm gonna do that one. I still have, by the way, I have an Awakened Flamewalker also. I remember at some point that we killed, which was a pretty decently Awakened Flamewalker. We have to, I think, before the big update and the changes to Flamewalker, I have to use it. I have to either sell it or use it, and maybe we have to like make one more Flamewalker stream. But I'm afraid that just one day of Flamewalker will give me so much negative karma that it might be. Might not be a good idea. But I do have a Flamewalker that I need to do something with. Probably. Also, I mean, playing Flamewalker, it was a different kind of fun. It's fun because you can kind of turn off your brain. Not always, of course, you still need to take a lot of fights and think about them. But in many situations, just like carving used to be, like, you're allowed so many mistakes, and it's so straightforward sometimes, often. There's just like the fight we just had, you know, he even used his Inferno like randomly. It's just that I messed up more, essentially, you know. But he can win the fight, and the Flamewalkers can win the fight, usually, often, just by clicking all their spells when they're ready. Not saying that you will 100% guaranteed win, you know, enemy can still outplay you. And in that fight I could definitely have won it. But it's just, it's gonna be a different type of, the fun of switching off your brain. I don't know. What if you're gonna love Flamewalker? I don't think it's gonna happen. I already played the day of Flamewalker. I mean, I also tried it when it... Come on, give me a crit now. It didn't work. So I think if there was a risk of that happening, Stig, it would have already happened when I played the Flamewalker one day, like 3 weeks ago or so. It was definitely interesting to be like in that role of running around trying to force people to fight, and knowing that knowing that you are like you have almost full safety because of the mobility. You can always run away if something goes wrong, almost always. And also at the same time, you have that, you don't have to make decisions, right? You don't have to decide like, okay, do I go cripple so that I'm safer? If I get attacked, I remove their boots and run away if I don't want to fight. Or do I go Impaler so that I actually win the fight, you know? Knowing that you don't have to make those sorts of decisions on Flamewalker, you're always ready for everything. It definitely was a feeling that, I mean, if I liked that so much, I would have probably already gotten addicted to it. Or fell in love with it. Okay, attack speed now. Come on. Lifesteal. Okay, at least we have lifesteal. It's nice, but this weapon would have been better with the previous build, I feel like. But I like lifesteal now. More and more. I've heard good things about it from Hamster, and I'm thinking more and more about it. About having this and prioritizing this. This is regular. Or maybe you mean something else. But the kind of fall in love, like, not regular. The kind of fall in love that I have with like Grove Keeper and Arclight Blasters, which has happened like over this last month. That kind of thing I don't believe will happen. Because it would have happened already. Maybe after they nerf it. I mean, it feels kind of silly to go play a weapon now that it's nerfed, you know? But maybe after they nerf it, it will feel a bit like... now it actually... Whoops. Now it's actually important to play it well to win, so... I don't want to try to fight with this attack speed build, but I feel like... Yeah, I feel too much like I'm essentially just playing a regular Daybreaker with a handicap. Especially now... Maybe, you know what? Maybe I will try this. I will just... I have a new plan. Instead of forcing attack speed right now, I will just play regular normal Daybreakers until I roll attack speed one day. Let's do that. I remember that. So until I one day roll actual attack speed on my... I will change. I mean, we still have different... Like, we still have Helmet, which isn't like regular. But I like it. Stalker Hood is also still feels good. But until I actually roll the weapon with attack speed, I'm just gonna play normal Daybreaker. And then one day I feel and just need to remember, I see attack speed and I will keep that Daybreaker for the attack speed build. Or Spear, actually. Regular Spear might be better for that. Yeah, it feels natural, this sort of attack speed, because I've played it so much. Duskweaver Helmet like feels better than Stalker Hood, because it is so clearly two options. I have Duskweaver for when I need mobility, and it's really good for that, you know, to catch frost and stuff like that. But then I also have the shield. With Stalker Hood, yes, I also have shield and I have offensive ability and defensive ability, but both of them are essentially for when I want to brawl, and neither is for when I am when I'm struggling with mobility. I think I'm just gonna change back to Royal Shoes, I mean Royal Boots for March, and just forget the attack speed until I get it, because the super cool idea of, oh, I have crazy attack speed, what does it feel like, doesn't really happen until I have also the perk on the Awakened Weapon for it. Right now, I'm getting a little bit. I mean, I'm maybe just because I died a lot, but I'm getting a little bit tired of thinking too much about Awakening. I mean, I still need to go back, especially because I didn't get very good rolls. I still need to go back and up this weapon one more time before it feels like it's time to go. But I'm getting a bit annoyed. So not only does it cost a lot more money, but I also clearly I'm spending much more time where I feel weaker than I should be. So I kind of think like my initial, my more inner kind of secret feeling that actually 6-3 would be more fun and better. It also in terms of using time for Awakening. Chorizo. I do like chorizo, but I don't know what you mean. Hey, do you know if Primal Staff is still a decent weapon in 1v1s? I did not see a single Primal Staff player playing Corrupted, Slayer level Corrupted in about, I think it was about 2 days total that I played over last weeks. Consistently, well, mostly Slayer, played some Stalker as well. None of the like best players that I went up against played Primal. No one I know about played Primal, so I think the answer is no. I mean, the answer is that no, it's not a decent weapon for 1v1s. As for Mists, in EU Mists, and also in NA, when I was back when I was then, never saw it be popular in solo Mists. However, I've heard that on the Eastern server, people were playing a lot more of Primal Staff as a solo option for Mists. I have not seen it, but I've heard several people told me that for a while this was like something that was commonly played, or kind of common at least. If you play on East, then you might have more information about that. And usually, I mean, not in Albion, but in other games, I've seen this many times that one region can create the meta, which then spreads. And oftentimes that region is the Eastern or Asian server. Because, I don't know, I guess it's more competitive. It depends on the game, but in some games, like the Asian servers and Asian players become a bit more competitive and usually like figure out any kind of new things, try out and advantages. This is very generalizing, stupid thing to say about everything, but I've definitely seen like those examples. So when people were telling me that, yo, there's Primal Staff actually is much more played on there, I thought that it would come also over to EU and NA, but I have not seen it. Why Bloodletter not an S tier for solo? Bloodletter currently definitely not an S tier for solo PvP. If you're talking about Mists, in Mists Bloodletter still, like, you can definitely play it, and it is definitely still good, but it's nowhere near S tier, and you will have to, like, it will be difficult. You will have to outplay your opponents. The Bloodletter was super popular with the hyper mobility Stalker Jacket meta. Okay, now we got a crit. I would like to have a crit in something else, but okay, it's something. Nice. Okay. Another crit in lifesteal and then I'm happy. Or a couple crits in lifesteal. This weapon I've spent already much more money than last one and it is still weaker. But we're gonna spend a little bit more and then just forget about it. As I said before, I sometimes go up to 65. Not more in terms of strain. Okay, we got one more crit. I think this will be good enough to kind of call it a weapon. Almost 5%. Seems okay. I don't really want to put too much more money into it. I'm gonna change to Royal Boots now, I think. So yeah, so Bloodletter, you are, like, the cool thing is you have a dash and W and your E dash, so you can dodge a lot of spells. You can use your Q. You are still very, like, agile, actively on your feet, dodging spells. But you cannot abuse that extra mobility because you won't have a lot of damage, you know? So with Stalker Jacket, it used to be very strong because you can actually take your mobility advantage and turn it into a one fight because you do damage with a Stalker Jacket, then you use your dashes and mobility to kite the enemy and dodge their spells until your Stalker Jacket is ready. You can't do that anymore because Stalker Jacket was nerfed so hard, so now you are kind of stuck more in a fair fight. And in a fair fight, Bloodletter, you will get out-brawled by spears, you get out-brawled by swords, you get out-brawled by most melee weapons. You don't really have a great matchup against Flamewalker. At least you can dodge their E, that's fine. But you get out-brawled by Flamewalker if they hit Qs. You get out-brawled by curses, so kind of you have to figure out ways to play it in a different way. I mean, I guess at least you can still catch Frost Staffs, but even then, even a Frost Staff is not super unhappy to just stand and hit you, you know? But you are a dagger, so in Bloodletter you have access to Sunder Armor, Chain Slash, which are both very good brawling tools. So you have some versatility. If you use Sunder Armor, Chain Slash, and Roasted Snapper and Inferno Shield, all of those things help you brawl. Then you can actually start taking some brawls and not just rely on your mobility. I hope that makes some sense. Like, generally, if you only, if like your priority is fully mobility, this also goes for double-bladed Great Hammer. If the if your build focuses on mobility at the expense of damage, then you are gonna have to make up for that lack of damage by having a big IP advantage over your enemy. Because if you are 3 tiers higher, even if your spells in general do much less damage because you've chosen mobility spells instead, or mobility build, your just being 3 tiers higher still will allow you to win the brawl against the other guy. However, if you are in an equal tier fight, you need mobility to control the fight a little bit. It is always a part of the game. You need mobility to survive mists, unexpected situations. But if you only have mobility and you sacrifice all of your damage or brawling spells for that, like a fair 1v1 fight, you are very unlikely to win because you cannot really leverage that mobility into a big advantage without a Stalker Jacket, at least. Whereas the other guy will just, like if a Bloodletter attacks me, I can just stand here usually. Depends on the exact build, but if a mobility Bloodletter attacks me, whenever he's on top of me, I'm winning brawls. I'm just hitting him and winning the brawl. And then, okay, how is he going to use his mobility advantage? Just by running away. That's the only thing he can really do. If he starts running away, then it's a question, can I catch him or not? But you might have seen this. It's also a clip. It's yesterday when the day before. Okay, so it's not here anymore. The day before yesterday. It's clipped somewhere on the channel as well. I played swords just to try the new sword passive. And I played carving and was attacked by a higher tier bloodletter. And it was like, I didn't even need to hit my E's. I just used my E's for mobility to catch up to him. And so even without carving E, I just stand and outbrawl him. And it's not even close. As an example, carving is not like the biggest brawling weapon, but it is a sword. Swords brawl very well with stacks, of course. But still, that's an example. So that bloodletter can't really do anything. It's a clip. I think it's also, I put it as a featured clip. It's somebody. I mean, you can find it. It's like a clip from 2 days ago. Nothing. There's not like super special fight, but it is a bloodletter attacking a carving essentially, or me attacking him rather, and it's just he just cannot brawl. And there is. In that fight, you can also see that there's nothing he can do really to leverage his mobility advantage. The only way he can use his mobility to to do something in a fight is essentially to run away. Or he can dodge my spells, which is what he did at the beginning. That's not in a clip, but before the clip, we fought another time, and he was just standing and making sure that he uses his dashes to dodge my E. But that is not necessarily enough. So if you want to be successful with bloodletter, you need to be much more brawl heavy. Not full brawl, but you need to think about brawling. And you need to use your dashes, your Q, W, E, all of those mobility spells occasionally to get your enemy to miss spells. That's how you can get some advantage from your spells. If there's something else on your mind, if you are here and there's something on your mind, then feel free to let me know. Actually, I'm not sure. I think this was a green mist. I'm not sure if why I entered. Usually I don't really enter enchanted mists because there's a lot less PvP. But something called me here. So we'll see if we can find that something, or if we just go next mist, actually. We spoke about Stalker Jacket nerf, which is the size of the AoE that was nerfed. No, it is the cooldown. It was a huge nerf. I think, like, it's not bad. I was definitely very happy with Stalker Jacket being nerfed. But I also feel like it's often good, like a very complex game like this. I like the approach. You often see, like, Dota patch notes. It feels like tinkering, you know? Like, you very often see patch notes. Of course, they also make big changes and reworks, like everybody. But you often see changes like, yo, plus 1% this. Plus 1 attack speed, plus 2 damage, you know, like very small tinkering changes. I feel like that's a good strategy to balance a super complex game. And Albion is also a super complex game, like League or Dota. There's fewer things to balance in terms of like how many champions and heroes, you know. Of course, there's fewer things, but there's the added complexity that any sort of balance decision for Albion will affect all types of completely different content. You make a change for solo PvP and you can accidentally mess up ZVZ or duos or stuff like that. And the actual change was, in my opinion, too big. But what they did is they nerfed the cooldown of Stalker Jacket from 30 seconds to 40 seconds. So plus 10 second cooldown. Which now means that it's the same base cooldown as Inferno Shield. So if a Bloodletter attacks me right now with Stalker Jacket, what used to happen, what happened like... if this was like a year and a half ago, during the mobility meta, a Bloodletter would attack me, I would still clearly outbrawl them. You know, everything I said earlier would be true. They would jump on top of me or run on top of me, use the Stalker Jacket, I instantly Inferno against it. Now the Bloodletter just runs away. He dashes away, and he's gonna be at the... He's gonna keep like jumping around and using his mobility to be close enough to me, but to not actually fight me, until his Stalker Jacket is ready again. Then he comes back in, Stalker Jackets, and now I don't have Inferno. So now he actually can do decent damage to me. I'm still a better brawler, but Stalker Jacket is considerable damage. This is also why you saw Bloodletters oftentimes running 4.4 Bloodletter, with 8.3 Stalker Jacket, you know? Like, much higher, because Stalker Jacket was the actual item. Like, it was not even a Bloodletter build, it was a Stalker Jacket build, essentially. And now the Bloodletter, sure, it's likely that Bloodletter has a bit more cooldown reduction than I do. Although, I have Torch, you know, it's not, I don't have 0, but still. But still, the cooldown reduction, essentially, almost always, now if the Bloodletter attacks me, if they do that strategy, it's very likely that by the time their second Stalker Jacket is ready, my Inferno is ready again. So it's just gonna be the same forever. And they're never actually gonna get the advantage from that. What is the Mists meta now? Hello, Spoken. The Mists meta is Flamewalker. Flamewalker is the single strongest weapon right now for solo PvP for Mists, and seems like that also for Corrupted, although Corrupted players are discovering other things as well. But for Mists, yeah. Flamewalker is the S+ tier. It is very simple, very forgiving. You can make a lot of mistakes, and you do everything at once, you know? It's a lot like a spear, except better at everything. So it can kite, spear can kite, but Flamewalker has better mobility. It can brawl, spear can brawl, but Flamewalker, if you hit your Qs, you can miss some Qs. That's the only way to play against Flamewalker so far I've discovered, is to dodge some Qs. If you hit most of the Qs, you brawl better. You outbrawl battle axes, you outbrawl swords. The damage is just crazy. You have an iframe in your E. You have when you're fighting against someone like a spear, you have the mobility to close the distance and fight, but you can also fight from range, because your range is, you're going to do more damage from range than the spear, than the sword, than the Death Givers, whoever you're facing, right? So you have everything in Flamewalker, and you don't even have to juggle around spells as much as you would have on other flexible weapons, like a spear or Death Givers. Death Givers are also very versatile and good, and they're also S tier, by the way, talking about Mist meta. Right under Flamewalker, we have some S-tier weapons like Death Givers and I think Arclight Blasters. They're played a bit less. They are very popular in Corrupted because of Hamster, but I think Arclight Blasters also deserve to be an S-tier weapon right now. And then we have, after that you will find Daybreaker, Fists of Avalon still relevant, the Crystal Bow, the Sky Strider, things like that. So that's all still very much meta. But what I was saying is that you do so much damage from far, it's the other guy's job to get close, you know, essentially. If you don't want to, you will sooner or later you will hit the Q and you are like from 18-meter range, whereas the enemy spear, sword, Death Givers will... Oh, no, that's not... What I was saying was that Death Givers is a good example, but Death Givers actually needs to constantly change around spells and adapt to the situation, and will be punished for mistakes, whereas Flamewalker, you have the same spells and you're pretty much always ready for everything. There's a lot less need to change around. How would you fix Flamewalker? I've said already before, I think the biggest thing for me would be to nerf the E range. To make it like a low range jump. The more I am fighting against Flamewalkers, the more I feel like I would like the E to be like 9 meters, not even 11 meters, not even on the same as Carving, you know, this has a lot because, you know, it's a big wind-up time and cooldown. Oh, somebody's there. Let's go. Is there a camp here? No, there isn't. It's a gatherer, actually. Why is he silenced? What silenced him? Oh, he used the other boots, yeah. The exit is kind of far that way, so I can just wait for my boots. And this is why leather is so expensive, by the way. If someone was wondering. No. Fuck. He must have gone this way, right? No, he didn't. Man, that jump, he's gonna mount up, yeah? He has time, right? It's almost ready, his mount. I messed up. I procced his Undead Cape with the Q. I didn't realize that he's already that low. And I was ready to E, and then I saw that he jumped the other way. That's very bad. This is why leather is so expensive. You saw that, yeah? You don't need a radar to kill leather gatherers, you know? Off screen. Because... at least I have almost never heard like somebody gathering stone or wood. Yes, it makes a sound, but I don't remember ever hearing someone like off screen. But he has to. Also, I didn't eat food. Damn. Let's do this. So next time it doesn't happen. But someone hitting a mob you can hear, obviously, off screen, you know? So here you saw what I did, you know? I charged my boots off screen, and should have killed him, probably. I didn't realize I'm proccing his undead cape already. And the moment his undead cape is procced, he has to E or W, right? Since he didn't use them before when I was chasing. So there's a bit of the problem that I have to guess which way he goes with the E. And for some reason I thought maybe he will go to the right, but not really. What I should have done probably instead is just E, not care about undead cape, just E through him. It's probably enough damage, but even if it's not, maybe I can finish him with a Q. And not worry about purging undead cape. Anyway, so this is why leather is more expensive, because you're always risking more if you are actually killing mobs. However, in this case, he was killing the resource mob, right? It wasn't the leather, but if you are gathering leather, you are constantly in the situation where you are making sounds as you are gathering. Jesus, I didn't play for like 8 months. When was this weapon added? Not the last patch, but the big patch before that. Every patch recently have been adding 2 or 3 crystal weapons. Spoken. By the way, this is YouTube chat again, if someone's wondering what am I answering. And they've added, like, not this batch, but the previous batch of crystal weapons. All 3 of them have become really strong. Flamewalker, Sky Strider, and Arclight Blasters. So Crystal Fire, Crystal Bow, and Crystal Crossbows. That's not the latest. The latest big update added Crystal Hammer and Crystal Shapeshifter. What about an interruptible startup animation for Flamewalker E? I mean, you could, yeah. I mean, that would be kind of similar to Daybreaker. Then the big range would be justifiable. If it was telegraphed, like with an animation, then it would be justifiable for it to have 14 meters range. There wasn't actually. Maybe I should go into the Legendary Mist. Damn, I feel bad about not getting together, but okay. At least he gets to gather in peace. Not in peace, but at least yeah. I also. It's not like I want him to die necessarily. So yeah, what I was saying, the way I would nerf it is just make the range much less. Make it something like. What did they do? Why did they give? Not why, but what did they give Bear Paws? Is it 9 meters? Am I remembering correctly? They changed the Bear Paws. 8 meters, even less. Give it something like Bear Paws 8 meters. So it is a bit of a dash. You can still use it as mobility a little bit. You can use it as an iframe, which is very strong, and you will be able to use it just for damage in a fight as well. And unlike Bear Paws, you hit an AoE around you, not in front of you. You know, a big struggle for Bear Paws players is that when you are already in a brawl, you know, standing and fighting someone, they kind of have to step back in order to hit the E point blank, you know? You can't just hit E and guarantee that hits. And whenever you step back, an experienced player knows that you're about to go for the E. So it's a bit like more complicated. But the Flamewalker in the middle of a fight, when we're just standing and brawling, like the guy we just fought earlier, when I'm on top of him brawling, there's 0 chance that he will miss an E. He doesn't, like, he just clicks E on me and that's it, 100% hit, right? So, Bear Paws are actually a good example, yeah, in terms of, like, I mean, it's not a somewhat similar spell because it's dash, but Bear Paws is a good example in a spell that is so much weaker. But you cannot see, like, you cannot compare spells in a vacuum. I'm not trying to say that every E dash should be similar. It's about the whole weapon and whole weapon tree, of course. But that would be my nerf. But the actual nerf that they are giving Flamewalker is also not bad. It's not what I would have chosen, but it's not bad. Essentially, the E cooldown on the Flamewalker will become very, very long. It will be 40 seconds instead of current, I believe, 30 right now. I think it's 30. Or is it, you know, actually, no, it's 25, right? So it's going to be even... Let me kill these mobs and check. The current Flamewalker, yeah, it's 25 probably, right? Or something like that. 25.4, so it's like... How much cooldown reduction I have? 15%. So it's actually like 27 or 26 or something, yeah? No, more. Like, it's okay, it's probably like 28 right now. Anyway, it will be 40-second cooldown, but they made it so that if you actually hit a player, you know... Oh, wait, right now it also says that. Yeah, it's the same thing. So, right now also, look, it's 25 or 28 or whatever is the base, but if you hit a player, it reduces the cooldown by 25%. They are significantly increasing the base cooldown, but if you do hit a player, the cooldown will be almost the same as right now. If you hit the player, the cooldown will be a little bit higher, like 1 second higher or something. But if you don't hit anyone, your cooldown on E will be a lot higher. So at least it won't feel like on a Flamewalker you are so safe, because whenever you need to, you just get away from every situation. You can even get away from mobility weapons sometimes. At least that part is not... it's going to be changed, which is nice. Of course, in a brawl heavy fight, like the fight like before I had against the Flamewalker on the Daybreaker, in that fight he hits every E guaranteed because I'm on top of him. It's not gonna matter. I mean, it's a tiny bit, like 1 second late. It does matter a bit, but you know, not really. But for everything else, it will actually matter, the longer cooldown. Also, even in a brawl heavy fight, if he just misses an E by accident, he's not gonna miss an E when I'm standing right on top of him, but you know, when I'm like walking away, or he's chasing me, or I'm chasing him, or whatever, in some situation, it definitely happens. If he misses his E, or let's say I have a Mistwalker jacket, maybe that's also a way to dodge it or something like that, then he will have, like, he will get punished a lot. So it's likely that in the future, for example, when I'm fighting Flamewalker, even if I'm very disadvantaged in general, something that can maybe happen sometimes is you just kind of bait out a Flamewalker until they miss an E. And the moment they miss an E, you now know you have 40 seconds of advantage, essentially, because they don't have the E damage ready to kill you. So I like the nerf. The nerf is good. It's not what I would have chosen, but it is also not... at least at first glance, we'll see how exactly it works. At first glance, it doesn't seem like a bad thing to do. It's not overly nerfing it to the ground, so no one will play it. It will still be one of the strongest weapons. And in many situations, it would rather feels like it's a bit like maybe not enough, because in many situations, the Flamewalker will still just shine at everything. But it will clearly not be as universally doing everything at once, being best brawler, but also being super safe. You will still be a very good brawler, nothing changes really about that, but you will have trouble. If you run into rats, if you run into a situation where you messed up, you still are strong enough to often come back from mistakes, you're still allowed mistakes, but you won't have the solution of just full running away as easily as before. That's kind of the only thing I kind of like about I liked about playing Flamewalker myself, but I felt it before also, and that's the reason why one of the reasons why people play safe builds. It's not only that they are like desperate to make silver so they don't want to die. No, absolutely not. It's also fun to know that you're probably gonna stay alive anyway, right? So you're kind of removing some of the risk from the fight, and I mean, all very mobile builds feel this a little bit. And when I played Flamewalker, like. Now it feels like a month. It was probably a month ago, yeah. For one day, one of the things that, I mean, it felt good, but I don't want the whole mist to be like that. I don't want people to play too much just around this. But I must admit, it feels a bit good to know, because I was playing Flamewalker. I was like 95% sure that whatever happens, I'm not gonna die unless I want to go for the kill, you know? Because I have so much mobility. Which means that I could be much more aggressive, which also makes the fights where I never do run away. Like, just as I was talking about this fight, I should have just full committed to the brawl. Like, fully committing to the brawl in doing that kind of thing, like, I'm just gonna fight this guy and see what happens, was much easier psychologically. Because it felt like there's such a high likelihood that if I just, you know, fuck around and find out, and I find out that, yo, I don't know, I'm missing all my spells, or my build is not as good, or the enemy is stronger than I thought, whatever. If I find out that I'm actually not doing that well, there's a very high likelihood I'm actually still safe. So that is like a lot of hypermobility builds. I mean, that's why people play them, one of the reasons, you know? It's a bit easier, it's kind of like more casual fun that you're having, without this, the kind of anxiety of full loot being as obvious as it is for some weapons. If you ever play like high IP, non-mobile builds, like go Battle Axe, 6-3 Battle Axe, especially if you don't have like Demon or Royal Boots, you will instantly feel, I mean, it's fun and maybe you might like it, but you know this feeling, like you are actually playing like full loot PvP. Because if you take a fight and fuck up, you don't have the option to, okay, you know what, fuck it, I'm just safe anyway because of my build. Have you ever played Daybreaker on normal, non-wide monitor settings? Sometimes feel like I can't use max range E without wide monitors. No, I haven't. I don't remember. Maybe at the beginning. I mean, I didn't start this way. Like, new Albion players don't change, but not recently, Stemba. No, but I mean, to the left and to the right, there is no doubt that even without white screen, you still have a lot of room. But up and down, I've never thought about it. Let's see. I need to change my interface to the regular one. Okay, so here I can actually click the button, because otherwise my buttons are unclickable, you know? Oh man, I really needed red buff, that's sad. I turned off game sounds for a moment also. So, you see where it goes? Oh, you're right, yeah. You're right, to the south, no, but to the north, yeah. Yeah, you're right, to the south actually I'm cut off a bit less than 16 meters. You're right. But let's see. Okay, let's line up. So the bottom edge of my screen, I'm gonna line it up with the middle of the stairs. Okay, it's a bit difficult like this. Okay, with this little stone here, this middle stone here. Let's see, if I click my E into the black screen, will I go to the stone or past that? I go past that, I think, yeah. So I can still cast my spell meaningfully. Oh shit, someone is farming. And I didn't hear it. I think. Anyway, yeah, looks like the bottom of my screen is less than 16 meters. Man, I need a red buff. In 2 minutes. But, that's actually a good point. It's a good, very good question, Stemban. It's a good thing for me to notice myself. I mean, I'm usually not fighting from north to south. But you don't always have a choice, but you know, it's always an advantage. If you are fighting and you have to walk away from your enemy and you have a choice which way to go, always go south. It's always an advantage to fight from the south. Wait, are those two guys the same? Oh no, there's 5-3. I need a red buff. While they are running around, I need a red buff to fight the Death Givers. Don't come to me, go away. Let me get a buff. What did Death Givers actually? I don't see the Death Givers now. Let's see what the Death Givers have in terms of buff. Maybe they also don't have red buff actually. They have 10 stacks and blue. Ooh, then it would be perfect. I mean, then I don't desperately need a red buff. But it would be perfect if I could find a red buff. Bro, stop coming after me. He's coming to me for help, yeah? Let me... I don't want you. I want to get a red buff and fight solo. Ah. There was a red room there also, man. He's coming to me because he wants to 2v1, but... I hope he goes out. And the chest is ready, but the Death Givers know that we're here, so there's a chance that they will stay. I might be dead. I mean, I can just leave probably, but I mean, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not dead if he does that. He doesn't have a purge now. Oh shit! He does have that though. Okay. Everything went wrong, man. I just wanted a 1v1 fight against the Death Givers. And I have to fight the guy that... And now I get nothing. This is a bit tilting. Also, I would like to change my... to change my food to Snapper. And I would just like to fight the Death Givers. Fuck that dagger. But I mean, nothing is wrong from his perspective, of course. I should just run the other direction, not to the exit. Unfortunate. I mean, he might like, from his, not this guy. Man, oh man, this is a fun fight, you know. Oh, somebody's running you so brain dead, but I don't know if it's the dagger or not. I don't want to answer anything. I'm gonna ask them. Are you the one-handed dagger? Don't be so mean. He's being very angry. Oh well. Shadow Age also, by the way. I mean, against Deathgivers, I can do the Royal March thing. Against Shadow Age, I have this also. I think in a video about catching kiters, I was playing Deathgivers against Badon. It's so Shadow Age is very good counter to this. Yeah. So against Shadow Age, always I will obviously swap boots. I mean, I could have swapped. Yeah. I mean, it was at some point. It was when he stayed there. It was kind of expected. Expected that I will die if after I started killing mobs and he looked at me. I mean, not that I will die, but that he will attack me at least. Ooh, I'm really tired of awakening, honestly. So I don't want to awaken weapons anymore. I don't like that part. Oh no, not that. Careful, could be Tinto. No, Tinto is not. Are you kidding me? Tinto is never gonna play the second best weapon in the mist. He's gonna play the first best weapon. No chance, Blue. What do we do next? Learn how the mists work. I'm not gonna answer. Okay. Usually I don't answer at all, but I didn't even know who this was. I don't know how he instantly knew. Oh, he saw in chat who got killed. Yeah. Looks like he's more agitated by this than I am, even though I don't think he died. Maybe he did. Maybe that's why he's angry. But, I mean, the Deathgivers ran after me in the end, so I don't think the dagger actually died, but who knows. Yeah, I should have just walked the other way, not towards the Deathgivers, not towards that exit. Okay. What do we do? We need to decide together. We have a couple things on our list. First of all, do I continue with Daybreaker? The other option we have is Arclight Blasters. Kind of, maybe switching like builds too much during one day is gonna mess up the brain, so maybe let's go Daybreaker still. I think so. I was also thinking about Chill Howl, but with anything else I will have to start with like lower IP first. I'm kind of already, like Styx 3 is already part of me. Also against Deathgivers, I would probably, well, my plan is to change also to Energizing Shield instead of the Stalker Hood, because yeah, I am going to brawl him anyway, of course, but I don't think I'm gonna need the extra damage. I just need to survive longer and tank his big damage here and there. I feel like it's gonna give me more value. And because of that, once again, it feels like Duskweaver Helmet is just so much better and more universal. Also for situations like this, the extra basic mobility that you have all the time as you're running around is just so much more value to it. Okay. Do we have another cape to use? I do. I think more of the same, but I'm really tired of Awakening. I don't want to do that again. So I will just play Daybreaker instead. I mean Daybreaker. I will just play the same with Duskweaver instead. Right. Unless there is a good idea right now that will instantly excite me. Okay, actually maybe Poglog is another thing. I did not give it enough earlier. So maybe continuing on the Poglog could be fun as well. But on Daybreaker, the thing is I can actually beat fires. If I get a bit more practice actually fighting Crystal Fires, specifically on Daybreaker, I think it feels so much better to play Mists, where I have at least some shot of actually just 1v1ing the strongest, most meta weapons. Which is on Poglog, unfortunately, I won't really have that. I did kill some guys on Grovekeeper against Flamewalker, but it is so reliant on me luckily predicting and the enemy making a big mistake by using their E from far and me predicting that E and dodging it. I think just go full 6-3, right? Or we go tier 8 and try to kill someone higher with an overcharge. Let's go tier 8, yeah. Let's go tier 8 and just try to get the same sort of fight like against this sort of Deathgivers, but with overcharge. With a flat tier 8 also it feels better to overcharge, as I've always said, because I also overcharge my weapon. There's Snapper. Where are you? This is good, right? Yep, like this. I mean, I'm gonna use this first. Tenacity jacket, and yeah, I could also keep, since I was actually using a normal Daybreaker build, I could also change, like keep my boots on the regular boots. Duskweaver. We're gonna keep going that. I'm pretty much sure. Maybe I should make an update for like Daybreaker like now. But I'd like to feel like I've solved the current mist situation a bit better. And since I have not really played any Daybreaker this last month during streaming, one day I think, or I played, or maybe 2 days. We want any sort of shoes, yeah, or demon boots in that case to change. Actually, no, royal boots also good. Royal boots, but I'm gonna keep them on the regular march. So since I haven't played that much Daybreaker at all lately, then I need a bit more. But I think I feel like I'm getting close to understanding a bit better, like how the current meta has changed Daybreaker. And like one big thing is that in terms of helmet swap doesn't feel that necessary anymore. It will still be so nice to have Cultist, but the new spell is just so good right now that you can feel very good with just one helmet, just the Duskweaver. But it also means that you need Duskweaver more than before, or it is even more valuable than before, because you can always change to the other spell, so you don't have to worry about much, and you're kind of good. Like any helmet on the energy shield is comparable to most. Like some helmets are really good in some situations, Duskweaver for mobility, whatever, Stalker Hood good with some builds, but it seems like almost any weapon just using the basic shield that they added, it's almost always gonna put you in a good situation, and you're never gonna feel like very disadvantaged. Like in some situations, sure, you feel like I would like to have this helmet for here, I would like to have this helmet here, this helmet here. Oh, enemy has Invis, I wish I had Stalker Hood, you know. Enemy is kiting, I wish I had the Duskweaver helmet. Sure, that's gonna happen, but it's always gonna feel pretty good still, you know, overall, to just use the energizing shield. I feel like this is becoming kind of clear, although I'm pretty sure that they will. I don't remember. I don't think they added the nerf to this spell for the next patch, but I'm pretty sure they are going to. This is worth, and this is not. Okay. Okie dokie. Come on. Let's go. I also feel like I'm. I don't think I have ADHD, but it's kind of like the similar, like the kind of the stereotypical ADHD. One of the effects that people talk about is this kind of changing your focus. You're giving it from one place to the other all the time, right? I don't do that short term as much, at least not while I'm gaming. I'm very focused. Maybe that's, I don't know. Maybe that's one thing about gaming that is attractive, but day to day, I often do completely different things, as you've probably seen on stream. It is fun to play the game that way, but I often get, just like right now, I often get the feeling like what if I just focused on one sort of build and one content for a while? Maybe in some ways, I definitely learn more by switching around, but maybe, I mean, there's a lot to be learned from playing different builds and feeling out different types of content, but maybe I'm also at least somewhat missing out on the potential progress, and also being just in better shape in terms of my PvP, which is like which you get from just playing the same over and over again for a while, which I don't think I've done. I don't remember when I did that last. Definitely used to be my thing more with Spear and Daybreaker specifically. I probably played months and months just on Spear, and like not just months as in logging in for a couple of hours, like during the weekend. Not those kinds of months, so I had that as well. But I mean actual months where I played a lot, and I played every day, just went back with Spear. My guy asked, Max, hello Max, if I want to really just improve with Spear and stuff, should I use the normal one-handed or Heron? Normal one-handed. Don't use Heron in solo PvP until you already feel like you've played a lot and you want an extra challenge, an extra fun build to try. Heron it's possible to play Heron. It is very fun, but it is nowhere near as strong, and it is much more one-sided the way you play. It's not as flexible as you are with one-handed spear at all. So play one-handed. And then play Daybreaker. Daybreaker is a very good choice as well for that. Music ended. I feel like. Give me music. What is the state of Cripple Spell and Spear? I remember it being default option on Spear. Yes, unfortunately, it was nerfed. Not the last biggest update, but before that, the last balance update before that, Cripple was reworked. The intention of the developer, as they stated, was to make it more applicable to different situations and not just a counter to swords. However, in reality, it ended up, first of all, being a bit the opposite, because they nerfed it specifically for other situations also. But secondly, it ended up being just a nerf, just a very big nerf. Cripple is just, I don't want to say bad, but it's much worse than it used to be. And unfortunately, on top of that, now with the last update, even the swords were changed to a point where against swords, Cripple, it doesn't work that way anymore as before. You do get a free Cripple whenever you need it against swords, but it does no longer remove their stacks. So even in that match, Cripple doesn't feel good. So Cripple in a 1v1 fight, it feels good only if you are much stronger than the enemy, so you outbrawl them anyway, so you just Cripple to catch them. Or if you're running around and you want to be more careful, on Cripple you can remove your enemy's boots. But on like in a fair 1v1 fight, Cripple does not feel very good because you are just weaker, It does not make up for the damage loss that you the damage that you make with do with Impaler. Obviously, there's some specific matchups where Harpoon and Deflecting Spin are good, but in most fights, Impaler just makes so much more sense as a preset. Just more damage, the slow is still good, and the Cripple does not give you as much at all. And the big change, they made a couple small changes, like you get the speed buff you get is a bit shorter. They added a bit of buffs to Cripple, making it do a bit more damage and having shorter cooldown, but all of that doesn't make up for the big thing, which is that instead of, it does no longer give you a damage bonus. When you cripple your enemy's movement speed buff, you don't get the damage bonus after that. That's a very big nerf. Instead, what they did is that when you cripple, you lower their attack speed, which is pretty useless. It doesn't really do anything. I would be very happy to fight him, but I don't think he wants to. He has kind of wrong food, but... and he only has one potion. You want to fight? Against him, since he only has one potion, I could potentially even... just stay on Duskweaver to make sure he doesn't get away. He needs to change his W, probably. If he doesn't change his Q and W, I'm 100% staying on Duskweaver, because he's full mobility, and... yeah, he's still full mobility. I just Inferno. I can purge his stacks also, but I think since if he's on Shadow Edge, he does not brawl very well. Oh, he wants to get 3 stacks, okay. Oh, he does want to fight, he just... No, he doesn't. He just wants to fight with the... I mean, maybe I can give him that, actually. Oh, let's see. Let's see if I can fight again. But then the problem is... I don't think I can then play on... this is a matchup where Cripple was so nice before, and now it's not good. Then I'm not sure I can play Duskweaver. Because if I do give him the free damage to start the fight... I don't know. It's still kind of okay, but I kind of feel like there's a chance there that I will just lose the brawl. It will depend a little bit. He cannot purge my Inferno. I can purge his Mercenary. He is tier 8 though, you know. I don't. If I had IP advantage, it would be different maybe. Nah, I should have maybe tried still. But if he's like, he's only willing to fight if he starts off with like free damage, then I need to be a bit more careful that I might not out-brawl him at all. Plus, there's a bit of a problem that, you know, people who play that way, often what they do, I'm not saying he can, like, it's difficult for him to do that, but often what those types of death givers do, they do the free E on you, like he would do when he caught me if he catches me. They do the free E damage, and then instead of like starting the brawl, they then instantly use their boots and start running away and kiting you, you know, waiting for the next opportunity for them to get an E in for free. So it is, it's a bit annoying, but I mean, I could probably adapt to that and just run away then if I really want to. So the thing is, I'm not sure. I hope I'm not being the pussy here. It's clear that he could win this fight without that start, but it's also possible that even if he gets the free E, it's still a good fight for me. And then, especially if I was like this, definitely I would feel like I still win the brawl, even if I start with like, whatever, 400 HP lower. I don't know. Nowadays, people do not take physical fight to an advantage from the beginning. Froggy, you're starting to sound like a haha. I don't know if you know. It's a guy who's often also in chat. It's a Russian streamer who's, maybe you know him very well, and it's stupid of me to introduce you, but anyway, the Russian streamer who is developing the Killboard 1, the website, you know. Anyway, you're sounding a bit like him. He's like in the chat often, you know. He has played Albion since Albion was the idea of some developer, you know. Somebody dreamt that there could be a full loot game, and the haha was already playing it. I don't know if like your experience with Albion goes all the way back that far, but you say nowadays, you know. If you're saying that, I'm curious. Was there a time when it was not like that? Is that what you're saying? Were there better times back in the day before I played Albion, for example? Were there times where people were looking to take the risk and looking to fight and not worry about it? Not worry about the advantages or disadvantages as much? Are dual swords in a good place? Yes, they are in a good place, Joshua. They are a bit limited when you go high IP. But even like 6-3, you can still definitely play them. But it is kind of, you become a bit more limited because you can be outplayed, and you can feel like you can't win some fights against builds that have good mobility. But overall, for low IP, dual swords are absolutely S tier. If you go 4.1, 4.2, dual swords are among the very best weapons you can choose. For mists, especially, open world a bit more complicated because your mobility problems will be more evident. And for middling tiers, dual swords are just good, yeah. And it's kind of like, I personally don't like that sort of situation as much, but you will be in a situation on dual swords where sometimes it depends on your enemy who wins, you know? What I mean by that is that it's very easy for the enemy to make a mistake and die because of that. Because you on dual swords, it's like simpler, you know? You just do your thing, kind of. Even if you just press your spells, whenever they're ready, just press our spells and that's it. It's the enemy who has to adapt. So you're putting the pressure on them. But the flip side of that is that many matchups, if the enemy does play their part of the fight very, very well, it can feel almost hopeless for you. Like if they do play everything correctly, and you don't get a bit of an advantage there, then you might just lose the fight, even though you also played like well, essentially. I made you think, huh? Froggy saying, well, it was like this since I can remember. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I mean, in part, that is also why we play Albion, you know? Those of us, I am very interested in this kind of... I like this competitive environment. I like being pressured to perform, being, like, paying for my mistakes. I like that. I like this kind of pressure and the difficulty and that comes from the competitive nature. However... like, I think in all complete honesty, most people who play Albion, there's a reason why we play more Albion than League or Dota. I mean, maybe you play different games, I do as well. But if you like play a lot of Albion over the years, there's a reason why. And there's many reasons. One is maybe social and stuff like, but one of those reasons for most of us, I think, is the fact that a game which is built where you cannot, you know, in League or Dota, you cannot force that you only play when you have an advantage, right? I mean, obviously you can play meta heroes or meta champions, but you're forced into it, right? So if you're having a bad day where you just suck, that's it. If you want to play a certain way where, you know, you play like not RP, but, you know, you play something that is fun, you're just gonna lose game after game. If you play League just for fun, you're gonna lose game after game because meta is going to destroy you. In Albion, it is more, you have more room for that sort of thing. Even if you're having a bad day, I've said this also like in kind of like in guides a little bit, but for me, obviously on stream, I whatever. I feel like I'm not in the best shape, you know, for whatever real life reasons. Maybe I didn't sleep well, maybe my thoughts are somewhere else, something happened in real life, or maybe just piling up like a couple mistakes, stupid mistakes I make, like kind of pressure me. I'm not gonna stop streaming and stop fighting, right? But like a non-streamer me, definitely also I thought about that a little bit, and sometimes I just, you know, if I feel like I'm not at the top of my game, I just wouldn't take the fight. If I see someone that I normally would fight, I just thought that, you know what, fuck it, you know what, I'm not feeling it right now, I'm just gonna go on and do my own thing. So in League or Dota, you don't have that choice. If you join a game, you are there and you have to play. You don't get any extra advantages. You have to play until the end. So the fact that Albion is that is very frustrating, but it is also one of the keys why it is Albion at the end of the day. I mean, the fact that it allows for people to just look at you and say, I'm not gonna fight you unless you give me like a 90% chance of that I win, you know. The fact that it's possible also means that a lot more people are playing, and a lot of the people who play Albion PvP, and I say this because I've thought about this also about other games. I've had the exact same feeling about Hunt Showdown, which is a shoot FPS game that I've played for a while as well. Haven't played it now, and I'm really not happy with some of their updates. At some point, I just stopped playing. But it used to be a game I really liked as well, and there I felt this also. There's the same problem. Like, I mean, if you know anything about extraction shooters, you can imagine that I'm talking about Tarkov or any other similar game. Like, what is it? Arena Breakout Infinite, Delta Force, all of these sort of games. You can imagine. It's the same thing, you know? There's a lot of people who play, and they will only take a fight if they essentially get almost free win, or they're almost certain they're winning. Oftentimes, the way it looks is... Nah, that's not good. Oftentimes, the way it looks is that they are just sitting in a corner with a shotgun doing nothing. I'm gonna run out of energy against this guy, I'm afraid. This was my second potion. Yeah. I'm gonna run out of energy. This fight is too long because of plate armor. I wish someone else would help me here, but I don't think they will. I don't have the energy to kill him. Oh, yes, yes, yes! He's gonna go. Unfortunately, it's an 8-4. I would much prefer to feed somebody a lower IP. Let's see what happens there. So you see, we're talking about energetic sprint, and it actually happened. But part of it is, I mean, I am fighting against 8.3 with plate armor, right? So the fight is much longer. You saw, I'm purging his stacks, I am dodging his Qs, and it's not enough. This is one reason why you see so much plate armor 8.3. Because if he was wearing leather armor, with the same amount of... I don't want to say mistakes, but you know, if he misses as many Qs as he did against me, if I purge him correctly and overall play this decently well, like I did, if he's using leather armor, obviously I'm also taking more damage, but it's much more likely that I will punish him and he will just die from it. In this case, if he's using leather armor and the fight goes the same way, I have a better chance of killing him. But with plate armor, it's, you know, the fight is so long. So, and I think that's the reason why I see... even before the 8.4 showed up, I already feel that I cannot win this fight. Even though I'm doing very well in the fight, I don't think I can just win this, because I'm just gonna run out of energy, and I'm gonna need, like, one more round of spells is not gonna be enough, I feel like. I will need at least like 2 Impalers and 1 E, and probably even more. So yeah. Another question, which bow is better for open world? Longbow, Skystrider, or Badon? Skystrider and Badon, not Longbow. For low IP, Longbow can be okay, Warbow can be okay, but for like any sort of serious PvP, and especially if you want to even have some potential to play around groups of people, because open world is full of groups, only Badon and Skystrider. Other bows are not even close in the kind of different tools that they offer you to actually play and adapt to the situations. Albion got so much safer, says Rene. Back in the day, no journey back, safe portals, missed roads, black zones were much scarier. I've heard that, yeah. I have not experienced that time in Albion, because when I joined it was already, I mean, there were no safe portals and stuff like that, but it felt already like people were already saying the thing that you said. I've heard about it, yeah. Hi Vic, do you see the daggers and gloves in the meta right now? Which do you think more versatile overall? Yes, for solo PvP, Death Givers are S tier right now. They have been, for as long as I remember, for as long as I have had the presence and understanding of the game to actually think about tiers and weapons and so on, Death Givers have always been S tier in solo PvP. The only exception where they fell just tiny bit lower is the Demon Boots patch. The time where Demon Boots were suddenly super buffed and almost everyone was forced to use them in solo PvP, that's the only time where, because Death Givers could not use Demon Boots because you need energetic sprint, you just can't fight without it, and they suddenly were like they were constantly facing very brawl heavy, difficult builds. It was so many curses, so many fire staffs, and even though Death Givers can fight them, it's a bit of a struggle for the regular Death Givers build to fight them. Other than that, Death Givers 100% S tier, so Dagger's doing very well in meta. Bloodletter is somewhere like if you look at everything except top, like at Pyre IP, you can just play Bloodletter and just get free kills and that's it, and just never take any fights. But at like middling tiers, I would say Bloodletter is somewhere close to Spear, maybe a little bit weaker, but it is close to Spear, but it is very difficult to play Bloodletter well right now, because you cannot play Bloodletter based on mobility. I'm talking about actually taking proper 1v1 fight, like going with tier 7 Bloodletter and going to fight a tier 7 dual swords. Winning that fight is possible, but very difficult. It requires, I think, a lot of skill now. So Bloodletter is viable, but it's somewhere like B minus tier. Other daggers are, I mean, one-handed dagger is also viable, not decent B tier weapon. Other daggers are kind of a meme. Dagger pair, if you want to be really cute, you can play dagger pair lower IP. But they have a lot of room. Like daggers have a lot to offer for solo PvP. As for gloves, once again, we have one big contender, Fists of Avalon. Even after the nerf, it is at least A+ tier. I think it's fair to demote it from S tier based on what I've seen last couple of weeks. But it is close to S tier. It's still super strong and versatile. And you have then you have also Battle Bracers. Battle Bracers, good for mists, good, versatile, and have very safe. If you go full mobility, you're very safe. For open world solo, I think Battle Bracers are like S tier weapon. It's one of the best. If you're going open world solo, it's probably one of the best options overall. So once again, we're dealing with the weapon tree, which has a lot to offer if you want a solo PvP, for sure. And then you have Brawler Gruffs from like a cute kind of, not exactly meme, but like kind of a cheese one-shot strategy. You can do this in mists for sure. And am I forgetting something? The crystal ones are not that impressive from what I've seen. Yeah, I think that's it. The others don't work really. I mean, Hellfire Hands, maybe. Difficult. Hellfire, I've said this in the video when I was ranking like lower tier weapons. Hellfire Hands seems like they are very good in the hands of a real true Hellfire Hands specialist. But then looking at the fact that there are so few people who are like Hellfire Hands specialists, so few people like actively play them, it looks like they are probably still not that strong, because otherwise we would have more. Like for example, Arcane is a good example. Arcane staff, one-handed Arcane, it's also a weapon, I would say, that is actually really good at the hand of a specialist. But there we actually have a decent amount of Arcane staff specialists, people who really enjoy and play it, even though it's not the most meta. But Hellfire Hands, we have very few people, from my experience and looking around at other types of content and what people are playing at the top. There was nice Bloodletter build that Druk Bogdana was playing with Armor of Valor, yet it was Before Throwing Blades nerf. Okay, yeah, the Throwing Blades one, like, actually was interesting. I did not, I think that was when I was not really playing Albion. Like, it didn't last that long. It was just a month or maybe two. I mean, I was playing, but I was kind of taking a break. But the Throwing Blades patch, yeah, that gave every dagger an extra good brawling potential, yeah. It was kiting build. I don't know if it works anymore. Oh, okay, yes, the kiting. Okay. I felt like the Throwing Blades in general gave every dagger, like, yeah, okay, I guess you kite, but it gave you the huge damage buff. I guess they did. I don't remember which part of it they nerfed. Yeah, to be honest, I actually, when I fought a Bloodletter in the Corrupted dungeons, and he was also using those. He was also using Throwing Blades. I'm happy to use everything to dismount him, but he's not even coming in range for me to hit my spells, you know? I'm tier 8 overcharge, remember, right? So this tier 7 hammer is not running away from another tier 7. He's running away from a guy 2 tiers higher. So I am very... Did I write something to him? Why did he question mark me? I got question mark from a dude. Okay. Maybe I should just do this, you know, so I'm not distracted by chat at all. So, I'm happy to use all my spells to dismount the Tomb Hammer, because I'm 8 overcharged, here's tier 7, but he kinda needs to get at least close enough for me to hit an Impaler. You typed, are you playing? Yeah, but I typed it in this chat, you see? I don't know if you see, yeah, you see it on screen, yeah. I typed, are you playing, in the yellow chat, you know, on top of my head. And then I got a whisper from some dude, like, question mark. I mean, it couldn't have been the guy here, right? He doesn't know who I am. It was so OP. Throwing Blades were the meta. Throwing Blades, Death Heroes, bro. Yeah. I saw and heard, yeah. I mean, I played a little bit, but not that much. I saw that like Throwing Blades became a mandatory W for daggers, pretty much. Who are you? Wildfire. Okay. Kinda just want to take the spider in peace. What did he say? He said overcharge. Oh, I'm looting wrong things. Okay, now I turned off chat and now I'm missing it. He said overcharge. Okay. Interesting. Or maybe he's asking me to double overcharge for fun. So great movement, nice damage boost. Yeah. I don't remember which part of it they nerfed, to be honest, when I started playing again. I mean, it still gives both, but they just nerfed the stack things. I think the main thing they probably nerfed is that you cannot hit more than one person. You cannot hit one guy with more than one throwing blade, right? That's probably one thing. I don't remember. Move speed 15 and damage by 10% for each stack for 5 seconds. So it's still plus 45% move speed and 30% damage, but you need 3 targets. You can't do this. It's nice. It's a good spell, but it's not so powerful for 1v1. But if you just play against one target... Wait, what did I just read? It was 10%, right? If you just hit one target... Oh, so that's why in Corrupted he was playing Throwing Blades, because he can use it to run around with the mobs and also for extra damage, right? But you get plus 10% damage, and on a dash you always get 15% on a dash. So if you're looking to go for the big execute with Deathgivers or Bloodletter to surprise your enemy, you know, dash now makes more sense still. If the Wildfire doesn't fight you, what's the point of choosing Wildfire? I am the juicy Wildfire target, definitely. I'm the guy that he hopes he can get into making a mistakes, right? If I just turn off my brain and just walk towards the Wildfire and just hit my Qs and Ws, if I don't hit anything else, just Qs and Ws, I mean, he will kill me, right? He will use his defensives, drop the meatball, and then Q Q Q Q Q, or I Q Q Q Q, then drop meatball, and then Q Q Q Q Q Q Q Q again. So, I mean that's why he's playing low AP. Wildfire to potentially get a kill like on someone like me. I feel a bit sad about the 8.3 death givers now. That was a nice fight. The guy that ran away. That was I mean, I liked it. I am very unhappy that I felt that I'm running out of energy. But I mean, if I took the fight from 0, I would maybe change helmet. But the thing is, especially when he's 8.3 and I'm tier 8, the moment he's not gonna run away when he's losing, right? He's gonna start walking away and potentially disengaging or resetting when he feels that the fight is going even, right? Unless he knows that he's gonna kill me like at the end, like he feels like he has enough damage to execute me later. When it's going even, he's probably gonna start walking away. What is this? This is interesting. Tier 7 overcharged. Can I give you my items? I really want to see what the hell will this look like. We have another tier 6 spear at the bottom of the screen. But I think I should be fine. Yo, I'm actually running into energy considerations. I don't want to say energy problems, but energy considerations now. And against spear, I kind of... Oh, that's because I used to play more Awakened, yeah? Just enough energy for this, but not much more. Oh, he wasn't even tier 6, it was tier 5. Very brave, 4.1 spear. Appreciate the bravery, but yeah, not much. Not much he can do, I don't need HP for that. Interesting, yeah, I'm running into energy issues more. Maybe I should try energetic sprint, maybe it's time to accept. Because cripple is... I use cripple so much less. Then maybe triple kill. Oh yeah, where's the announcer? There should be like an announcer from a game, you know, like... Oh baby, it's a triple! Yeah, true, but I mean, none of them were like real kills. I guess the first one was tier 7 overcharged. I guess this is kind of like a real kill, but it didn't feel that way. I'm kind of curious why. What was the point that he was trying to do here? He has no way to reliably hit this, right? He's trying to proc his mage robe, oh sorry, scholar robe, and then this cast becomes faster? Is that the point? That's the point, yeah? His point is that after he uses his scholar robe, I cannot dodge his E, right? I'm not sure. He also has the cape. It feels like he's kind of not exactly playing a randomizer, but you know, it feels like it's not instantly clear what the plan is. Oh, he's running away. I got stuck in the traps. I still don't understand. Yeah, I guess he can use that to hit his E. Yeah. I preferred old movement speed buff over the damage amount of throwing blades. Oh, so they did end up reworking it, yeah. I mean, throwing blades felt like an interesting niche pick always. It never felt like it was used much in solo PvP. But except for that one patch when it became almost mandatory to use. Wait, what is this? Okay. What is the secret to having fun solo? My number one answer, Leonardo, is to find a way to get better. That's it. It sucks, it's boring, but I mean, it's a boring answer, but actually maybe I should preset cripple now. I am tier 8 overcharged, so there's a lot of situations where with cripple I'll be able to potentially get some kills. I should get rid of all this stuff in my inventory though. I don't even want the 4.1. This is worth at least something. Tier 5 spear. Okay. So yeah, the most fun I think I'm having is when I feel like I'm improving. It's like long-term fun. Like that's why I really loved Arclight Blasters, because I felt like it was much more difficult to play when I played it. I'm gonna keep playing it. New type of content, you know, Corrupted Dungeon was really fun. Also gonna play more of that. I just realized that, you know, watching Mists somehow, even though we're not getting so many fights, but it seems like watching Mists is more interesting for a lot of people. But, you know. I mean, essentially, like any sort of as soon as you kind of decouple your fun from winning, keeping in mind that just like me, you are also human, you know. I still have that, and we will always no matter how much you like try to program yourself, no matter what you do, no matter what you focus on, you will always feel better when you win, when you kill, and you will always feel worse, and it will be less fun when you lose, when you keep losing, and more fun when you keep winning. However, that in mind, the more you are able to decouple having fun in Albion, and honestly in any competitive game, from winning, the more fun it becomes. But for me, that thing mostly is getting better, you know. I'm definitely like, if I feel that something is not challenging, then I would kind of lose interest for that. But there's other things as well. Like if you are really focused on some sort of goal you have in the game, like at the very beginning, as I was saying earlier also, my first goal in Albion was to get a mammoth, which I ended up never buying, but at least to make enough money for the mammoth, yeah. When I had a very clear goal, I was like, whatever I do, I want to get to a point where I can buy myself a mammoth on a Western server. That made the whole game instantly more fun to me. That was because then also, once again, what happened is then winning and losing in a fight was no longer it didn't determine how much fun I was having or my success. I was so like hyper focused on moving closer to my mammoth. Obviously, losing you lose money and winning you win money, but it wasn't like as directly tied only just to that. We have about 10 million revenue today, and I don't know how much. Probably like about like 15, probably negative. I don't know. Maybe it actually wait. It should say under the stream also, right? Let's see actually if it works, because one time it didn't. Under the stream on Twitch, it should also say my daily. Say under the stream also, right? Sorry, maybe you heard that because I opened on stream to see under it. Does it say? Does the killboard thing work? It does. It says profit 11.5, lost 12 mil. Okay. So I've spent about 12 mil, and this is what we have to show for it. It says that profit is 11, but it's actually, you know, less, I guess, because of trash rate, but there should be a bigger difference. I don't know. We need more food to keep going. I also got cake from someone. I keep forgetting about this. Not bad to have some extra fame credits. Oh, Zerio said, by the way, I mean, if you're on YouTube, you see Twitch chat. If you're on Twitch, you don't see YouTube chat. But the reason I keep bringing it up, just so we all know, but also means that, for example, you had a question, like Leonardo asked, what is the secret to having fun? Because that's the name of the stream, you know, good question. And Ozarius is answering in Twitch chat, so you might not have seen it. So let's see, Ozarius' answer was, best way to have fun is go 4.1 and take all the fights. At least that's how I get my fun. Very, very legit approach, yeah. At some point, just having action, just having something happen on your screen, whether you're learning or not, whether you're making money, all those other things I talked about, just having stuff happen on your screen is already very simple fun, you know? It's like simple monkey brain. That's why we play games in general, you know? Monkey brain sees different colors and presses different buttons, already fun. But this is not for forever. At some point you need the pixels to be, to some extent, a little bit more meaningful to continue having fun. And those things I was talking about, like, for example, focusing on getting better, that's like giving an extra meaning to your pixels, essentially. I empty rate, actually. Maybe I could take some of those fights. I already entered, but that guy was no. I'm guessing he's inviting me. I don't want to do the duels. That's kind of dull. To try to figure out how to avoid dying to the duel with fishing gear and whatever, Great Arcane. But the guys who are like sending invites, if you're sending an invite to go 1v1 and duo mists, I mean, that could be fun actually. Maybe I should check that next time. Who is out there waiting for a fight? The problem is like like the duos can kill you, obviously. I mean, but you can also get ratted in regular mists. I got with one of my when I was playing duo mists with my friend. I started like at some point we started realizing this more, that we actually are like we started coming across those duelers, you know, the guys who go into duo mists just to have 1v1 fight, and we started kind of hunting them a little bit when we saw that they were there, you know, kind of try to guess where they're going if they don't go next mist, and we got too crazy one time. Usually didn't work out that well. One time we ran into, actually, I was very surprised. We ran into like 2 top players, like at that point, like literally like number 1 and number 3 maybe in all of Europe PvP, and they were like so crazy toxic. I was very surprised that because we did fight them in the end and die, but they were having a duel and they were like, man, they were talking. I remember that because I was surprised. I would imagine someone who plays so much is not going to be like that. But anyway, they were writing all kinds of shit in chat because we didn't let them fight, essentially, right? It was duo mist for us. We rolled up and we wanted to, you know, kill them or potentially get one of them at least for free. Not for free, but you understand. And then, so that time I think it ended up dying, or at least one of us. But the second time we fought, like, I saw 8.3 Fists of Avalon fighting against 6.3 Masterpiece Frost Staff. And we got there in time, just in time. I might have this in some of the recording. Maybe it's part of the video I have on Duo Mists, I don't remember. But it was juicy. It was juicy. I think we definitely killed 8.3. I think we killed both, I'm not sure. But definitely killed the juicy 8.364 Fists. Because, interesting, like, there was also a thing that happened. Like, obviously Fists, and especially that was before the nerf, yeah, that was a while ago. The Fists had crazy mobility, and it's pretty much impossible to catch Fists that don't want to die, right? You know that, you remember what I'm talking about. But in that, since they were dueling, and he was dueling against the Frost, I don't remember Chill Howl or regular, he had set his W to counter. So when we rolled up with my friend, first we finished the Frost, because the Frost was, I don't remember if it was very low or it was close or whatever. Maybe the Fists just killed the Frost, I'm not even sure. But anyway, then we had to chase the Fists, and the Fists have so much mobility. And I was only able to catch up to him and get him back into like combat and then finish him off with a friend, only because he was on counter W, so he didn't have a triple kick, and I was Tomb Hammer, so I had also decent mobility. But still, it was because he had changed for the fight there. And since he was on counter, I mean, he couldn't get away, but he also couldn't really like turn and kill either very well. Anyway. Let's see. When watching your vids, notice that your sexy voice has ton of testosterone. Is that what it sounds like? Is that actually a thing? Because I have definitely, like in my past relationships, have also heard this sort of feedback and felt nothing to do with testosterone, but just the fact that, you know, some of the women that have been in my life have also really enjoyed my voice. And I've never, I mean, I thought, okay, nice, fine, whatever. You know, I'd rather like be complimented on my looks, which I obviously not some sort, not exceptional in any way, or something else, or some of your achievements and so on. The voice seemed kind of random, but if there is any sort of actual like link, it would be interesting. But I don't know. It's been a while. It's been like a year since I had a proper was properly working out, so I don't feel very testosterone-ish at all, and I'm pretty sure that my testosterone levels are much lower than they were when I had a better like workout regimen, and just generally lower than they probably should be. Oh, need to go to the gym. All it takes is one time to get addicted to it again. I love working out. I just hate packing my stuff and going out there. Like, I love the feeling of actually working out, but I don't have to force myself once I'm there. But I'm very lazy to pack my stuff, walk 15 minutes to the gym, and then know that I have to come back. I don't know. I hope I find the solution again, like I did in the past. Like, I still play basketball, but when I play, I feel like I play a little bit, you know, like I play like 15 minutes and I already feel like, you know, I just can't. It's not that, like, I want to play, but it's just like I can't do the things that I want to do. So it's hopefully there's a bit of a arc back into that in my life. But also, thank you. got lost on this discussion, but thank you, Punk Dunk. It is the first week that you can also see me on YouTube. Getting a kill 1v1 when you have 2 IP disadvantage feels good. Yes, absolutely. Oh, you meant it's not fun because you're constantly... Okay, because my interpretation was that in 4.1 you don't risk anything, so you just constantly fight everyone. Plus, like if you have a bell curve of what people are playing, at least in open world, I don't know about Mists, if it's exactly like that, but usually, you know, because it's so much cheaper, it's not exactly even like a bell curve. It's more just there's a lot more. The lower you are in terms of IP, the more people there will be similar to you, because like obviously it's cheaper to play, so more people play low IP. So yeah, so that's what I thought what you meant. But you're saying instead what you meant, going in 4.1, the fun is not just from the constant action, but from the occasional time, sometimes rarely, when you actually get a good big kill, yeah? Daybreaker also looks so good. I don't know why. Only problem I have with Daybreaker's appearance is that it looks too much like a sword. Like if you ask someone who doesn't play Albion, which of these is a sword, or are they both swords, they would say these are both swords. There's no way, right? They wouldn't say, "Oh, this is a sword, the other one is a spear." Okay, you can kind of see that Kingmaker is like a bit more flat. Yeah, I guess at least like. Kingmaker, you can clearly see it's a sword. Here you have at least some sort of question, but I'm not sure. It looks like a lance. True, but most of the spears, I think, are they not? Like, not most, but many of the spears are. But these are spears, right? Because it's like a wooden stick, and then there's a thing at the end. Okay, this is also a spear. Okay, I was wrong. Does this look like a spear? This looks like a... This kind of looks like a pike, yeah. I guess pike is a type of spear. I don't know if it is. But yeah, you're right. But is lance a type of spear at all, or no? It isn't really, right? It's just a different thing, yeah? It's not a type of sword either. Trinity definitely does not... In like, thinking about Aquaman, I never realized that Trinity is kind of like a type of spear. I'm not sure if it is. I mean, in game it can be randomly, of course, but it doesn't have to be based on real facts. Trinity. What's it called? The thing. It's called... What is a trident? Yeah, it's called a trident. Which also feels like a... Okay, let's see. Let's Google. I want to Google and you can Google at home. I'm Googling right now. Trident. Let's see what the AI says. Trident is a three-pronged spear. Okay, so trident is called a spear. Okay. So it is actually a type of spear. A lance is a type of spear. Okay, so it is actually still kind of correct. It just looks like... looks too much like a sword to me, to my non-real-life fantasy-knowing person. I mean, not that I don't like fantasy, but, you know, I don't... When I look at this, when I first start Albion, if I didn't know it was a spear, I would think it's probably some sort of sword, yeah? Also because usually in games there aren't like a million different spears, and usually a spear will always look like with this wooden... The wooden thing is a big thing. With the big wooden handle with a thing at the end. Even this, it doesn't exactly seem like the wooden thing is long enough. Like, this is the closest. This, I would imagine, is an actual spear. In real life, I would imagine that spear is something that you throw and not fight close range. A glaive. Glaive is also... Okay, check glaive. You mean in Google? Wait. Let's check. I'm checking what is glaive now. Glaive, sometimes spelled as glaive, is a type of pole weapon with a single-edged blade on the end. Is glaive a spear or a sword? In modern French, glaive refers to short swords. I don't know why it's answering me in modern French. I didn't Google modern French, I just Googled glaive and it started like telling me the question is glaive a spear or a sword? Is a spear a glaive? Glaives are a type of two-handed polearm with sword-cutting like blades. Interesting. So it seems like the glaive is actually, like, in terms of real life, the glaive is closest to a sword because it doesn't say, like, for the Trinity it instantly said it's a three-pronged spear, but for glaive it doesn't mention spear anywhere. And even when there was a question somebody asking like, is it a spear or a sword? It said that it's like a. It didn't answer either, but it said it essentially works like a sword. Okay. Spear is a very broad category. Yeah, I'm realizing that, but you know, I'm just thinking like in my pre-Albion times, I definitely would not have thought about. You're thinking of javelin. That's the one you throw. But javelin is specifically throwing spear, yeah? And you're saying regular spear, you don't throw. So when guys were hunting mammoths with spears, like in prehistoric times, they were not throwing them. Is that what you're saying? Maybe true, yeah, I don't know. I imagined that the guys with throwing spears, or sorry, the guys with regular spears that are painted. Oh, this is the guy I saw earlier. The guys that are painted on the side of the wall. Okay, let's try. Let's give him the first E. And let's see if he wants to fight then. Was I overcharged before? Maybe that's why. I wasn't overcharged before, was I? This was before the 8.3 attacked me and I overcharged, right? I don't remember. He has also... Oops. I wanted to type in chat, but no. Okay, he dismounted. Nice. I used my E, he dismounted. He also has wrong food, so... You know what? What if I just let him have it? Let's try it. Okay, I'm gonna just change to shield and let him have the free... Let's see. At least one stack, sure, no problem. Come on, dude, what do I have to do? I think that I can win this fight even if he gets a pre-stack T. Okay, at least I missed that, that's nice. Yeah, he's gonna run away. I used boots to catch up, so his boots will be ready way before mine. And he's just gonna run away. Yeah, maybe I should just let him pre-stack E, you know? Because his boots... his boots about to be ready. Maybe I should just let him hit the pre-stack E, because his food is wrong. And I have... you know, I didn't even use a potion. Or I just changed my boots. He only has one potion, so it's not like he used escape. Yeah, okay, this was way too... Okay, safe. Fuck, I messed it up. I should not have changed my helmet. I changed my helmet because I thought, okay, I'm gonna let him pre-stack and get on top of me, but I'm gonna then use the helmet so that then I still don't just lose the brawl, yeah? But it ended up being that my advantage is still so big. So you see, in the end, I don't think that him trying to pre-stack E is actually like a... He only wants to fight with an advantage. Because the fight is pretty good for me. If I use my stuff correctly. I don't know if you noticed, but Inferno, the moment he gets his third stack, I Inferno, so he eat into my Inferno. I remove his Mercenary, so he only got 2 procs. He used Mercenary, then Shadow Edge, that's nice, but he only got 2 procs. So, you know, when I play my other things correctly, I am stronger. But yeah, it's so... I should have kept the helmet, that was... I did not realize. Also, he's not using Snapper, he's using just food for damage. You know, when I reflect half his damage, it's... Not half, but yeah. Meh. Okay. Oh well. Oh, you also had this question. Yo, I did see it, I didn't. Punk answered, asked what happened to Zero to Villain 2 months since last episode. Is it already? There was a time where I thought it was... I don't know. Anyway, it was a time where I didn't play Albion for a while, but then I started streaming. I've been streaming on Twitch for just a bit over a month. There was like 1 month when I didn't play. I took a break, as I often do. But then I started streaming, and honestly, Punk Dunk, I'm not going to play off stream. I'm going to play this on stream. I'm going to continue the series on stream also, and then make videos. But I kind of struggle, both in terms of my time management, in terms of forcing myself, like some sort of self-discipline to work on it more. My time management, and a lot of the clips I have from stream, now it seems okay, But a lot of clips I had from stream don't really seem like they're very good to be put in a video. The quality at the beginning was a bit different because I was kind of learning how to record at the same time. I have clips from the first streams where the music is in the background, which obviously makes it also much more difficult to use. So anyway, I kind of put it off a little bit because I just, you know, as I said, I need a bit of extra discipline and time for it, but also partly because I thought that I don't want to, like, I want that series to continue when I feel really that I can make the same kind of result, even though I would be playing it on stream, you know, and not playing it just to record it. I hope that makes sense, like, as an answer, but... Bro, I'm get to watch on Twitch. YouTube is quality too bad. Yes, I think YouTube quality is a bit lower than Twitch, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's like your setting or my setting. YouTube is normally taking the stream quality and giving you the different options. On Twitch, the quality I've set is 936. If I go, since it is possible for people to choose different quality now, maybe I will go over to like regular 1080p. YouTube was 720. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't want to make an ad for Twitch, but I am happier to have more people on Twitch, I think. Although it doesn't matter for me really, but Twitch has everything else like developed so well, like the community part, you know, emotes, stuff like that. It's easier to see like the results and the analytics of the stream of what happened. There's channel point redemptions, which are fun, and obviously you can also sub. I mean you can support also on YouTube. There's like super thanks and stuff, but I don't know, the subbing is kind of more natural. So I'm actually kind of happy, but I don't want to have bad quality on YouTube. So it's not like, okay, it's a 4.1. I don't want to have bad quality, so I'll figure it out. I'll see. Maybe it's time to change Twitch to 1080p. Because people on Twitch will still be able to, you know, select lower quality if their internet is not good enough. And then, yeah. How is the Tinto emote coming along? Give me an idea, Voodoo. What do you think would be a good idea for what to actually put on the emote? Like, what sort of little tiny picture or animation would express the kind of feeling that I had when I was betrayed yesterday by a man or woman? We need to find ideas. I mean, what you doing, Miss? Just farming some money? Well, I'm not really. I'm trying to get to fight something, but it's been a while. Last hour there was this Death Givers that was tier 8. First time he tried to pre-stack, and I was like, okay, that's not. But then we saw him again in the next miss just here, and I thought, okay, even if he gets pre-stacked, I think I'm strong enough. I actually have a bit of an advantage if I play everything correctly. We brawled. I was absolutely winning him without even having to use potions, and he unfortunately was able to get away, which made me feel that the first time we met, I should not have done this thing like, okay, if you pre-stack, I'm just walking away. I should have let him pre-stack and fought, you know. He was more correct in understanding that I have an advantage in the fight. So that's one thing that happened. The other thing that happened was the 8.3 attacked me, and that was so awesome. Because the 8.3 Death Givers attacked me in the camp, and it actually, like, it was a pretty close fight. I overcharged my tier 8, I fought back. It was a fight, we both were around 35% HP, and at that point, first of all, I realized that my energy is running out, so I won't really be able to kill him anyway, because I won't have enough mana for spells, even if I continue to play well. And the reason that happens is because he's an 8.3 and he was on plate armor, which makes everything much longer, right? I do less damage, I take less damage. But then an 8.4 showed up, so we both got away, but essentially we didn't even finish the fight, so I didn't even get to see if he kills me and it's close, or if I kill him somehow, unfortunately. But that definitely, like, if I get dismounted by 8-3 Death Givers, definitely it's a fight. If he uses E to dismount and he's on Q2, then especially. Other than that, last 2 hours... Sorry, not last 2 hours, that's 1 hour. Right now is the downtime also of Mist, because, you know, the active time before is already over and the night shift is not in yet, it feels like. I've been saying this every stream, I feel this. I legit feel like how towards the end of my stream usually, or like towards the middle. What is this? Oh, we also had a triple kill, but this was like a while ago. We had this fight, which seemed, I don't know what he was planning to do, and then like people kept coming trying to rat, and I got a triple kill. But the other two was like very low IP, you know. It was just a fun little situation. But yeah, anyway, I just every time on stream there's a lot of activity towards the beginning, and then in the second part of stream I feel like mists are become much less active for a little while. And then if I do stream very long, then at some point it picks up again, because the night shift also comes in. Zimple said, I'm solo player like playing One Week, but for real only running in Black Zone. Okay, that is awesome. That is how I'm running. I don't want to say that's how you should play, but I will suggest to. If someone asks what to do in Albion and I don't know anything about that person, my suggestion would be to try the Black Zone early. It's not with the idea that play the Black Zone or get out. That's not at all. I love the fact that there's so many different things we can do in the game, and it doesn't all have to be like competitive PvP or like full of PvP. But for the person to get a feeling for the actual core of the game a little bit earlier, and not because I also know that, especially with the advertisement campaigns that they've been running, the SPI, there's a bit of this problem that some people can be lured in by thinking that this is a very friendly, relaxed gathering game, like with you do economy and gathering. It's an MMORPG, and they think it's like RuneScape, but in reality, because it looks a little bit like RuneScape also has graphics which are not like super advanced, plus it's isometric, right? But in reality, it's nothing like RuneScape. It is completely not built on the trade skills and economy and all that. That is a big part of the game, but that part also builds on PvP. So I think getting to the Black Zone early, just to see that that's a big part of the game, is going to be very useful. Plus to see that maybe you like that. I know players who did not want to risk their items, who absolutely were worried whenever there was any sort of PvP, who absolutely were the kind of non-PvP. By the way, did you know when a boss mob spawns here in this room specifically, he has also 2 friends? Did you know that? Everywhere else, if this guy would spawn, he would be alone. So I know people who were like absolutely not PvP players and didn't want anything to do with that, and were always worried when there was any sort of mention of full loot. But then, because of social reasons, they were kind of fooled and convinced, yo, let's go try Roads of Avalon. Let's go try some content. And slowly, bit by bit, that same couple of people at first were still a bit like, I don't want to fight, let's just go kill mobs. But bit by bit they have become, and they're not playing solo mist, it's not a story of someone becoming like a hardcore crazy PvP addict, but it's a story of people bit by bit getting used and almost like addicted to the feeling of actually playing the full load PvP. Not as a hardcore PvP player, but also always as a social, always with the group. But to actually go Black Zone, to make money, to see how much fun you can have. Like they saw how much fun you can have, how much silver. It's much more silver than it is in Yellow Zone. Unfortunately, I cannot say that with against Orange Zone, because Orange Zone is kind of crazy in terms of rewards right now. I mean, not the Orange Zone, but the dungeon itself, right? But yeah, so I feel like not a lot, but probably there are people who join the game who might not even realize how much they would like the PvP side. I need to... Wait, Ozerius also redeemed for us all. I decided that this channel point redemptions is not just for me. I decided that the channel point redemption is for all of us to hydrate. So you guys also have to hydrate now, because Ozerius redeemed this on Twitch. Oh, very close to the end of the bottle. I think I'm bad at PvP, and so I'm only going with low gear in Black Zone and grind a bit. Good idea. Thinking that you're bad in PvP, if it's not a thing like you are like your whole life thinking like, oh, I suck at everything. If it's not like that, if you just think like, I'm bad because I'm just starting, that's a very healthy attitude to have. And it's true, you are bad at PvP when you start Albion. And for a long time. And believe me, after, how much did I say? It's fair to say 2,500 hours that I have in the game. I still feel usually that I'm bad at PvP. I know that, you know, it's at this point it's like a mental thing, you know. I played Dota for more hours than I care to admit, with a relatively high MMR, like a leaderboard, not like crazy high, not like we had the guy here earlier, 9K player, not like that, but the leaderboard level MMR, and I still always felt I'm bad at the game. So there's some health in, like, it is a bit healthy to think like that, because then you can improve. So you're doing a good, like, I think you're approaching it correctly. Hamster says, your guys' second favorite YouTuber just uploaded. No way! The Actman came up with a new video. I didn't know. He just uploaded recently. I didn't know Vic finally uploaded. Wait, what is that supposed to be mean, Buddha? Voodoo. Be careful. I love the like if you know MMOsphere, well, I think most of us know about Josh Hayes. I love his attitude towards streaming. I know mostly he doesn't stream, right? He does videos, but I love his attitude towards streaming. Like, this is your second monitor content, you know. He's even said many times, like, he doesn't want the stream to be too good or too bad. He wants it to be just adequate enough, which is a very, very interesting and fun way to talk about it. I'm sitting on 2 mil, but go Blackstone with 40k gear. That makes sense. I mean, I've always said that usually about 1/20th of the bank is like a reasonable risk, but it depends on you, on your psychology. For me, about 1/20th of reasonable. But I mean, I have well, when I started on EU, obviously that didn't care how much I had, because, you know, I had so much playtime on NA as well that I already knew what's going to happen anyway, so I didn't care how much I'm risking. I could risk more without feeling like risk. So it's not always just the numbers. Also right now, like, when I play, like, I definitely feel I make a lot more mistakes when I play, like, yesterday I played, what was it, 7-3, right? Or 5-4. I definitely, so, and there it has nothing to do with money, really, you know, like, if you look at my bank, it's, how much is 1/20th? It's going to be like 40 mil now, and if you look at the whole, like, one bill that I need to sell a bunch of items, it's gonna be like 50 mil, right? So I should feel comfortable until 50 mil based on that logic. But if I go into new territory, you know, so I expand and start playing higher tier or a different build, I can still get into the, not that, like, it's not anxiety, but it is a bit of like feeling like, okay, something is new, you know. But I think 1/20th for anyone who is kind of new or intermediate, it's a very good kind of approach. Alex asked, where did you spew 300 mil in the last week? I had 1.18. Not all of it. By the way, thanks for following, Kevon. Not all of it. I don't know how much I've actually spewed, as you say. I am very bad at selling items. I have probably somewhere around 150 mil of items I need to sell. I do repair them in the tabs to try to sort them out, but I don't actually sell them. Not all of it, but like a part of most of the Brazilian bank I have to sell, and then also from Limhurst I ran the deaths, right? So I would say I have somewhere around 150 mil I have to sell, but the other 150 mil is just me adapting to streaming and playing differently. Alex Solar. I run into a lot of more situations, and I've been making a lot more mistakes also, because another thing that I'm doing more as a streamer is I'm constantly switching around what I do, right? I'm not so much falling into like playing same content, same build long enough to get good at it. Obviously with Daybreaker and Spear I have muscle memory from thousands of hours already, so it's not that big of a deal, but it still takes a bit of time always to get into it at the beginning, you know. So I'm definitely feeling like I've had a lot of critical fights that I've made like obvious mistakes. I'm not playing super meta, but Daybreaker is definitely meta enough. Will he take the fight without a stack? I want to make it seem like I'm running away, but, you know, hopefully he attacks me. Oh, he's not. Too bad. So he's not even going to go for the chest then, or what? I'm on Duskweaver, by the way, so he can win this, right? I mean, not right, he can obviously win this, but I'm on Duskweaver. His cape... Oh, he doesn't have cape either. Okay, so he has no cape and no buff. What if I let him get an E for free? He's gonna turn back into me, right? Or not? Well, I said what if I let him E for free, but I didn't, so... Okay, yeah, I should have let him E. I still also need to overcharge for this fight. I'm pretty confident I still kind of need to overcharge, but he might not like that. He might think that he has Snapper also, so the fact that he's on Needles too, I cannot really use it. But let's see. Maybe he runs into some more mobs and he will get the 3-stack then. I kind of want to keep myself in Dustquiver, just because I'm not sure if I will kill him, if I will catch and kill him otherwise. But I mean, once the fight starts, I'm not gonna kill him. If he wants to leave, he can leave, right? In the pockets of Flamewalkers. Yeah. My 300, like 150 mil or so are in the pockets of Flamewalkers. But honestly, like, okay, there was like the days when I played Corrupted Dungeons, I was literally not just throwing money away, but like the kind of the minus profit per hour was crazy much higher than it would be in Mists. Playing Mists, I'm a little bit surprised that I've actually did not lose that much money. I mean, playing Mists on stream, you know, and being like running into people aggressively much more than I maybe should have. Nobody's opening the chest. Enemies checking your gear and running. Yep. But when I play more high IP, I also have to get more used to, because one thing I'm not that good at is actually, when I see like a free kill or something like that, to actually go for it, you know. I'm much more like running around looking for someone who wants to fight. Yes, obviously I still attack people, and I'm not saying like I never do that. But when I was playing like AA73, for example, there was that situation. There was so many tier 7 guys fighting each other, and I thought, okay, you know what, let them have the fun. But for a high IP mindset to actually make it profitable long term, I'm pretty sure I need to also kind of go more into the mindset that no, not let them have fun, but if it's an opportunity for me to dismount and just kill the last 2 guys and take all of this tier 7 loot, I should take it, you know. Now I need a stack, mister. I hope he also waits for my stack. Or not. Now the problem is I need a stack. I mean, it looks like he's willing to fight with yellow versus red. Now that he has escape, you know. There's zero chance that I'm trusting. After yesterday, there is zero chance that I'm trusting him with the fact that he's gonna let me actually get the stack. I cannot trust him, yeah. I won't trust him that he's gonna be next to me while I finish the stack, but I mean, his argument absolutely reasonable, right? He's risking 6-3 for tier 8. It is it's reasonable, yeah. For real, if you go with tier 4, tier 6, all chasing you. I mean, not everyone, but many people still inspect and they realize if there's like a multi-way on the chest, like a lot of people setting up for a fight, most people will still be present enough to go for the higher value target, no? So if you go for tier 4 or tier 6, you are much less likely to be the focus of everyone else. If you mean by most people that, you know, like solo, like if you see someone who is alone and there's no one else on the screen, then yeah, of course, most people will attack. It's okay. I'm not worried about silver in any way. There's kind of two reasons. First of all, it never felt to me like getting to one bill never felt to me like a big effort. So I don't like, if I decide, you know what, I want to make money, I'm afraid it's going to be a bit less fun for stream, but I don't think it's going to be like a, oh man, this is hard work, I have to do this shit to have fun later. No, it was never, it always felt like just adjusting a little bit, just being a bit more careful and like playing something strong. Daybreaker is definitely in the category, but you know that not playing things like Grovekeeper and playing the same build, you know, to get really good and into the habit. Like I played hours and hours, like hundreds of hours without changing any builds. Just hundreds of hours just of Spear and hundreds of hours of Daybreaker. It's definitely much more profitable because then everything comes much more naturally, you know? Like this last month, I'm analyzing a lot about Flamewalker and I'm learning so much in theory what Flamewalker does and how it works, for example, just because it's a very popular weapon. But actual real fights, Daybreaker versus Flamewalker, I've had, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 because I haven't really been playing Daybreaker, right? Just as an example. So to focus more on money making, one of the things that also would help, and that why it never felt like an issue before for sure, is that, you know, playing the same build, you get much more efficient and better. And even though it's like a bicycle, you know, I can always pick up Spear and my brain knows how to queue, kind of, it still takes a while to warm up again. And the second reason I'm really not worried is because I know how much fun it is to play in a position of struggle. Even though I just said it's not a struggle, if I do imagine, like, if I do get worried, like, okay, now I need to make money. If something happened, like, if I lost all silver for whatever reason somehow, you know, a glitch, yes, that means that I would not be able to, if I tomorrow decide, oh man, I want to play 8-3 today, right? I couldn't do that, yeah? But the road through difficulty, it's so much fun, you know? It's like, it's a lot like, I bring the example I brought before, also the kind of survival games or, you know, progress-based, 1 million chest. The kind of games like, oh, it's Arcane Staff. Yo, Ugburg, I have something for you. So, it's a lot like V Rising, Valheim. There's so many survival games. It is so much fun to be at the position where you're struggling, the beginning. That's why making a new hardcore character is fun. To actually, you know, have to work for it, you know, to feel that every little piece matters. So even if you don't have a lot of silver, you have the kind of benefit of that. Is there a build that you just skip? You mean if someone had this exact same, like was also playing tier 8? Is there some sort of matchup I would not fight still? Like this is another good, like this is a good relevant question to the money making and kind of what happened to some of the silver question, because on stream I don't think so, honestly. I don't know, probably not. No, if there's a tier 8 build, but that's also because I'm playing Daybreaker, right? Daybreaker doesn't have any straight up counters. Yes, there are builds that are very annoying. Crossbows is probably some of the worst ones. So I wouldn't be skipping, but I would maybe play more carefully and let them come to me, more like that. Light crossbow and Darklight blasters seem like pretty bad matchups. Fire staffs are kind of difficult, but I mean Flamewalker is just difficult because it's so OP. I'm not talking about Flamewalker, but other fire staffs that are running Q1 are annoying for Daybreaker. But if I saw a tier 8 fire staff, they probably wouldn't be running the Q1 spam. But if they were, I don't know. We'll see. But on stream, I'm not gonna full skip another tier 8, no. But if I was playing a different build, which has clearly some very good and very bad matchups, then maybe yes. But Daybreaker with its flexibility, it doesn't have any direct counter. It just has matchups which are good and matchups which are bad, but it has like bad, not bad, but like more difficult. But it has tools to solve every matchup in theory. What's the key to finding a good build weapon? I'm playing my whole life MMOs and never had this problem to find the weapon which fits for me. Well, it's okay. One of the keys is just to stop thinking about it as a choice, like in MMOs. If you come from MMOs, you might need to adapt your brain a little bit more to Albion, because even though it is undoubtedly an MMO, as soon as you start thinking more about the PvP side of the game, Albion is more like a competitive kind of... It's like a MOBA style extraction shooter with an MMO on top. You know? It's a bit less like an... In my opinion, it's not an MMO which has full loot PvP, although it is, of course it is. But it's better to think of it as a full loot PvP extraction game, which also has an MMO on top of it, kind of thing. And so you don't choose your weapons so much like you do in MMOs. It's more like you choose your weapon, you choose a champion, you choose a hero in Dota to main for a while, something like that, you know? You are not limiting yourself in any way. If you go start playing one of the MOBAs, or you play extraction shooters and you focus on like playing SMG, sniper SMGs, you know, whatever it is, the equivalent of a more competitive game, or an operator in Siege, you can choose to main a certain playstyle, certain hero, certain weapon also in Albion for a while, because it suits you, it's fun, it is strong enough to be viable, and you want to learn it, but it's never like you are choosing it like this is your path, you know, this is like your role-playing path like in an MMO. So you just essentially you just follow what seems fun right now without any real pressure that you need to choose your your path in Albion forever. And whenever you decide to change and do something else, the fact that you played what you did is going to be very valuable. So your first 50 hours of playing Battle Axe are going to be really valuable after you decide, you know what, fuck it, I don't want to play Battle Axe, I'm an Arcane player. Having that experience is going to be useful, and you're not cutting anything out for yourself. Walid, sorry, I saw your message earlier, but it's kind of long. but Walid from YouTube chat asked earlier, or did you ask? It was not the question. Let me read it. Bro, I haven't played Albion in 3 years. You say a lot has changed. True. I mean, I started Albion like probably 2.5 or 3 years ago. So. Mist was released. Yes, that's a big thing. Mist were at some point just the PvP and solo PvP equaled Mist for a long time. I just don't know what's new content, what's endgame, what's meta. There aren't many videos online of people guiding. Well, just open the game and start exploring. There is no kind of piece of knowledge that you need, you know. There is no, oh, you need this. You need to know this before you can actually have fun and start playing Albion. If you were not playing for 3 years, you need this secret. Bullshit, obviously. Just open the game and try out Mists. I mean, if you want to know what Mists are like, you can watch the stream, you know. You can watch a lot of content. The newest thing they added are depths, so a lot of people right now are playing the depths. It's a dungeon where you only risk the items that are in your inventory. So the items you loot. And it's for duos and trios. Once again, there's no like, you need to know this. You can just start playing and see what it's like. As for meta, I don't believe you. Analyzing meta, there's tons of videos online. There's a lot of people talking about what they think is strong right now. In whatever content you're looking at. Or you can come to a stream like you are here and you can ask. You can ask like, yo, what do you think is the meta in Mist? And at least I will give you some useful short list of weapons, even though the answer is not going to be like, you know, it's not set in stone, it's very much flexible. Nomad is actually playing 100 Spear right now with Cripple too. Yes, but I'm 100% sure, okay, not 100%, I'm pretty sure that Nomad is playing open world, right? So he's not gonna be on Cripple if he finds and believes that he has a good 1v1 fight against somebody else playing same tier as he is, right? I mean, maybe in some matchups, but usually not. I am sure that that Nomad is probably playing open world, and he's gonna play like Spear is one. What? some sort of lag. I clicked W or Y earlier. They're probably like open one and Spear is very good for open world, but probably Nomad is probably gonna, if he's playing solo, he's gonna try to get fights against groups, you know, where he can outplay them with like mobility, where Cripple becomes better, and the fact that, you know, he has, I'm guessing, at least 6-3, right? Well, the group might be lower IP. Not sure. I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. He might be doing different things, but that's how most like solo PP players, when they go open world, how they enjoy it long term, is by taking fights against groups, trying to outplay some difficult situations, but to make up for it, they have good mobility and survivability. Cripple helps with that, and they also have IP advantage because groups are not going to play 6-3 unless they're going for like serious small-scale group comp. Groups in open world, they're not going to play 6-3. But for an actual, like if Nomad came into Mist for an actual 1v1 fight, I'm sure that he would not play, or maybe at the beginning because, you know, to get used to it, but he would very quickly realize that he cannot take the actual 1v1 fight against like a real, more competitive PvP player on Cripple, unless there is some specific circumstance, like there is some specific reason, something specific to Cripple that he thinks he needs to do, or if there's an IP advantage which makes up for it. Like, I am also kind of thinking about presetting on Cripple occasionally, and it's a good strategy when I'm higher IP, you know? The rate is kind of borderline. Right now, if I run into the Death Givers that I saw, earlier, if I run into him, if I'm on Cripple, I can't just start fighting him, you know? And by the time that I actually change, the guy was gonna, like, disengage, gonna decide, fuck it, I'm not gonna fight. Or he's gonna attack me and then I lose so much HP that I have to leave. So essentially, me being on Impaler here right now as a preset is kind of me wanting to be ready for good fights, but it comes at the cost that if I run somewhere further from the exit and I find a tier 7 whatever hammer that obviously doesn't want to fight for whatever build is, like most hammers won't probably fight me like tier 7, yeah? I am tier 8, remember? Like the Doom Hammer ran away earlier. If I run into that, I'm not gonna be able to catch him. If it was more important for me to be able to catch people who don't want to fight than to be constantly ready for a real fight, then I would be preset on Cripple as well. To be able to actually, you know, Duskweaver cripple someone. But it's not, I'm not saying it's so obvious, like it's obviously better. I'm kind of torn between the two also here. Because what if there's like a Curse Staff with Wanderlust here? Let's say I run into a tier 7 Curse Staff with Wanderlust. He might have some stuff in his bag as well. I might let him go. I mean, not on purpose, but it might happen that he will be able to get away. Since I'm not on Cripple. With Cripple, I don't think he can get away. The best build for any content is reliable income econ. It's yes and yes. For a while, yes. But if you're new to Albion, economy is fundamental to you actually having fun and learning PvP. Unfortunately, or fortunately, you can't just run in and start playing the game properly if you don't have any silver, because you need to actually have money to spend and to have the feeling that it's okay to lose to get to that place where you're not worried, so you can actually PvP. But once you get a lot of experience, the importance of econ fades, kind of. Like if I had zero, if I literally had, as I said before, if I literally had 0 right now, I would still be playing tier 8 tomorrow, right? I would go 4.1 or 4.0 or whatever I can afford after gathering some horses. But by the moment I get like 1 mil, I would buy tier 7. You know, I would not worry about that. Yes, I can die and maybe I have to start again. But you know, I would not be thinking about econ, right? If I had no actual economy or no actual money saved up, I have no specs in crafting, gathering, anything like that. Reliable way to make quick money. You know, once you get more experience, I don't think that reliable econ is, as you say, like the best build. I know you're kind of joking, Blue, but there is a bit of a point there that it's much more important for a beginner. Oh shit, Tixter actually redeemed. This is the last hydration from this bottle. Man, it's like number 4. I'm gonna have to pee today. I mean, I'm not saying it like it's a special day, no, but I already peed earlier, and I'm feeling I have to pee again soon, because so much hydration is happening. How do I have time to hydrate before the chest? Yeah, 3 minutes. Okay. So I decided. Wait. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's another one. You know, if I had cripple, I can probably kill him. Ooh. If I had cripple, I can probably kill him like better. You know, obviously right now I didn't catch up, but essentially this is one of those cases where for this specific situation, cripple would be better. I'm not going to change now because 5 seconds, I'm already close. Please don't disconnect and make me lose karma for killing you. Okay, at least he didn't fully disconnect, but he's having some lag issues. Nah, 100k, not worth it, but you know, I have to prepare for high IP fights, or high IP playstyle, so I need to take every money I can. And that's like a full farming only, okay. Not even an offhand. So, I decided that whenever someone redeems hydration for Twitch channel points, that means that we all have to hydrate. Starting today. So it's not just me. You guys also have to drink water. That's it. No more hydration for today. At least I also found out that it takes, I mean, I do take some sips every now and again, but it takes 4 hydration redemptions for me to finish the bottle of water during the day, as I learned today. He's coming to the chest as if he wants to be considered a PvP threat. If he's coming to the chest to see if he can rat, then I feel bad about not killing him. I mean, not that I could if I wasn't on top of him, but still. Finally, I could catch a stream. Oh, yeah. Also, what's up, Dexter? Welcome back, my friend. Thanks for following Unlively. Oh, somebody's clearing a mob room. I hear the buff proc. Oh, a letter of the blood. And the interesting kind. He's gonna fight, right? Tier 8. He's gonna fight, I think. I'm definitely keeping myself on Duskweaver for this. I don't even really want to change to Snapper because I'm expecting to fight from far. Ooh, and we have another challenger. Damn. Can I have you at different times? And we have yet another. Holy shit, man. This is a good place. I'm going the Bloodletter way because he's the least threatening out of these guys. Because I definitely don't want to be in the middle of the sandwich, right? In the middle of everyone. And if I go through the bow, he might think I'm attacking him and he's gonna do a lot of damage and that's gonna put me in a bad situation. If I fight back against the bow, somebody else is gonna kill me. If I just run through him, he might get, like, an idea to kill me. The Bloodletter is the least dangerous of these guys, from my just running through perspective. Too bad. Maybe if I didn't W, I would have been able to just helmet him. I think I can fight him without the buff even. I mean, he is on plate armor. He has infinite time to outplay me, you know? He can just keep resetting until someday I disconnect or miss everything I have, you know? Bit slow in the reaction there. He still has 2 healing potions also. No! Fuck. I tried to connect to him, but... too bad. Without Duskweaver, like without connecting Duskweaver, I don't think I can catch him ever, but we'll see. That's another reason, you know, plate armor, not just for high IP, but also for mobility builds, because this way he doesn't die, you know? It doesn't matter what happens in the fight, it's so much more difficult, you know? Like, blood leather would make a couple mistakes, or, like, brawl incorrectly and die, you know? But the plate armor is like, it's a bit like one step towards playing mobility and trying to be super safe, you know? But if I connect my Dust Quiver to him and not to the mob, he can die there. It's not so easy, but he can definitely die. Oh, he's out of energy now for a while. Or at least almost out of energy. The problem is, when his E is ready, he's just gonna dodge my dust. Oh, nice. Nice timing. Oh, you are in a corner now. I hit that while he was Eing. Nice. I mean, you're not safe anymore. It's not the hypermobility meta. You're not safe, but of course he was safe from me in a 1v1. But he's not safe because there is a Flamewalker. And interestingly enough, like I said, like earlier, for example, this moment where... Which one was it? Not this one. Anyway, one of the deaths today... Which one was it? I don't remember. There was a time where I used my potion against a low IP guy in the mists. And then later I didn't have a second potion. It was this one, I think. Yeah. I attacked the low IP guy, remember? The curse. And even though I obviously killed him, he had zero chance, pretty much. He fought, or he attacked me, I don't remember. Anyway, I used the potion, and then I thought, okay, well, like, it doesn't matter for this fight, but it ended up mattering, because later, when I was attacked by a much stronger guy, I was fighting back, and I was not able to buy enough time for me, because I didn't have a second potion, right? So, like, making the kind of a silly small mistake in an inconsequential fight actually ended up mattering. And here it was the opposite. Like, it seems here like, okay, I didn't need to, you know, win the first brawl against the Bloodletter so clearly, you know? I didn't need to... if I lost more HP, he would be maybe stay... maybe not, but, you know. But here it kind of worked the other way. The fact that I lost almost no HP against the Bloodletter at the beginning, or very little compared to him, meant that now, as I was chasing him, you saw the Flamewalker attacked him, and then the Flamewalker saw, oh shit, there's a full HP tier 8 guy, so the Flamewalker ran away. So if that first fight against the Bloodletter I did not play everything correct, like, I'm not saying I did everything correct, but I did not get such an advantage, let's say, like, the result was not that good. Then, in this case, as I'm chasing, if I have 70 or 60% HP, that Flamewalker is probably not running away when he sees me, and he's gonna stay to try to kill both of us. So it's kind of the opposite, like, kind of a not the most impactful, super important thing in the first fight actually ended up, you know, saving the situation overall. Anyway. How big is bottle? 1.5 liters? No, I think it's 1. I should get a bigger. This is just... Oh, no, it's not. It's 750 milliliters. I should definitely drink more water. This is just random water. It says pomegranate vitamin drink. It's like some random water type drink that I just like bought sometime, and then I like the shape of the bottle. So it stayed here, and... I don't know. I don't have a fancy water bottle. Maybe I should get one, but... I bought like some very basic water bottles for the gym at some point, but I think I broke all of them. I bought 3 different ones because they had different things like written on the side, like cool like slogans or something like that, and I liked them. And at some point, like during my year of being very healthy, it was actually over here, but you know, when I was in the rhythm of constantly going to the gym, like I had very good eating and sleeping habits and stuff. What I did is I filled the bottles in the mornings to measure how much I actually drink during the day, you know? So every day I filled them all in the morning, and I knew that's enough. That's my my daily kind of norm. It was like 600 milliliter per bottle or something. But they were all, at the end of the day, they were not like super cool bottles. They were just like plastic bottles essentially. Like not like this sort of plastic, but you know, like thicker plastic bottle with like cool stuff on the side. And I broke all 3 of them. I took them to basketball, and then sooner or later they like dropped or something happened, and every one of them has gone now. Does ramen count as water? What? Oh, what? How did I miss that? That is the best philosophical question of the day. You definitely need to redeem wisdom to get any sort of answer. Does ramen count as water? One of the surprising things of growing up for me, I realized recently, has been, I know it's not actual like ramen as in the dish, right? It's not even comparable. But you know those like instant noodle type ramen, right? We have 12 mil and I need to... Where can I put this? I don't have anywhere to put this. I would like to just... Yeah. Okay, so we have... Whatever. It doesn't really matter. I'm not counting the day's profits that much. They are listed under the stream anyway, kind of. So we're just gonna start putting in this middle tab here. Or like semi-filled tab. So anyway, one of the things about growing up that I was not expecting, those instant ramen type of noodles, I always thought this is just, I'm just eating them. There's like the kind of the lowest, shittest possible type of food that I'm eating because it is dirt cheap. I constantly bought them when I was in high school. Not that I had to support myself in high school, obviously. I had my mother, but still, you know, as with the little money that that I had control over from whatever I did or from allowance maybe that I got, I don't remember how much of it was like me doing some work and how much of it just mother giving me money. But anyway, it was like I used it on ramen noodles often, and in university also I ate them sometimes, and I always thought like this is like absolute shit, right? This is just the cheapest way to get at least some sort of food. Surprising thing to me growing up is that I actually kind of still like them. I don't eat them very often, but those instant noodles with like some nice toppings, obviously I add toppings myself, but with some nice toppings and stuff, they're actually still feel so good. I don't know if this is like a comfort thing from home, but I thought that this is something I'm gonna grow out of, but it actually isn't. At least has not been. You say mother instead of mom? Well, I don't call her. She was really angry for a while when I didn't call her mom. Like to her face, like she was really unhappy, and luckily we went through that phase by now, but I can say, like, is it weird to say mother when you're talking to someone else and referring to your mother? I didn't know that. That's not part of my language intuition. Do you recommend plate or leather for Daybreaker? Cultist, what would be go to? Definitely leather. Plate is fun and interesting and viable. I played it earlier today, but definitely leather, not even a question. Unless, just to be clear, if you're asking that, DeAndre, I'm assuming you're asking it for solo PvP. Then no question, just leather. But if you're asking this and you're also thinking about, because you know you're playing group PvP and you were told that you can play Daybreaker, then you need to verify what sort of group and what they need. Because in a group PvP, Daybreaker can first of all, if you play with a healer like Duo, you need cloth armor, right? Because you need to do damage, that's different. But if you play like with a small scale, and your group told you it's okay to play Daybreaker there, then you kind of need to figure out, do you have a tank in your group? What sort of other builds you have? Because in that case, you might be the kind of melee DPS / tank. Obviously, Daybreaker isn't a really good tank because you don't have any CC. You don't really have any way to, you know, to control the fight or to defend your healer stuff. But it can still be as a frontline kind of DPS build. Can be used also with plate. But in group you can also play leather, so it depends more like what your group needs. The one thing that I feel like gives Daybreaker viability for group PvP is the AoE purge, essentially. The built-in AoE purge. So you can drive through the whole enemy team and you don't do it just for damage, but you do it to purge. Like if the enemy has a nature healer, I used to play a Daybreaker in arenas as well. If the enemy has a nature healer, it's very strong. Because you just wait for the enemy team to kind of line up a little bit, and then you remove all the nature stacks from all of them at the same time. Man, this 4-0 sword is trying to use the fact that I lost 4-1 sword. Bro, come on. We are 4.1. I don't want to use my potion, but valiant effort though. Really nice, but okie dokie. Thank God didn't need to use my potion, although I missed my E, and it is still T-rate versus 4.1. Valiant effort though, you know, I mean, that's kind of what, you know, when you go 4.1, I don't remember who said it, but I really like this. Like, like when I was learning Albion, some creator said like how someone was asking it like, okay, what IP do I need to be to go and play open world and gank people? And his answer was, you can go any IP. What matters is just like based on your IP will determine what kind of how many situations are available to you, what you can that you can take advantage of as a solo ganker. So and his point was like, yeah, you can go with 4.0, and if you find someone who is knocked from mobs, you have a kill. And that's exactly like it is. Like he is in 4.1, and if you find someone who is like low from mobs, and he can still get a kill. Don't know what happened during stream today. Yeah, okay, we talked about that. I'm getting my water here now. Say if did I miss something? Another. Yeah, it was. The miss that Abby was definitely another. And any one of those, I would like to fight 1v1, of course, but not to be in the middle. But we ended up getting the most valuable kill because I think the Flamewalker was full tier 7, and the Crystal Bow was also full tier 7, so the guy that we did end up fighting and killing, luckily, because Flamewalker was there, is also the guy that was actually the most valuable kill out of the bunch anyway. I once called my mom mother and I got a towel thrown at me. Well, there was a time like... The thing is, I don't think I ever called her like... I don't know. I don't know. It was a bit weird. If you want a bit of extra dad lore... I don't have kids. But if you want with the extra Vic lore, and I know some of you probably heard me say this already, I have been married, I'm divorced right now. Just so you know. Not that it really changes anything. But during the time when I was married, obviously, and I was still talking a lot to my mother, like, with my wife, obviously, I wasn't referring to her my mother, but was using my name. So it's kind of like, it came from there, And when we were like together, like when my mom was also somewhere, we were visiting or something, then, I don't know, I kind of got used to using my mother's real name. Because I was referring to her by name with my wife, and then definitely it kind of, for her it was very difficult, I imagine it's difficult, I don't know, but I guess for a mother it's very difficult not to be called mom. So after that it was now it's been a while, and now it's I am back to that, but I don't know. Then I think that was the difficult part. It wasn't about mom or mother or whatever, but it was specifically like using her real name, which I think made her feel really, really weird coming from me. You can try that next time you call your mom, or if she's in the same place where you are, you can try that. Go and call her by her real name and see what happens. Mr. Tier 6 overcharged Brawler Gloves. I don't really want to give him my items, but... Oh, he's wanting the chest. I thought he wants me. I am perfect target for him, I think. Maybe I should just change my helmet while he's here, I am perfect target for him. If he lands everything correctly, he has a chance to kill me. And he's playing tier 6, even though it's overcharged, and I'm playing tier 8. So he's risking nothing to gain like a good, potentially good payday, Mobile game, when it comes to spell complexity, no off. GG, you have to explain what your message means in YouTube chat. I do not understand. He is full no mobility right now, this guy. Oh, never mind, he has... Oh, shit. Shit, my E's on cooldown, that's not good. Oh, okay, I messed up. Now I should be dead. I messed up with the mage drop. I didn't realize that there's a path there that he can just boot. I was thinking that he's around the edge. I didn't even think about the fact that the fight is starting while because I don't have I eat the mobs and everything. I was chilling, full chilling. But I think in the end, if I don't hit the mage drop, I still am fine. As you saw, his full damage, even without Inferno, I was alive. Okay, that definitely woke me up a bit, because I was shocked that he was suddenly on top of me. Let me show you. This is what I mean. Where is it? I didn't even see this passage here on the left. I didn't realize there's a passage here. I now see it. Yeah. But when I eat, obviously I can mount up and wait and stuff. I was just chilling. I thought, okay, he's gonna come around from the north and south. I don't want to mount up because he's gonna think that I'm running away. I do want to fight him. So I was thinking, okay, let's see which side he comes from. But then he's suddenly just on top of me. I absolutely was not ready for that. That was a very, very cool shock moment. He used his E, and I mean, the helmet is good here. After this, I can't really go. I can go through mobs. It's kind of fine. I'm fighting because I have nothing else really to do. I can kind of E also, but I'm waiting for his and this here. I'm waiting for his Geekpot to end. And then Inferno as soon as he starts getting third stack, so it's risky. This auto attack is just, this is the nail in the coffin, otherwise it's still fine. I still have my second potion going. There is zero risk here if I just don't hit this. And then he's able to kill me without my second potion going off. And this is still all on eel steel. So in theory, it should be a super easy fight, even though he is tier 7 overcharged. I feel like he doesn't have the kind of kill pressure. This is nice for mobility, but normally the one-shot death givers would use Stalker Hood, which is much more scary for me, because if I do mess up, I die. But here, I'm not changing food. I'm not, I'm not worried since my E is still on cooldown. I was very surprised that he was suddenly on top of me. But the more you learn. The problem is I don't think I'm actually gonna learn this, because it is just this has happened. Why can't I change? I want to change the sound off. So much sound in the city. I don't know if I learned this, because I think in the future there's still gonna be places on the map that I don't fully realize you can get through when I look at them. I want to do something crazy and fun just to end the stream, not to go for another Daybreaker. Maybe a quick Pog log, but also the problem is we're not gonna get all that in we're not gonna get in mists anyway, as fast action as I would like. So let's see what if I have any ideas or if I missed something. Oh, GG, by the way, if you're still here, I don't understand what you meant. Your comment doesn't make sense. Was it Big Lips McGee? Maybe, I don't remember exactly. Maybe it was him, yeah. Maybe it was. He made videos like solo, red zone, and solo stuff. Maybe, yeah. I remember him saying something like this. Yeah, it might be. Wait, how did he get to you? That's the thing. I was okay. I already showed it. Doesn't matter. I was not ready for that. I was just chilling, relaxing, and thinking, okay, well, I'll see which way he comes, because if I know there's a gap, I know I mount up and then I dismount outside of camp when I have my E or something, because I want to fight. But the problem, as many people who want to take fights, I have a lot of trauma that the moment I overcharge, the moment I mount up, the moment I take one step away from my enemy, they don't fight, So whenever I see someone who wants to fight, I have to take advantage of it. So the reason I don't mount up is because the other guy will maybe just run away or something and not want to fight. In retrospect, probably he wouldn't, right? But yeah, the mage rope. I died before even using my I used my second healing potion, but I didn't get the full value from it. If I just Inferno, I don't proc the mage rope. Should be okay. But hey, that's on me, because instead of looking at his build, I was still chilling. If there's time to prepare for this, this is so obvious. I was talking about his helmet. Remember, for the chat, just to say that he's going full brawl only. And he's making up for it with helmet. That's what I was saying earlier. But I did not pay attention to the fact that, of course, he's going to mage rope my Inferno. Asia gold price is like 12k silver. Doesn't mean more people are killing mobs in Asia. More silver being generated. Rico, I don't know. And I've been asking every stream if someone who plays a lot of economy of Albion can actually help me understand. Not that it's important for my life, but I'm just very curious, So it can help me understand why or how it happens. Why... I understand why gold prices and consequently premium prices go up in general, but why the sudden crazy surge, specifically on Asian server? I don't know, Rico Mert. I would be very curious to know if someone answers. Voodoo says that Dante just started streaming Daybreaker and Mists. You should raid him when you end. Okay. I hope it's been... Actually, you know what, fuck it. Let's do fun stuff later. I'm also kind of tired anyway. So, yeah. Let's start raiding and continue again tomorrow. I feel like decently good day for fun, but not No real kills to write home about. I think we have today, right? I mean, like, it's nice to kill a tier 8 bloodletter, but it's not. It's nothing. Nothing amazing. Let's see. I just don't want to keep raiding the same people, so I always have a look to see if there's someone else streaming. Someone I've never maybe even seen or just heard about once, who is streaming some sort of PvP in English. That's why I'm always like checking, and that's why I don't instantly just say, okay, just let's raid Dante, because I know that we're always gonna raid guys like Scribble, like Dante, guys who play who play like good solo PvP on streams, and like, you know, that I know that it's a cool type of content. So we're always gonna anyway raid them when there's nothing else. Always the good fallback. There's also Professor Pew Pew, but yo, okay, you're right. Dante was up for 15 minutes. It makes so much sense to raid him. And then I'm gonna go cook some food, even though it is a bit late for that. But hey, so thank you for being here. See you again tomorrow. With even more deaths and maybe also some awesome kills and everything else. If you have ideas what to do on stream, come to Discord and share them. Bye bye. Stay for the stream for points so that you can make me drink way too much water next time on stream. Bye bye. Let's go say hello to Dante.
Bugün bir yiyecek komasına girdim ben. Oo. Victor, thank you for the raid, man. Kanka yiyecek komasına ya. Alright, enjoy your meal. I was just talking about, I got a food coma today. I was gonna start streaming earlier, but I ate a heavy breakfast. Like, my breakfast was kind of huge. I just like digesting it quite a bit. Kanka çok yemek yemişim, hani tıkandım bir an ya. Uzun zamandır büyük porsiyon yemiyordum.